Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of True Scary Stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be doing our monthly compilation of True Scary Stories for the month of November 2024. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true scary stories. When I was about 10 or 11, my dad lived in an old farmhouse way out in the country in southern Ohio. I mean, the nearest one stoplight hamlet was about 10 miles away, and the nearest proper town was about 10 miles from that. It was a late 1800s house on about 30 wooded acres. One day, me and my brother, 4 years older than me, are up in the woods with our dog. My dad's rule was that the dog had to be with us if we were going into the woods. Just tooling around and being rambunctious kids. After a while, we come across what I can only describe as a dilapidated shack, which had to be at least as old as our house. One room with a dirt floor. We went in and found a very old and deteriorated feather mattress laid on the ground, some silverware, and some old kerosene lamps. Being rowdy young boys, we took great pleasure in breaking what was left of the lamps and carving our initials into the wall of the shack. At this point, it's getting to be sundown, so we start back down the little hill to the house, but our dog isn't moving. He's fixated on the tree line behind us, and his hair is raised and his head is low. No matter how we called him, he wouldn't budge and started to growl a low, rumbling growl. Then we heard laughter coming from somewhere in the woods. It sounded like a chuckle at first, then a full-on belly laugh. We then booked it down the hillside after the initial confusion was replaced by fear and adrenaline, as the laughter continued, and the dog charged the other way. I heard a commotion behind me about 30 seconds later, and the dog caught up with us, but wheeled back around and stood his ground again, snarling and barking all the while. This repeated till we made it down the hillside and back into the house. I don't know who or what we encountered in the woods that day, but a few things are certain. I don't think I've ever been more scared in my life. Our dog sensed something in there before we did, and he did not like it one bit. And after that incident, he would frequently sit staring at the tree line in our backyard. I've been back to the property since, and it's now overgrown and thoroughly abandoned, which just adds to the creepy and unsettling vibe the place already had. I couldn't bring myself to actually set foot on the property beyond what's left of the driveway the last time I was there, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Again, this property is pretty far out of the way for this to logically have been a drug addict or something like that, and it was far and away not the only incident to occur out there. But in speaking with my brother about it even now, 16 to 17 years later, it still slightly rattles both of us. I was out in the woods the other day with my dog and partner, out in Northern California near this area called Deadwood on the map. We're going to Cherry Lake and decided it was too far, so we ended up going down some random Forest Service roads. We stopped in this clearing where people had camped before just to check it out. Something called us down there. We hear shooting way off in the distance. I'm wandering around the little clearing with my dog, and he starts to point, locked in on the opposite side of the clearing towards the trees. The trees are thick. The feeling in this clearing is thick. I don't see anything. We shush up to listen for more shooting, and then we hear this weird tinkling sound, like crystal glass tinkling off of each other. Kind of like watery twinkling sounds. It's so hard to describe. My dog got in the car. I got behind my car door and grabbed my gun. I shined my laser into the trees and couldn't see anything. The twinkling stopped when my partner racked his gun. We both heard it though. It lasted maybe 2 minutes. I walked to the tree line where the sound was coming from and spoke out into the trees. I said hello a few times and listened. Nothing. My partner goes, "Whatever it was, it's gone." And I could still swear I heard the faintest little twinkling sound. We listened for a few more moments before leaving the area. Was it fairies? Was it aliens? Does anyone have a clue what we heard? Because it was real. None of my hunting friends have any idea. Does anyone out here have any clues? Around this time last year, my family made a trip out to eastern Arizona to rent a cabin and soak in the fall vibes. Surprisingly to some, Arizona has some pretty dazzling leaf peeping if you know where to look. We set out for a hike along the Black River to get some fresh air. Lots of fresh air. It was super windy that day, and I didn't think to bring a coat, so I wrapped myself up in my niece's blankie. She was 4 and the other child was 2. So the hike only lasted for about 2 hours, 1 in and 1 out. On the way out, I started to feel like someone was running up behind me and leering over my shoulder. At some points, I thought I could hear the faint sound of footsteps behind me, but every time I turned to look, the others were too far behind. My sister caught up to me at one point, and she could tell that I was a little rattled. Since we had the kids with us and still a bit of a walk to get back, I was trying not to raise the alarm. But I've had this sense since we were kids, so she knows the look I get when I feel something that she can't. After a little prodding, I told her what I'd been feeling. As I spoke, we suddenly heard the shrill crescendo of chimes being struck by the wind. My sister jumped and clung to my arms as we spotted the chimes in a nearby tree. They were colorful bar chimes that to me appeared to be shaped like feathers. They were unlike any chimes I'd ever seen before. And I definitely didn't see them when I hiked through that same spot on the way in. Considering how windy it was that day, we definitely would have heard them. Back in 2010, I was driving around looking for a place to bird hunt. I finally stopped at a piece of town-owned property that I had only gone on once before, and that was to fish for trout in a brook that crossed about a mile in. After parking, I started down an old tote road that split the property for its entire length. The day was very nice, and nothing seemed unusual. I followed the road until I got to the far side of an old wood yard that abutted the stream. That's when it just got quiet. The opening was probably 20 yards across, with the brook hidden behind some alders on the other side. I sensed it before I heard it. Something told me to not go across the clearing to the stream. I've spent a lifetime in the woods, and I've only had that feeling a few times. The first sound that I heard were heavy footsteps, very deliberate and slow. I couldn't see what was making the sound, and for no reason I felt fear. I knew that I did not want to see what was approaching me. It stopped at the brook, and I heard it cross and walk to the edge of the alders and then stop. All that I had was a single 20-gauge shotgun with birdshot. I had a feeling of danger. It moved on the inside of the alders to my left a few yards at the time. The only glimpse that I caught was a dark, narrow figure, very tall, as in at least 7 feet. Not knowing what to do, I pointed my shotgun in the air and touched off a shot. It just stayed where it was. I shouted. It did not move. That little voice told me to go. Don't run, but go. As I backed up, the alders where I last heard it moved and parted as if it was getting a better look. but whatever it was stayed right there, as if to let me know that it saw me and to go no further. That mile walk back to my truck felt as if I was walking through a cemetery at night, always turning around and looking everywhere. This encounter has played over and over in my mind. I don't know what that was. I've never gone back, only because something inside of me is saying that it would not end well. 14 years later, and it still scares me. Anyway, that's my encounter, and I've never told anyone until now. Long-time lurker, first-time poster. I haven't been able to stop thinking about this incident and wanted to see if it resonates with anyone else. Me, a 28-year-old male, my wife, a 28-year-old female, and dog, a 3-year-old male, recently went to Red River Gorge, a state park in SE, Kentucky. We're no strangers to camping in the park, having been there at least 20 times over the past 8 years. We chose a spot I've been to 2 or 3 times before. It's worth noting that this site is outside of other dispersed camping areas and is essentially the only proper spot with car parking along a 2-mile stretch of road. There's a dilapidated barn about a mile up from where we drove in, and a cemetery about a third of a mile in the opposite direction. Otherwise, it's a rarely traveled road, and we saw no one all day, just an occasional car, maybe 1 or 2 an hour. The spot is at the base of a 30-foot incline that a 4x4 could handle. Our SUV was parked horizontally at the top, blocking other vehicles from descending. From there, it's about 30 yards into the campground, with another slope leading to the river's edge and swimming hole. The day went great. We spent time near the beach, letting our dog swim, then did typical camping activities like hiking, foraging, chopping wood, throwing the hatchet, and enjoying a few beers. Once sunlight began to fade around 6:30, we started the fire and began cooking dinner. As darkness fell and the last light disappeared, we heard the usual sounds: squirrels rustling, things falling into the leaves, which spooked my wife a bit, but we didn't think much of it. Then, at about 9 p.m., sitting around the healthy fire and listening to music, we heard heavy shuffling in the leaves, definitely something large or heavy. It seemed to be coming from the direction of the road, about halfway between us and our car. I stopped the music, and after about 10 seconds of dead silence, we heard the shuffling again. Before I could call out, we heard this strange and unnatural noise, something like a throttling, ascending pitch mixed with a shriek. Neither of us can verbally describe it, and I can confidently say I've never heard anything like it before. It was about 20 to 25 feet away, just outside the reach of my headlamp. Our dog went insane, hair standing on end, barking incessantly into the darkness. He was on a long lead, or I'm sure he would have taken off after it. My wife and I were frozen. I was holding my hatchet and trying to catch any movement or sound to track. After about 2 to 3 minutes of that, with no further noises, I calmed the dog, and we grabbed some essentials and hurried to the car. Our adrenaline was pumping as we discussed coyotes, foxes, or other animals as the possible culprits. I didn't want to mention the possibility of people, as that would have heightened the paranoia. We eventually passed out after about an hour, but I spent the rest of the night in and out of shallow sleep, feeling very uncomfortable both mentally and physically. I've always struggled to sleep anyway, except fully horizontal. At around 3 a.m., right next to my head, I heard a singular knock on my window, like someone tapped the glass with one knuckle. My wife didn't wake up, and I scanned the outside of the car but didn't see or hear anything. I struggled to doze off again, and my heartbeat was rapid. When we finally got the first light around 7 a.m., we cooked breakfast, packed up our campsite, and got out of Dodge. No prints or anything out of sorts with our remaining belongings either. What's strange to me is that after hearing the noise, we heard no additional heavy shuffling from the source. With our dog barking so aggressively, we should have heard whatever it was moving away. We've looked up various animal noises native to the gorge, and nothing even remotely resembles what we heard. The knock on the window was also isolated. There were no other noises or visible happenings outside the car immediately following. Lastly, I had a thought the day after we left. I remember whistling for our dog after dark, since we had some scraps to give him near the fire. Immediately I thought, crap, I shouldn't have whistled. But up until this trip, I've never been a believer of those superstitions. I just like to respect the folklore I've heard. In hindsight, we're now convinced I may have invited a Wendigo or skinwalker to our camp. I won't take those superstitions lightly again, and I'm sure this occurrence will affect at least my next few overnights in those woods. Hello. To start this story, I want to say that I have not seen anything like this in my life. At the time, I was 15 years old pet-sitting a friend of mine's dog while they were out of town, and in Benson, Arizona is where this took place. This property had a lot of acres, and it took about 15 minutes to get their little house right in the middle of the probably about 75 acres. At the time, it was about, I want to say 10 p.m. My friend had 8 dogs, and they usually stayed outside for the most part, because they're big watchdogs who seem to have been able to defend themselves in the past. Before everything happened, I was inside their tiny home, making food, when I heard her biggest dog start squealing kind of quietly, very scared and in pain, but loud enough for me to hear. I knew the sounds were unusual this dog was making. I shot up and ran outside to see what was going on. I thought maybe the dog might have hurt himself or something similar, but this was not the case, and I ended up seeing a 5 to 6 foot tall, pale, very skinny creature hunched over this dog, sucking on his head. I was very stunned, almost too stunned to speak, but I managed to shake that feeling off. I start yelling at this thing because the dog started yelping loud, and I'm telling the creature to get out of here and trying to scare it, and I run over to her dog as fast as I could, because I've heard these things before. Perhaps a chupacabra, and I know they would likely eat the dog if I didn't do something. But I stop about 10 feet in front of it to see this creature jump up and run as fast as it can away. I couldn't help but keep looking over my shoulder the rest of the time I was there. I also didn't let those dogs out at night, and I didn't care to go out there either. So when my friends came back, I told everything what happened and what I saw. It felt like everyone was just as frightened as I was, and it made me even more unsettled. I ended up leaving that desert and did not look back. I still don't know what to make about it to this day, except that I know that it was something scary. So the other night on a mountain trail I've gone to for years to watch the sunset, I felt like some guy was tracking me back to my car. First time in my entire life of hiking alone, and I've done some sketchy stuff alone at dusk, but I felt uneasy. So the mountain trail I go to is huge, with many different side trails on it, but there is one main trail that goes straight up and down the center of the mountain, which is usually pretty quick to get up to watch the sunset. I've done it hundreds of times at this point in my life for years now. Have watched the sunset and walked back to my car in pitch black many times. Never felt uneasy the way that I did that night. I get to the peak, walk back down to a little bit to my usual viewing spot of the sunset, and suddenly some guy who is also alone comes out of one of the side trails. I think nothing of it, exchange a few words from a distance. Guy gets on his way, and I can see him even as a small dot as he goes down to the bottom of the trail. But I'm thinking, well, there's only one way out of here and he knows I'm still up here. So I knew that I wasn't sticking around for it to get dark. The The minute the sun goes behind the mountain, I start my way back down. As you get closer to the bottom of the trail, there's a section that narrows and is nothing but woods and trees on each side, before it opens up again to a huge open dirt trail, and then the parking lot. My head's on a swivel the entire way back down. I get to the creepy dark narrow part just before the open trail to the parking lot, and I hear someone make a noise. Like a weird noise that someone would just make to themselves, but loud enough as if they wanted me to hear. But I see no one and keep going. I get about halfway on the open dirt road, almost to the parking lot, and turn around, and someone is decently far behind me out of nowhere. I don't look back again. I pick up the pace, get to my car, and book it. There was only one truck left in the parking lot by the time I got back, and it was on, and someone was definitely in the driver's seat. Call me paranoid, but again, I have never felt uneasy or like someone was following me like that in my entire life, and I've done about 80% of my hiking completely alone, and a lot at night. Like deep woods type of stuff at sunset and dusk, and never been almost scared like that before. I was homeless for a few years from the ages of 18 to 21, and I used to stay in a tent with my ex. I always had to end up moving my tent spot eventually because the cops would find us. Either way, I had spent a lot of time in the woods at night. One night when walking back to my tent, I heard something down the trail a bit. I shined my light in the direction of the sound to be met with glowing eyes reflecting my flashlight. However, where the eyes were made it so whatever I was looking at was taller than me, and I'm 5'8". There is no animal that tall in my area. I turn to my ex and tell him to start going to the tent faster. He could tell something was off, so he asked if I was alright. I told him that I'll tell him when we get back to the tent, because I've always been told to not acknowledge such creatures and spirits, as it gives them more power. Then some nights there would be smacking on our tent. It would hit all the sides of the tent. We would look out the tent windows and check outside the tent, but we would never find anything or hear any footsteps. Another night during the summer, we had decided to go for a small hike at night because it was way more of a tolerable temperature. About 15 minutes into the hike, I had started to feel paranoid, like I was being watched. About 5 minutes later, I heard a maniacal laugh coming from somewhere in the woods. I couldn't pinpoint which direction though. My ex asked what that was, and I loudly said, I don't know, but whatever the heck it is, it needs to stop. As soon as I said this, multiple maniacal laughs now started. My ex and I turned around and walked back for what felt like the longest 20 minutes. Another time, I found a severed coyote head with something hung in the tree behind it that had a tooth in it. And lastly, one time I was with my friend, parked on the road into the woods, so we could smoke. The passenger window was down, which is where I was sitting. The woods were right next to me. Again, the feeling of being watched overwhelmed me. 2 minutes or so later, I hear a hello, and then John coming from the woods. I tell my friend to turn around and we need to leave. I didn't tell her why, because like I said, I don't like to acknowledge these things until I'm far away from them. That's all that immediately comes to mind at the moment. Thank you for reading. I was talking with my stepmom about late-night driving experiences, and she told me about an encounter she had in Leroy, Montana, on a road trip from Washington to North Dakota. She was on Route 87, and she was running low on gas. The Fort Benton exit had a lot of construction going on, and she couldn't see any way to get to the gas stations from the exit ramp, so she got back on the highway. After a while, she saw an exit sign for Leroy, Montana. and it said there was gas and food available. She took the exit and saw another sign reading Leroy 5 miles. At this point, they had no service and were relying solely on an atlas. The road took them through a dark wooded forest, and after a while, my stepmom realized the odometer had gone up 15 miles, and they still hadn't found any sign of a town. But she kept driving and waited for a friend, who was holding the atlas, to say something. After a few more minutes, her friend spoke up and said she thinks they passed Leroy somehow, and my stepmom agreed. They found a fat shoulder to turn around on, and as they were pulling off to make their turnaround, they both had an image flash into their heads. A man standing in the middle of the road. Neither of them actually saw him in real life, but both could describe the man in exact detail. He was tall with a brown flannel and what looked to be a scythe broken in half, with the handle wrapped around in a white bloody cloth. He also had a thick scar across his forearm. While that by itself is weird enough that my stepmom planned to never go anywhere near that place again, for the next 8 months she received frequent phone calls from Leroy, Montana. After my own research, I've come to find out that Leroy is a ghost town, unmarked on Google Maps unless you specifically search it up. Me and some friends have already planned to go to Leroy over spring break this year and see if we can't find anything. I'm posting this here to see if anybody else might have seen or heard anything similar in the area, or any insight as to what might have happened. So I live in the southeastern corner of South Dakota. There isn't a lot of wooded areas down here, but there is some. My boyfriend and I have been spending lots of time exploring the few wooded areas that we have. Yesterday afternoon, we went to this one area. We would not have expected anything to happen, because it was still decently close to the town of Brandon. If anything, our concern would have been people. This park/wooded area has lots of things to explore for the area, and we brought one of his friends with us. We are more intense with our hikes than he is, so he let us leave him behind and we went exploring off the beaten trail and did our own thing. By the time we were getting back to the area, we left him the sun was starting to set, and he wasn't there. So we called him up and he said he was headed back to the car. It's important to note that during this time, we were making these screams back and forth at each other, trying to see if we could hear each other beyond the phone. Boyfriend and I had one more trail we wanted to explore, so we headed down that trail, and then eventually it was actually getting dark, so we made it back to the trail that took us back to the car. We were walking through the woods and joking about how friend was probably going to try and scare us or something like that. We saw a deer and didn't think anything of it, but it slightly startled myself originally. Finally, we made it to this area. That is where the woods start to turn to prairie. And we heard this scream, and a really fast deer jumped through this tree that was split into 2 branches. I don't know a good way to explain that tree layout. We, being logical, started calling out to his friend being like, "Hey, you got us, not funny." But it clearly wasn't our friend. We're a little on edge after that, but just picking up our pace, getting to the car. Him and I took turns kind of looking back behind us, and I saw what looked like an obese man just kind of standing on the trail behind us, but it had more of a ghost-like presence to it than an actual man. Boyfriend looked back at some point and said, "Hey, I don't want to scare you, but it almost looks like there is a person back there or something." My face just dropped and I said word for word, "You saw it too?" And then we just kind of looked at each other and ran. We ended up taking the wrong path, so we had to run a lot longer. We eventually made it back to the car. His friend was there, and he swears on his life that he wasn't messing with us. Either way, there was no way this dude could have really ran that fast, or looked like what we saw behind us. When we got home, we started trying to look stuff up. We think it could be a skinwalker, but also this is South Dakota. We're on Lakota Sioux land, not Navajo land. Either way, it was a very creepy experience. Late April of 2022, me and a few friends went on a road trip through southern Illinois. We passed by Shawnee National Forest and stopped at the Trigg Observation Tower. After soaking in the beautiful view and smoking a few joints with a random stoner couple we met on the way up, we parted ways with our smoke buddies and headed out towards our campsite for the night. It was getting late, and we were driving down these back roads as the sun was setting. It was pretty isolated. Incredibly thick woods flanked both sides of the road, and not another car in sight. That's when we saw a light up ahead, just barely visible through some thick brush. We slowed down, thinking it was some campers getting set up for the night, or some hikers who had lost before sundown. As we approached, something seemed off. The light emanated from this old camper van, and the thing hadn't moved in months. Vines were slowly creeping over the canopy. The whole setup just screamed abandoned. We looked back to have a second look, trying to make out whether it was from a fire or something inside the van. At first glance, we didn't see anyone as we surveyed the area. But there he was, feet away from the camper, half hiding behind a tree. He was shirtless, only in his coverall pants and hiking boots. He was just staring at us, and didn't reply when we shouted a hello. As he began to walk in our direction with one hand hidden behind his back, as if he were holding something, we called out again to see if he needed assistance or knew where the campsite was. But he just kept coming, silent and expressionless. We didn't wait to see what he was up to. We leaped right back into the car and flew out of there, dust and rocks kicking up as we took off down the road. We were pretty shaken up by the time we had finally pulled into our campsite. Worse was yet to come. We had left the firewood at the last gas station, and with the rain, everything around us was pretty wet. We ended up hanging up our hammocks and attempted to fall asleep without a fire, which wasn't great for our nerves either. No sooner had we all sighed and started to relax than we heard footsteps coming up from over the crest of a hill. Slow and deliberate, just like the guy we'd seen earlier. We killed our lights and sat there in the dark listening. It felt like eons before the steps stopped, and we finally worked up the courage to look around. We took our flashlights and knives, just in case, and did a quick scan but saw nothing. By then we said screw it, so we started packing up our gear, figuring we'd just sleep in the car. Then, from behind us there was a cough, and that was all we needed to pack up in a hurry and race down the cluttered trail to our car. We didn't even worry about packing neatly. We just tossed all of our stuff in the back and got out of there. The next hour was a blur of the dark. Twisty little roads with no cell service, and not a hint of where we were going. Finally, we hit a paved road, and after about 20 more minutes and running on fumes, we came upon a little country store with a gas pump connected to an adorable house and auto garage. It had already closed for the night, but the family living there saw us at the pump while they were having dinner and came outside to help. They even opened the store so we could buy some snacks and pop. After what we experienced, talking to them was really a huge relief and let us calm our nerves. We eventually got back on the road and kept driving. 6 hours, straight back to home. In high school, during a quiet summer night, me and 2 friends went to investigate a local ghost road. It was rumored to have a ghost lady who would appear, carrying a couple of bags and then dematerialize in front of you. The road has fields, woods, and houses, spread out, but by no means did it feel remote or creepy during the day. We pulled the little truck to the side of the road, turned the engine off, and just sat quietly with the windows down. The cool night air felt perfect. We were still talking like normal, about life and girlfriends, and really just half paying attention to the dark road that stretches out away from us. Then I saw something. Here's what I saw. During a lulling conversation, I looked up to see the silhouette of a 3 to 4 foot tall humanoid shadow walking down the opposite side of the street no more than 40 feet away. I didn't say anything but stared in disbelief. It looked like half a Muppet had been walking. No sooner than I saw this thing, it walked through a darker shadow cast by a nearby tree in the moonlight and emerged out the other end of the shadow, looking like a normal house cat. It was no longer upright, but was distinctly a cat. It walked a few more steps and looked at us, and silently bounded over the guardrail and into the woods directly opposite us. From the small, weird 2-foot walker to the cat over by the guardrail, probably only took more than 5 seconds in total. I said nothing the entire time. Strangely, nobody did. Then the driver said to nobody in particular, "Oh, it's just a cat." I said to him, "Why the confusion? What did you see?" And he said, "I thought it was a small person at first, but it was just a cat." I said, "Wait, I saw the small person too." We just looked at each other up the queue and headed home. This was almost 30 years ago now. The area has gotten substantially more built up, with new homes and such. I think about this from time to time. I wonder if it was my eyes just playing tricks on me. But it is noteworthy that someone else in the vehicle saw the same thing at the same time. My fiance and I went for a 3-day trip to Gatlinburg, and we spent our days in the mountains, hiking and spending time in and around the national park. Tonight, at around midnight, trying to get all the time in the mountains that we can, we decided to take an hour drive from our hotel room up the mountain to an overview/lookout type of spot on top of a said mountain to see if we can catch an awesome look at the stars, because there's a lot of lights in Gatlinburg at night. Driving up, neither of us noticed literally anything off, other than that the mountain winds were a little spooky at night. We're from Florida, so it's just unfamiliar. But as soon as we get to where we were going, and she and I got out of my car, I'm almost overwhelmed with a vile, oppressive feeling outside with me. But not wanting to make the lady uncomfortable, I don't react too much just yet. The wind is absolutely roaring, and unfortunately we couldn't see any stars due to cloud cover. So I tell her I'm going to step to the side and pee, and we can get back to the hotel room. As soon as I get like 10 feet away, I get a very strange feeling of extreme vulnerability and detachment from everything around me. Almost as though I'm miles away from the nearest person, though obviously I'm only feet away from my fiancé. I turned around to walk back to the car and heard something off to my right, and instinctively look over to see something roughly human size go down to coyote size and kind of just hop over a rail from about 200, maybe more feet away. I quickly get back to the car and usher my fiancée in, still not trying to scare her or at least show her that I'm scared, but she asked if I was all right, and my reaction was a dead giveaway. We jumped in and sped off. Never in my life have I had an experience like this before, and never in my life have I really had a reason to be made uncomfortable of just being outside. But I truly believe that something was with us in those woods that night. Hey everyone, I've been lurking here for a while and thought I'd share a strange experience from about 7 years ago that's been haunting me ever since. I've been a trucker for over a decade, and you hear all sorts of stories on the road, but this one still gives me chills. I was driving through a particularly desolate stretch of highway in the Midwest when I decided to pull over at a truck stop for the night. The place was pretty run down, and there were only a few other trucks parked there. As I was getting ready to settle in, I overheard a couple of guys talking near one of the trucks. They seemed on edge, whispering urgently. I caught snippets of their conversation and heard one of them say, "Watch out for the lizards." I thought it was a weird thing to say, but didn't think much of it at the time. I figured it was some local slang or inside joke. As the night wore on, I started to drift off, but then I heard footsteps crunching on the gravel outside. It was strange because it didn't sound like just one person. It was like a small group was walking around, but the pattern was irregular and unsettling. Curiosity got the better of me, so I peeked out of my window. I couldn't see much in the dim light, but there were definitely figures moving around the parking area. They seemed to be skulking between the trucks, almost like they were looking for something. I told myself it was probably just other drivers stretching their legs, but the unease wouldn't go away. Suddenly, I heard a sharp knock on my door. My heart leapt into my throat. I glanced at the clock. It was well past midnight. I called out asking who it was, but there was no response, just the sound of footsteps shuffling away. At this point, I was too spooked to investigate further, so I locked my doors and tried to get some sleep. Just as I was drifting off again, I heard a low hissing sound coming from somewhere nearby. It was faint but persistent, like someone whispering just out of earshot. I squeezed my eyes shut and told myself it was my imagination. But then I heard the footsteps again, closer this time. Throughout the night, I could hear knocks and scratches on the other trucks around me. Every once in a while, there was some sort of yelling or moaning coming from the distance, like someone, or something, was trying to communicate or call out. Occasionally, a smoky smell, like a cigarette, would waft through the air when these creatures were close to my truck. The rest of the night was a blur of eerie sounds and creeping dread. I kept telling myself it was just some weird local prank, but the whole thing felt off. As soon as the first light of dawn broke, I didn't waste a second. I fired up my truck and got out of there without even looking back. I didn't want to see what might have been left in the morning. To this day, I can't shake the feeling that there was something more to those lizards than meets the eye. Maybe it was just an overactive imagination, or maybe there's something out there in those backwoods truck stops that we're better off not knowing about. Stay safe out there, and keep your eyes and ears open. You never know what might be lurking in the dark. In 2017, I was working at a summer camp near Hancock, New York. One day I went out with my boss to go buy supplies. I took the opportunity for a drive out of the camp. Everything was normal. I didn't experience anything except for this one trip. We're driving back to our car at the night, and suddenly, this huge, I'm guessing animal, ran out in front of us and stopped in front of the road in front of our car. Luckily, she wasn't driving very fast, so we could stop in time. When I looked, there was this weird creature that was higher than her bonnet. The only thing it resembled slightly was a skunk, but way too big for a skunk. I'm from the UK, and I'm not sure what her car was, but it was about the size of a Vauxhall Corsa, for size comparison. Thing is, my boss was pretty straight to the point, never scared of anything. That's one reason I loved her. However, she would not discuss what this thing was. If I asked her about it, she would either snap it was nothing or change the subject. I'm just wondering if anyone knows any legends or anything from this area. It was between Hancock and Friendwoods, New York. So my boyfriend and I live in a small neighborhood. Our house faces a densely wooded riverfront. Our street isn't very busy. It's dark and there isn't a park in the woods, so not many people go down there, much less in the middle of the night. Last night, around midnight, my boyfriend was sitting on our porch smoking a cigarette when he heard a weird voice in the distance. It was clearly speaking a different language, and the only way he could describe it was, it sounded like Mickey Mouse. He thought it was just kids screwing around, but as he listened closely, he noticed it was just one voice talking and laughing. It wasn't talking to anyone except itself, whatever or whoever it was. It was far enough in the distance that my boyfriend felt comfortable listening, until it started to whistle an eerie song that he couldn't place, and as it whistled, it began to go closer. He ran inside and locked all the doors and windows. He tried waking me up, but I get up at 5 a.m. every morning for work and I sleep like a rock. Hearing about it when I woke up to get a drink of water really heaved my jeebies. My first thought was some crackhead tweaking out in the woods perhaps, but of course my brain immediately goes to cryptids. I can't help it. What do you think? I've been combing the internet for hours this morning trying to find out legends and myths about this. Please give me some ideas. It was a random day. My family and I had a trip planned out to go somewhere far from home, just to go to a place in the Philippines called Dahil Ayan Bukidnon Park. While on the way, we used a GPS tracker to reach our destination. None of us were aware that the GPS may not be accurate. We followed the route. My uncle was driving the car. It was a fortune car, big enough to fit many people inside. As we got somewhere, it was still sunset, and we were going up a hill surrounded by tall trees. I fell asleep for a while because I was already exhausted from all the journey we went through. But I soon woke up from my mother's voice saying, Dongpag Bante, Kema Hulog Ta. It's in Cebuano. It meant, be careful, we're gonna fall off. I looked around the car window. We were on top of a hill, the sides of the road being so thin and tight. One wrong turn and we would all come crashing down. My cousins and I were at the back of the car. We stayed quiet because we knew not to panic at situations like these, but my mom was the only one panicking. As we went further, my uncle drove slowly, and thankfully we didn't fall off, and managed to find an area that we could make a U-turn. It was still on the hill, but the area was wide enough. After making it back to the main road safely, we were all shaken, scared. Time skip of hours driving. After that, it was already night. Nothing at sight. No lights, and it was nothingness. My family didn't follow the GPS this time. They used their memories because they used to be on that road before. We were going uphill again. I had no idea where it was, but all I saw was trees around the car, and the quiet sound of the car wheels driving over the gravel. Then, at some point we stopped. I was confused, but it appeared that there was no continuation of the road ahead. Everyone in the car was quiet. My mother asked my uncle to check outside. When they opened the car door, it was so cold. The wind was strong and I heard the trees. It was spooky and sent a chill in my spine. My uncle closed the door as he turned on the front lights of the car. There was a line of people, many of them. I don't have any idea what they were doing alone in the woods. It was so weird. After that, I fell asleep from exhaustion. I didn't eat all day because we were stranded in the woods. The next thing, I woke up and we were already in the main road and stopped by a 7-Eleven shop, and they bought hot dogs for my cousins and I to eat. All of us were starving and had no energy. This was the most experience that I almost died. I'm glad my family and I were safe. Just a reminder, if you want to go somewhere, you can't always trust the GPS or the maps because the routes are outdated. I grew up in the Midwest, just a little north of Chicago. When I was probably around 12, a friend and I saw some deer behind his house. There was a large field behind it that a forest bordered, so it wasn't uncommon for deer to be there. Being kids, we wanted to go pet the deer, so we slowly approached them. We walked across the field to them so they wouldn't spook them. Looking back, the deer should have ran. Two big creatures walking towards a herd of deer should have spooked them, but they all just kept on eating the grass. I was in the front of my friend, so I got a closer look at the deer than he did. I was maybe about 6 feet away from this deer when it finally looked up at me. I noticed her knees and saw that they were bloodied. I just figured it was because she had previously laid down on them and something got them scratched up. I looked up at her face and I was filled with fear, something that was very unlike me as a child, and so we ran. Now, remembering this later, something I did not think about at the time as strange was the fact that her knees were facing the wrong way. Not like they were broken, but like they had grown to be the wrong way. Of course, she could have a defect or something like that. But everything combined with the feeling of dread I felt looking into her eyes creeps me out years later. If anyone has any thoughts on this, please share. So, for some background info, me and a couple of my buddies went fishing. We hit a couple of spots that we hadn't been to before, and we didn't catch anything. So we went out to our typical spot, and it's basically in the middle of nowhere. It's a small creek that connects to the Kentucky River, and we're out there for about an hour. Nothing weird going on and no sense of fear. Then suddenly we hear this screeching noise. And no, not like someone yelling in the distance. Imagine a giant mosquito. And I thought there was just a bug near me. But then my buddy sitting in the car 40 feet away also heard it. So whatever it was loud enough to cover that sort of distance. A few seconds later, a weird, almost banging noise like something big and metal falling. And for instance, we are in the middle of absolutely nowhere, so I'm just super tripped out. We instantly realized we needed to leave. I've been trying to find a story that relates to this, but no one seems to have heard a noise like that I could find. This was around 12 at night. If anyone has any idea of what this could have been, please let me know. This happened a few days ago when I, a 19-year-old male, went to a festival in a city 2 hours away from my home. I booked a hotel room for 3 days, and this happened on the second day. I had just woken up and was slightly hungover, so I decided to go eat a late lunch. This was at about 5 p.m. I got back at around 7 p.m., and as I was approaching the entrance to the hotel, a guy in a suit holding a computer bag followed me to the door. He looked professional and like he had just got back from some sort of meeting, so I didn't think too much of it. I had an empty bottle of Coke in one hand, so I struggled to pull out my card to open the door. I found it weird that he just stood behind me when he could have just opened the door if he was staying in the hotel, but I really did not realize that until after. Once I got in the building, however, I noticed his weird behavior. He followed me to the reception because I needed to throw away the bottle, and that's when I realized he was following me back to the elevators. When I got on the elevators, he stood a few feet beside me and watched me press the up button. I was getting more and more suspicious, and I got really anxious when he walked into the elevator with me. I gave my back to him and pressed my floor number, and moved to the right to let him press his floor number, which he didn't, and that set off my alarms. I have social anxiety, and I couldn't bring myself to confront him, so I just stood in silence and waited for the door to open. When the door opened, I walked out, and he followed close behind me. My room was at the end of the hall, and he followed me about halfway before a group of girls, clearly tipsy, came out of their room, and by God's graces, I somehow knew one of them. I made a big deal out of meeting her, and they invited me to go clubbing with them. I obliged, and just talked with them as I watched the guy slowly reverse to the elevators and get on one. When we finally went down, I noticed that he was not in the lobby, and I did not see him for the rest of my stay. I really do not know what that was about, but it shook me to my core. Like I said, I have really bad anxiety at times, and this made me feel like vomiting. What scared me even more is that I'm a physically big guy. I hit the gym almost every day, and I tower over most people. So I never thought something like this would happen to me. What freaks me out the most is that he just followed me so blatantly. I really did not know what to make of what happened. But if anyone has any idea as to what this guy was up to, please feel free to share. In middle school, near Cleveland Middle School in 2003 in Albuquerque, New Mexico, I was walking home from my middle school, and I was on my way home when I crossed the road intersection. This road was by an elementary school and the corner of an Albuquerque bank. I was walking down the street when a truck was following me. I looked behind me in the corner of my eye, and from behind me was this truck following me. It was across the street, and it started to pick up the pace. So I threw myself into a bush and saw the men circling the road, I think trying to abduct and assault me and the elementary and middle school students. It gave me chills how slowly the vehicle was moving towards an area where children were around. I never told police or anything about it because I really didn't know if they were trying to abduct me or just driving by the area. Okay, so I work at retail at a small vintage store in a big city, so we struggle with shoplifting. This woman came in and I was a bit suspicious from the get-go, so I kept an eye on her. She grabbed a bunch of merchandise and eventually kind of tried to get behind the counter. I told her she couldn't do that, and it was time for her to leave the store. She wouldn't do so and was kind of quietly saying things under her breath. Eventually, she said, "Is my name here?" And I was like, "No, she is not." She said, "Do you know my name again?" And again, I was like, "No, I don't," because I was just more so focused on her getting out of the store without the merchandise. She also said that I'm not supposed to be here if my name isn't here, which is so strange because I'm the only one working. And technically, no one would be allowed in if I wasn't there at the moment. What do you guys make of this? I feel pretty spooked. I just got back from work. It's late at night, and I stopped at the gas station on the way. For context, I'm a guy in my 30s. As I pulled into the gas station, I noticed an old beater sedan with its lights off, parked in the side of the building. As I pulled past the car to park, I saw someone was in there. So as I parked, I looked over, and the other car starts moving with the lights off and parks 2 spaces down from me. I keep looking, because this is late at night and weird behavior. I see this guy, mid-50s white guy in a baseball hat, turn the interior light on and just stare me down. Not moving, just staring. I'm like, whatever, and go get my stuff inside. The guy never gets out or goes inside. As I'm leaving the store, I can see that he hasn't moved an inch, just following me with his eyes as I walk back to my car. At this point, I'm holding the knife I carry in my pocket, ready for this guy to try something. I make it to my car and climb in. And after I start the car, I look over again and he's still completely unmoving, just staring straight at me with his interior light on. We are the only 2 cars there. At this point, I'm thinking he's either an unmarked cop or just a freaking serial killer. So I pull slowly out and watch him stare at me the whole time I drive out of the gas station. He never pulled out or followed. Honestly, it's probably a boring story for you guys, but it was so uncanny and unsettling. I wanted to post to see if anyone has had a similar encounter. My mom, a 41-year-old female, and I, a 16-year-old female, decided to go on a girls' trip to a Target to grab some essentials. Once we entered, we headed straight to the clothing section to check out some cute items. My younger brother, 2 years old at the time, was at home with my dad. While my mom browsed for clothes for him in the toddler section, I got bored and told her I was going to check out the music album and book section. We separated, and I started looking through the K-pop shelf. Nothing particularly interesting caught my eye, but I noticed a plushie on the top shelf that clearly didn't belong there. Someone's parent had probably said no and left it on the nearest shelf instead of putting it back. As I bent down to check the albums on the bottom shelf, a random old man approached from behind and poked the plushie. In a high-pitched voice, he exclaimed, "Beep," as if trying to make me laugh. I wasn't crouched down. I had my hands on my knees. I stood up straight and looked at him in confusion. I didn't say anything, but I was thinking, "Hello, personal space." He smiled at me weirdly, and I quickly rushed to find my mom. I felt uncomfortable but tried to push it out of my mind. I considered telling an employee about the incident, but it was late, and I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. I just wanted to go home. Thankfully, my mom and I made it home safely, and I never saw that guy again. This was about 3 years ago, but I remember the situation vividly as it was very unnerving. It was the height of the pandemic, and a family member and I decided to go to the dollar store in the evening to pick up a few groceries. We parked directly outside the dollar store, and my family member left the car to go inside to do the shopping. I stayed in the car with the radio running, vibing and minding my own business. I was wearing my mirrored aviators the whole time. A man who looked exactly like a young Joe Pantoliano, wearing a skull cap, hopped out of the car adjacent to mine with his own elderly mother. The guy had an unforgettable mean mug, a constant frown. The two headed inside the dollar store. A few minutes later, and my family member finished shopping and came out of the store. We sat in the car for a moment while they looked over their receipt. Right before we pull out of the parking space, the guy exited the store and instantly began staring me down, making direct eye contact despite him not having any way of knowing I was looking at him because of my glasses. I felt creeped out by his expression, which was angry looking. He kept staring at me, so as our car turned to leave the parking lot, I turned my head to stare back at him through the window. I looked in the rearview mirror at him, and I saw him frantically walking out into the middle of the parking lot, flailing his arms and screaming, still making direct eye contact through the rearview mirror. I have never felt more unnerved by the stare of someone like how I felt with this man. His gaze was angry, and his screaming reaction was like he knew who I was, despite never meeting him before. Has anyone else had a strange encounter like this? Freshman year of college, I met this guy. We lived in the same dorm and were part of the same Living Learning Community, LLC, which is a program my university had for freshmen, so they could meet people with similar interests. My particular LLC had an additional class to go along with it. I officially met KG in that class, and we got along well enough. We really only talked when the professor had us discuss in groups, and I didn't see him outside of class much. Every now and then we'd pass each other on campus, and maybe wave or stop for a short chat. Soon, classes started to ramp up. I was an architecture major, and sadly it became common for me to get back to my dorm well after 2 o'clock in the morning. Thankfully, I lived close and would typically walk back with a friend anyway. Plus, campus was well lit, and my dorm was a straight shot from the architecture building. I felt completely safe, even walking alone. Normally, when I got back, no one would be in the common area, which I had to walk past to get to my room. But it wouldn't be strange for a group, of guys typically, to be hanging out, playing pool, etc. This is where I would most often run into KG during freshman year. He'd wave, and if I was awake and aware enough to notice him, I'd wave back. Sometimes he'd just be coming back too, and would hold the door open for me, and we'd talk for a bit. He seemed nice enough, though I didn't know him that well. We had the same type of humor, and he was easy to talk to. But as a few months went by, things started to pop up. No red flags or anything disturbing, just odd, random. One day I ran into him on my way back from the campus store. We talked for a bit and he asked if I wanted a chopstick. As he said this, he pulled out a pair of chopsticks, the kind we got from the dining hall. He said they were extra and that he didn't need them. Personally, I find random and semi-chaotic things pretty funny, and the thought of telling my friends how a guy just handed me chopsticks made me laugh. So, I took them. They were still in the packaging, but it was just the Royal Bamboo brand. Thinking back on it, I wouldn't have known if they'd been used or not. I don't remember what I did with them. That interaction struck me as slightly strange, but I brushed it off, thinking he was just being quirky. I had a lot of friends that I could see doing the same thing, and just acting random and chaotic to be funny, but only among our friend group, not to a near stranger. Nothing else of note happened freshman year. Sophomore year, sadly, is another story. Early fall semester, I went to the dining hall alone. While I like eating with others, I enjoyed the time to myself to just watch a show or listen to a podcast. After I finished, I happened to pass KG on my out. He was sitting down, also by himself. We got to talking about summer, classes, etc. Somehow we got on the topic of my dress, and I mentioned how I wished it had pockets. He mentioned he knew how to sew. We talked about hobbies for a bit and then I left. A few weeks later, we had almost repeat interaction, except this time we got there at the same time. He was already set with his food, so he followed me around as I got mine, and then I sat down with him. It was a regular conversation, but I got the impression that he wasn't really listening to my responses, instead just preparing what he was going to say next. Often it wouldn't have anything to do with what we were talking about, or it would be sort of random again. For instance, we were talking about work, and he said his coworker told him he was just like Jesus. Interesting. I asked in what way. He said the guy just said some verses from Ephraim, not a book in the Bible, or Ecclesiastes. Okay then. Another example, during the same conversation, he said if I was ever bored, he had an Xbox at his apartment. We no longer lived in the same dorm. That's all well and good, but we weren't talking about anything to do with games or boredom. He was like this throughout the conversation. Anyways, we ended up switching numbers, and the next day I added him on Snapchat. This is where things begin to get weird. Given KG's comments about sewing and Xbox, I got the idea that maybe he liked me, though I wasn't sure how I felt. He added me back on SC, and we had a short conversation about the weather. Out of the blue, he asked if I wanted him to bring me food. Once again, the topic of food or hunger hadn't come up. I was a bit weirded out, but brushed it off. I sent him a picture of the snacks I had in my dorm, saying I was all set. But thank you. We would snap every couple of days. I'd send him pictures of my messy desk and drawings. I don't remember what pictures he sent. Several more times, always out of the blue, he'd ask if he could bring me food, if I wanted him to bring me food, etc. I always said no because I thought it was strange. If he was trying to ask me out, why wouldn't he ask if I wanted to go somewhere and get food with him? Or do something together? That approach makes more sense to me, rather than bringing me some unspecified meal. Also, there was the question of, would he stay with me while I ate it? Or would he drop it off and leave? If it was the latter, I knew I'd feel guilty, like I was using him. Not to mention, if he was trying to ask me out, why wouldn't he change up his approach? Especially since I kept turning him down. Finally, there came a time where I mentioned I was cold, and he asked if I wanted him to bring me coffee. I was tempted because coffee sounded pretty nice, and at least I knew what I'd be getting. But then came the questions. Would he pay for it? I didn't want him to because then I'd feel like I owed him something. I was also trying to save money, so I didn't want to buy my own coffee. Plus, it was raining, hence the cold, and I didn't want him to go to the trouble of walking in the storm. To top it off, I didn't really want him in my studio anyway. Architecture classroom. I had already decided I wasn't interested in him like that, but would continue to be semi-friends with him, and I was afraid if I let him buy/bring me food, I'd be leading him on. So I turned him down again. Later, around dinner time, he asked if I liked kiwis. I told him I'd never actually had one before. He asked if I'd like him to bring me one. At this point, I just appreciated that I knew what I'd be getting, and, theoretically, there was no money involved. I said sure. Later that evening, he showed up at my dorm, in a black trench coat. This is the first I've seen in person in several months. Every other interaction had been over Snapchat. Right after I let him in, before we even made it to the kitchen, he pulled from the depths of his coat a set of knives. They were pretty shiny, and I admired them. I knew he liked to cook, so it made sense to me that he would have them. Going into the kitchen, we chatted while he pulled out 2 kiwis and washed them, and I sat down at a nearby table. He came over and gave me the one he had cut in half sitting across from me. As I'm spooning out the fruit, I notice he's just looking at me. I ask if he's going to eat his. Oh, they're both for you. That confused me a bit. He brought 2 kiwis, and was apparently planning on watching me eat both of them. I've never been comfortable in a situation where I'm the only one eating, so I joked/insisted that he eat the other one. I then watched as he grabbed the one in front of him, uncut, and bit into it, skin and all. Apparently you can do that. He proceeded to eat it like an apple, and then hinted that he hadn't had dinner yet. I had, and I had a paper to write. Against my better judgment and wanting to procrastinate, I said I could eat. In my defense, my first dinner sucked. Leaving for the dining hall, he recognized and waved to some people in my common room. I asked how he knew them. He said he was their weed friend last year. Ah. He assured me he hadn't partaken, only sold. Now, I'm not into drugs, and I try to steer of people who do. Nothing against them, but life is easier for me that way. Besides, I have asthma. At dinner, we had another conversation just like the others, with a bunch of sudden topic changes. Leaving, I naturally went to the crosswalk near the dining hall, because I thought this was the end of our hangout. He'd have to cross the sidewalk to go home, and this is where I'd say goodbye. That didn't happen. We were just standing there now, not moving. I asked where he was going. Oh, I was following you. Okay, and I had brought him to the crosswalk, a pretty big hint that this was over. With no polite way to tell him to go home, we ended up going back to my dorm. His friends weren't there, and with no reason to go into the kitchen, we just walked down the hallway. In no way did I want to bring him to my room, so I made a desperate turn into the vending machine room. We talked a bit in here. He looked at the candy and asked what my favorite was. These machines didn't have my favorite, and I joked that I was broke anyway, so it didn't matter. Again, he offered to buy it for me. This at least had more context and a better reason. Anyway, I thanked him but declined, not wanting to risk leading him on. We talked some more, until eventually I said I had to go write my paper. In response, he laid down on the counter. I laughed, so it wouldn't be awkward, and because he was trying to be funny, and then walked him to the door. I couldn't just wave goodbye from inside, because he was standing out there, waiting. I couldn't just stick my head out and wave either, because all the walls and doors are glass, and that'd look pretty weird. So I stepped out. He made this move with his arm. I looked to me like he was going to hug me, and it resulted in a weird side hug moment. He looked at me and asked what that was. I joked I didn't know. He said he wanted to dap me up, so we did that. 3 times. Then he left, disappearing into the night, with his black trench coat and knives. I don't see him again, and gradually over winter break our snaps stopped. Now it's February. I'd crossed paths with him a lot more, mainly on the way to the dining hall. We'd usually just wave and smile. Sometimes he'd try and touch me, either with a high five or fist bump to the shoulder. Once I ran into him in the dining hall. He asked me about winter break and if I'd slain all my enemies. That's a bit of the quirkiness I was somewhat used to with my friends, so it didn't seem too weird to me. I ran into him another time, though, and had an almost shot-for-shot conversation, including the slain enemies line. I guess it was his new opener. One day I'm having lunch by myself. I had a good stretch of time to eat and relax before I had to give a presentation. Enjoying my food and my podcast, all of a sudden, my table starts to shake. It was wobbly anyway, so I thought someone bumped into it until I saw something drop to the floor. Rushing to swallow, take out my earbuds and clear the hair from my eyes, I look up and lock eyes with KG. He was sitting, uninvited, at my very small table and was incredibly obnoxious doing it. Granted, maybe that wasn't all his fault, but still. Now I have an angry resting face anyways, and was feeling irritated, so I didn't try too hard to make my face look neutral. I said hello, but his only response was to quickly wag his finger near the side of his mouth for an uncomfortable amount of time. Eventually, seeing that I wasn't getting it, he said I had something on my face. I wipe it away, but nothing was there. He looks confused, then shrugs. Guess it's dead skin. Just what every girl wants to hear. I just look at him, growing more irritated. He decides to restart this interaction. He tells me he liked my hair. I had cut it, and asks about winter break. Again. Then clarifies that I had a dog. I thanked him for the compliment, said yes, I had a dog, and asked if he wanted to see pictures. He said yes, and as I'm going to pull up pictures, he says he'll show me pictures of the puppy his family put down. Hearing the word puppy, I had begun to awe, but when he said put down, I wasn't sure what to do. It was so out of the blue. I don't think I said anything. When we showed the pictures, he said he was too sad, so he showed me pictures of another dog. Then, what do you think of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? I thought this was weird wording. Isn't the question, do you know our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? Anyways, I said I liked him. KG did an exaggerated thinking face, hand stroking the non-existent beard and everything. Are you a Christian? Yep. Do you know what Monday school is? I asked if he meant Sunday school, but he was adamant that these kids he grew up with went to Monday school. I said I had no idea. Maybe it was a different denomination, or just an after-school club. He shrugged, then said, I have a pentagram in my apartment. I nod, taken aback. Weird. Why? It was left by the previous tenant. I'm imaging a big bloody pentagram, like the kind they use in horror movies. So, I jokingly ask if it's drawn in blood. He pauses for a second and his eyes seem to light up. Yes. He then proceeds to go into how much blood, the type of blood, where it came from, etc. I zone out. Somewhere along the way, he points at my food and calls it crap. It was lo mein, thank you very much, and delicious. Now my appetite is gone, and I'm progressively more irritated. In his defense, he did ask several times if I had somewhere to be. I should have taken the out, but since I technically didn't, I said no and stayed. I've since learned my lesson. At some point, I ask how big this pentagram is. He holds up his hand, making a circle shape. So, smaller than a fist. That's a little underwhelming. He jokes that the person who drew was too lazy to finish, saying they didn't even draw the circle. That's a star. If there's no circle, it's just a regular star. We come to a lull in the conversation. He looks around, spots the napkin holder, and asks if I need one. I shake my head. No thanks, I'm all good. He shrugs, okay. Grabbing a napkin, he folds it, tears off the corner, and eats it. I'm in shock. We're just staring at each other, one person traumatized, the other eating a napkin. With no idea what to do, I tell him to swallow it. If he's making me experience this insanity, then he's going to swallow that napkin. Unfortunately, I don't think he does. How does it taste? I ask. He makes a face. Gross. Well, I said, glancing at the holder. It is recycled. The holder proudly said the napkins were made from recycled paper. Oh. His face lights up. That means I could be eating a tampon. I don't laugh, and I guess seeing I don't find it funny, he grabs the rest of the napkin, thankfully doesn't eat it, but starts folding it up. I ask what he's doing. He says he's making a joint. Another joke? He then tells me about having to be careful and hiding drugs from the police, and about this crazy drug trip he went on when he hid drugs up his butt. Honestly, this last part is all a blur. I know the story involved butt drugs, kindergartners, and demons. I looked at my phone and said I had to go, and that this was a very wide-ranging conversation. He agreed and said, "Until we meet again." Out of the corner of my eye, I could see him watching me as I left. Nothing really strange, I guess, but I noticed. That's the last conversation I had with him. I stopped eating lunch and switched to breakfast, wanting to avoid the possibility of seeing him one-on-one again. That also resulted in me crossing paths with him less on campus. My RD recommended I fill out a student concern report because she thought maybe he was acting out in response to his puppy's death. Maybe. I'm not sure what to think. I'm going to end this story with the disclaimer that I'm not trying to be mean. I understand that people struggle with social anxiety in social situations, and that there are mental disabilities/disorders/illnesses that could result in someone acting in ways others could find strange. I don't know for certain if he struggled with anything like that, but I would never cut off a friendship or even an acquaintanceship for those reasons alone. I did enjoy talking to him and brushed off behaviors that stuck out to me because they were harmless, namely referring to the abrupt changes in topic and the repeated offering to bring me food. In his defense, I didn't have to agree to the Kiwis, to get dinner that one time, or to stay in that last conversation as long as I did. That said, it wasn't until the last interaction that I felt any need to distance myself, and I did so immediately. Let me know what you think, and maybe what you would have done in my shoes. I used to do DoorDash on the side, just for some extra cash. Nothing too crazy, until a few months ago when something happened that I still can't stop thinking about. And to be honest, I haven't done a single delivery since. It was around 11 p.m., and I was finishing up my last order for the night. The delivery was in a quiet, upscale LA neighborhood. Nothing out of the ordinary. I pull up, leaving the car running like I always do. Grab the food and drop it off. Super normal. No weird vibes from the customer or anything. But as I walk back to my car, something feels off. I can't explain it, but the air felt heavier, like I could sense something was wrong before I even got to the door. I get in the driver's seat, close the door, and glance in the rearview mirror. That's when I see him. There's a guy sitting in my back seat. Just sitting there, hoodie pulled low over his face, completely still. My heart stopped. I was frozen, staring at him through the mirror, trying to figure out how the heck he got in my car. I managed to stammer out, "Can I help you?" And that's when he leans forward, just a little, and I can finally see his eyes. They were wide and bloodshot, like he hadn't slept in days. He leans back again, and in the calmest voice just says, "Drive." I don't know why, but I did. I started driving, my mind racing, trying to figure out what to do. He didn't say anything else, just sat there, completely calm, while I drove through these dark streets. And I'm just freaking out inside, thinking this is it. This is how I'm going to get robbed, or worse. Then he tells me to turn down a side street. It's dark. barely any streetlights, and I'm just thinking, this is where it's going to go down. But right as we approach a gas station, well lit, a few people around, I slam on the brakes, throw the car in park, and jump out screaming for help. The gas station clerk runs out, and I'm yelling that there's a guy in my back seat. But when we go back to the car, it's empty. The guy was gone. No sign of him anywhere. He just vanished. I have no idea how he got out so fast or where he went, but I didn't care. I got back in my car, locked the doors, and drove straight home. I've replayed that night over and over in my head, and it still doesn't make any sense. That was months ago, and I haven't touched the DoorDash app since. I don't know if I ever will. It's not worth risking something like that happening again. Recently, I, a 27-year-old female, was out doing some errands when my girlfriend asked if I could pick her up some cigarettes. Simple enough. I decided to stop at a gas station I've been to a time or two before, and walk in and go straight to the counter. I waited for the employee to finish with the person in front of me when a random man cut right in front of me, right as the previous person was finished. I thought whatever, I'm very non-confrontational, and just shrugged it off at no big deal. The employee then proceeded to tell the man that he cut in front of me and that I was next while motioning for me to come forward. The guy then grunted and moved to behind me. I quietly thanked the gas station employee and recognized him from a previous gas station stop. He started talking to me, asking how my day was and what I was doing, and was noticeably more talkative than the previous time. He then started to talk about how cute I looked today, and started commenting about the shorts I was wearing, and I could start to feel the knot in my stomach. I began panicking and quickly trying to get my payment ready, when the employee continued commenting about the length of my shorts, saying, "Those are the shortest I've ever seen. And it's like you're trying to get me turned on." I was absolutely frozen, and could only muster a slight uncomfortable chuckle, and looked up to see his face. That's when I noticed that he was barely looking at me, but almost staring through me or behind me. I also then remembered that there was another customer behind me and couldn't believe the employee was telling me this with others around. I swiped my card, grabbed the cigarettes, and slowly backed out while the machine processed the payment. As I was backing out, I could hear him continue to say something about wanting me to come back to visit him. But by that point, I was already halfway out the door. Why would an employee tell this to someone, and with someone else right behind me? The whole thing has left me feeling completely creeped out and fearful of gas stations. To make a long story short, there was this man who looked to be in his 30s staring me down at the train station on my way home from school a couple of weeks ago. Initially, I, a 17-year-old female, had been waiting near the station exit because it was absolutely pouring the rain down outside, and I didn't have an umbrella on hand. I ended up waiting for a while after the rain had stopped because that man, who had waited near me for what I presumed to be the same reason, had been staring at me the entire time. I hoped he'd leave before me, but seeing as he didn't, I eventually brushed it off and left the station. Of course, because I wouldn't be writing this if I hadn't, the man followed me. He practically chased me down and managed to catch up to me at a red light. At this point, I was alarmed because the route I have to take to reach my house is actually vacant and quite obscured, and just generally not a safe area to go through alone. Immediately, he started to talk to me, offering to take me to lunch and buy me things. I was polite but very clearly dismissive, and while he talked to me, I quickly decided to turn in the opposite direction to reach one of the main streets where there'd likely be more people, so that I wouldn't have to be alone with him any longer. He followed me there too, and kept insisting on buying me an umbrella, even though it had stopped raining. I politely declined and was walking faster with every moment that passed, but he just seemed to get frustrated and followed me the whole time up until I reached a store. He didn't stop there, of course. He walked into the store with me, and the cashier seemed oblivious to how uncomfortable I was. I tried to distance myself by going through one of the aisles, which was quite narrow, and the guy took that as an opportunity to grab me by the waist and run his hands down my lower back, and I just froze. At that point, I felt defeated and decided to play along, so I told him I'd write down his number at the exit, and he seemed happy with that. He kept touching me, and I feel disgusted just at the memory of it. I'm not even sure how many times he had his hands around me in the span of a few minutes. He'd hug me at some point and grab me by the hands and wrists, and I just barely dodged a kiss. Luckily, I seemed convincing enough, and he didn't follow me all the way to my house like he was insisting on. I didn't see him again for a week, so I started to let my guard down. But as of a few days ago, I keep finding him sat in the front of the train station at the time that I come back from school. I've seen him 4 days in a row now, and although it's probably a coincidence and I shouldn't think much of it, it's a really unpleasant reminder. Every time I see him, he's sitting on a bench on the street that I have to cross, and he just stares at me. It is beyond creepy. I'm a 19-year-old female, and at the time of this story, I worked at a resort. We closed at 10 p.m., and the bus showed up at 10:20 p.m. I'm taking my usual route, and I have my headphones on. Usually when I do, I'm paying attention to shadows, sounds, and looking behind me. One ear is always out. At the point, I'm walking up to my bus stop that's on the right side of the sidewalk. And right across on the left side, there's this doorway entrance. But it created a little nook, if you know what I mean. I always waited in that nook. This time, I decide to stand by the road right next to the actual bus stop. Maybe a minute later, I turn around, and there's this man in the doorway nook. I ignore it, but position myself so I can see him through my side view. A few seconds later, he walks up and asks me if I'm taking the bus. Didn't think much of it because I've had that happen a lot, so I reply with a yes. He says nothing for a few seconds and then says, "I'll be waiting over here." Giggles, then backs up into the nook. A few minutes go by, and he walked up to the bench which my back is facing, so I reposition myself again, and in the corner of my eyes I can see him unzip his bag and slide a pocket knife up his sleeve and walk back to the nook. At this point, I decided to move in front of the bus stop. It's the ones you see with the cover you'll see on the side of the road. You know what I'm talking about. I'm along the curb, so my back's facing everything but him. He then sees that, walks past me and tried to go to the actual bus stop and walk right up behind me. As he's walking behind me, maybe 4 feet away, I turn around and stare at him. He pauses, smiles, backs up and walks around and goes back into the nook. The bus shows up. I should have caught the next one, but he insists I go ahead of him. I get in, and he follows me to the back of the bus. Again, I should have sat up front, and sits in the row right next to me. We would have been shoulder to shoulder if the aisle wasn't there. I was texting my boyfriend the entire time, so he's already at the bus stop waiting for me. The man followed me to my town, gets off with me, walks with me to the end of the sidewalk, and once he saw my boyfriend, turned right around, and he started waiting for the next bus. Hi, so, as the title says, I'm 21. Not sure if gender matters, but I am female. Now this might sound maybe a tad bit overdramatic since it's been years since this incident has happened. that caused this fear, but I just want to get it off my chest as someone who doesn't really talk about it. I personally find this encounter super creepy, especially getting older and being able to look back on it. I've learned a lot from it, so maybe posting what happened could either guide others to stay alert that it could happen to them or know the signs. I live in rural Ohio, so there's not much that goes on here. We don't live in the best area either, with lots of druggies and pedos. Just, if you have kids, you really shouldn't live around here, basically. When I was younger, we didn't really worry much about anything happening to us, or questionable things due to the fact our family is known in this area. My grandpa was a known cop for many years and was extremely respected, and people knew he would fight over us. So nobody really messed with us. We also lived around multiple other children our age. It wasn't uncommon to let your kids run around by themselves before nighttime, because our neighborhood essentially relied on each other and the other kids to keep each other safe. And it worked for the most part. We knew what people to stay away from, and they knew to stay away from us as well. When I was in middle school, the bus ran at 7 a.m., and we would have to be at the end of our long driveway by 7 a.m. to catch the bus on time. And this happened during winter, and our bus tended to be late sometimes, and would reach us around 7:05 to 7:15 the latest. But we made sure to be out at 7 a.m. in case they were on time. It was me and my two cousins. One was 4 years younger than me, and the other was a year older, but we were in the same grade. The road is straight where our driveway is, so cars come by multiple times, and you would be able to see if a car was slowing down and such, and they'd see us as well. We were always told to not stand by the end of the driveway, and always keep a distance, so if a drunk driver or whatever happened to swerve, we would be okay for the most part. We were at the age where me and my cousin, who was in the same grade as me, essentially babysat the younger cousin, and we didn't have an adult accompany us at the end of the driveway anymore. It was super cold that day, and the sun was just coming up, and we were annoyed because the bus was late while waiting in the cold. I noticed a car was coming, and again, this happened all the time, so it wasn't like I was checking it out or anything. I just noticed it, and went back to listening to music on my phone. I hear a loud brake sound, so I look up, and the car is in front of our driveway now fully stopped. The man in the car was waving his hand towards us to signal us to come closer to him, and of course, I refused, and was frozen in my spot because this never happened before. He could tell we were obviously shaken back by this, and said he worked for a school but was lost, and he just got hired. He named a school that was an hour away. Remind you, it's past 7 a.m. at this point, and I immediately knew he was lying. It didn't make sense to me why he would be lost at a job he said he already got. Plus it being this late, I'd think he would already be at the school. No way would he be lost to the point he's an hour away from the district. And signaling children to his car, the way he did if he was a teacher at all. It also made no sense to me logically how he would be lost from a job he obviously had to go in to get hired for. This was before Zoom and all those things, I'm pretty sure. I immediately said I'm going to get an adult, and he clearly panicked and said it wasn't necessary, that he just wanted us to get closer and show him where to go. I pointed straight. I truly don't know the direction to the district, but that was not my main focus, honestly. I told him to go straight and he ignored me. My little cousin was moving towards his car, and I grabbed him by his hair and kept him by me. I refused to let go of his head. I'm shaking and I'm trying to not show I'm scared because I don't know what's about to happen. The driveway is a long one as well. Like I truly didn't feel safe turning my back on him. I have my other hand on my phone and I'm shaking, so I'm struggling with gloves on, but I'm able to call my mom, and thank God she answers. She usually would ignore my calls and be on the phone with her boyfriend. The guy gets out of his car when he sees I'm on the phone with someone, and I start immediately sobbing and telling my mom there's a man out here, and I think he's going to hurt us. She comes out running, and the second she gets closer and he sees her, he bolts back to his car and dashes away. A car that was around the corner of the road also dashed away as well. Now looking back is even more scary, since if it was just someone who needed to get past said car that was in the middle of the road by our driveway, they would have just either honked or gone on the other lane to pass them. They definitely also saw the entire thing, and didn't get out of their car to help us or anything. So it makes me think they were also in on this entire situation. I'm forced to go to school that day, and my mom calls the cops. And when I get home, I find out even more horrible news that just made me realize my gut feeling was correct. My mom told them the car and how it looked and such, and they found an abandoned car that matched her description just up the road, so they found who it belonged to and eventually found out he wasn't a school teacher. He worked on the barges. The cops said they thought it dealt with sex trafficking from the looks of it, and they didn't even catch him since they already left on the boat or whatever. Who knows what would have happened if he got one of us? I'm assuming we would have been on that boat and horrible things would have happened. It's truly terrifying, and to this day I refuse to go near the road. I still have recurring nightmares of it. I'm always on alert now too, which I most definitely should have been more alert back then, but I was just a kid, and clearly didn't realize how it would have affected me in real time. I'm a 29-year-old man from the Philippines, and even though this incident occurred back in 2013, over a decade ago, I still find myself haunted by it every time I return to my hometown. At the time, I was just an 18-year-old college student. It was the night of our department's socialization party, which had wrapped up around midnight. As the only one among my friends with a car, I had always taken on the role of the designated driver. After dropping my friends off at their homes, I was parking in my usual spot, just a few houses away from my own, due to the limited parking in our area. As I was about to exit the car, I noticed a girl standing near the entrance of the alleyway leading to my house, and several others, wearing a shirt with our department's logo. I assumed she had just walked back from the party. In front of her, a man in his late 20s, clad in a hoodie, stood ominously, seemingly blocking her path. The girl locked eyes with me, and I immediately recognized her expression. It was a silent plea for help. Instinct kicked in. I grabbed my bag and stepped out of the car. The man, noticing my presence, began to walk into the alleyway. When I reached the girl, he had vanished from sight. It felt as though whatever threatening situation had occurred moments before was over, and I was tempted to walk away. But then I caught sight of the strange man again. He was leaning against the wall of a nearby house, his gaze fixed on me. A chill ran down my spine, and just then the girl called out from behind me. Her voice trembled with fear, and I saw her approach, visibly shaken. "Can you walk with me to my apartment at the end of the alleyway?" she asked, explaining that the man had been silently blocking her way. I glanced back at the man. He appeared intoxicated, perhaps drunk or on drugs. We began to walk, our breaths shallow as we passed by him. After putting some distance between us, I glanced back. To my horror, he was following us. We had already passed my house at that point, but I couldn't leave this girl to face him alone. As fear coursed through me, she suddenly broke into a full sprint, and I had no choice but to keep pace with her. We reached the gate to her apartment, and she hastily swung it open, slamming it shut behind us. We then dashed into the building, where a second gate stood, this one smaller, likely designed to keep pets from escaping. She opened it, and we slipped through just as the sound of the man approaching the first gate reached our ears. We bolted up the stairs, making our way to the third floor. Breathless, the girl knocked urgently but softly at her apartment door. After what felt like an eternity, it swung open, revealing her friends, a guy and a girl around her age. They looked bewildered but quickly locked the door behind us and led us into the bedroom. They turned off the lights, and we just sat there silently with our hearts pounding. The girl broke down in tears, recounting the terrifying events to her friends. She revealed that the man had been following her for 10 to 15 minutes, and she expressed relief at having seen me. Unsure of what to do next, I called my aunt, who was staying at our house that night. Thankfully, she answered swiftly. I urged her to call the police. At this time, we could now hear the man pacing around the apartment, seemingly looking for us. He was mumbling something we couldn't hear well from the other side of the door. A few minutes later, my phone rang with an unknown number. It was my uncle, a policeman, reassuring me that help was on the way. What felt like hours dragged on, and eventually the police arrived. My uncle instructed me via phone to come downstairs and recount the ordeal to the officers. They informed us that they had seen the man wandering around the gate and eventually into the far end of the alleyway. Once the police had finished their inquiries, they allowed me to go home. I recounted the entire story to my aunt, who urged me to get some rest. Despite my exhaustion, sleep eluded me as my mind raced with thoughts of the strange man. What if he had caught up with us, armed with a knife or some weapon? I fought to dispel the terrifying images racing through my mind, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he might be watching me in the dark, a knife glinting menacingly in his hand. So I'm new to this city for a concert I'm going to see. It's my first time traveling alone, so I feel like the safest spot for me is to just relax and read some manga in the city library, while I wait for my hotel check-in time to come. Well, I guess I picked a bad spot to read at, because people kept trying to talk with me, which is fine, but I'm too shy to just tell them to go away. One person sat at a table across from me, and asked me where I'm from and who I came with. Obviously, I lied, even though I assumed this person was an older lady. They were wearing a hat and thick coat, so I couldn't really tell. I was nicer to them than I should have been, since I assumed this older lady was the chatty type. She says I look young and have nice hair and stuff, and asks if I'm from around here and where my parents are. I'm an adult. Well, turns out they're not a lady. As I got a closer look at them, as he came closer, and he comes to sit next to me. He asks for my number, and stupidly I did give him my actual phone number. He wrote his down and his name, and asked me to write my name too. I put a fake name. Then he gives me his phone to put in the info, and compares the written to what I put on his phone. Real number, fake name. I can't bring myself to refuse since none of the librarians were looking our way, and he was very big, so I didn't want to make him mad or something. Then he turns to leave and asks what he can call me, and I'm just like, oh, just whenever, haha. Obviously, I blocked him when he tried to call later, so I hope that he assumes my number was fake too. But as he left, he asked if I had Facebook, and I said no, and then he asks to take a photo of me. He's like, can I take some pictures of you if you don't have a Facebook? And I nervously laugh, like, no. Honestly, what was he even thinking? Anyway, I don't think I'll visit a big city library ever again. I'll just go to Barnes & Noble next time. I was walking the 4 blocks to the JCC by my house and meeting my 2 best friends who were sisters, D and B. I was walking and feeling relaxed because I'd walked to the J a million times before. I started walking past a small empty office building, and that's when I noticed a dark car idling way in the back. The car had tinted windows, and the driver rolled down his window and said I was very beautiful and asked if I'd modeled. He had sunglasses and a baseball cap on. He also had a salt and pepper red beard. He looked like he was in his 30s or 40s. I said yes, and he asked if I could take my pictures. I stupidly told him my plans to meet B&D. He said he could tell that I'd modeled. I was getting more creeped out. He continued to talk to me and took a couple of photos. As he continued to talk to me, I got a bad feeling. My heart dropped into my stomach. I remembered what my parents said about not talking to strangers, and all of my alarm bells were going off. He slightly moved his car and it terrified me. He asked me to come over so he could get better pictures. Suddenly, it was like I was hyper aware of everything. I told him I had to meet my mom, which was different from what I told him earlier, but I didn't even think of that because I was so terrified. He kept trying to get me closer to his car. I saw a woman watering her lawn, and I said she was my mom, and I broke off in a sprint all the way home. I was shaking and crying by the time I got home. I told my mom and she took me to the police station. To my shock, D and B were there too. He'd gone to the JCC where I said I was meeting them. He just took their pictures, which they thought was funny. We did a police sketch and found out there was another girl he'd taken pictures of and tried to take her. They never caught him, and it also scares me thinking about this guy, and who knows what else on the loose. To start, I'm a 17-year-old female, and I am in the 12th grade. I already have somewhat of a fear of older men/men in general due to my own experiences. Another thing is that I have a really intense anxiety, so it makes it hard for me to make my discomfort known. I had this math teacher back in my 11th grade year who really creeped me out as he would get really close to me, like I could smell his breath close. He would touch my shoulder or shake me as a joke, which put me off, but I shoved the feeling down as I thought my fear was clouding my judgment. Well, until this year. This year, I had class that required me to walk past his room to get to my first period. Normally, I would just not make eye contact to not start a conversation. It worked for a while, until one day I was walking past, but was stopped by him. He grabbed me by my shoulder and wouldn't let me go until I smiled at him. I did smile at him, and after that he let me go, and I quickly ran towards my first period. Now I avoid that hallway entirely, despite me having to walk up and down stairs to avoid him. Turns out, other female students also found her very creepy, after I told my friends that I found him creepy as well. In 2014, I was staying in a women's shelter with my child, my mom, and my brother. About a week after we got there, we were talking with the other women, about 6 of them, and one of them says, "Have you met him yet?" We asked who, and she proceeded to tell us about a little boy who haunts the shelter, and the other women said that they've all seen him as well. They said he's harmless but creepy. We were, of course, like whatever, not real, but still felt creeped out. My family shared the same room, and the other was on the second floor with no balcony or anything. One morning I woke up, and my brother told me that he saw the boy last night. He said he woke up in the middle of the night, and the little boy was standing at the edge of the bed looking at him. Then when my brother tried to talk to him, he ran out of the wall/window. I was thoroughly creeped out. A few days later, my child woke me up in the middle of the night around 2 to 4 a.m., so I went to go make him a bottle. We were the last room at the end of the hall, so out of habit, I would always look at the window at the end of the hall when I leave my room. When I walked out, I shut the door and made sure it locked. Then when I turned, I looked into the window and I see a boy in red overalls with a yellow shirt and no hair reaching for me. I ran so fast down the hall and down the stairs. When I got down the stairs, it was pitch black, and the worker was cleaning with no lights on. The next day, I asked my brother what the little boy was wearing, and he described it exactly, right to the bald head. I was so freaked out. I asked the women, and they described the outfit as well. The worker was off for a couple of days, so I had to wait to talk to her. But when she came back, I asked the worker why she was cleaning in the dark, and she told me it was because he wouldn't bug them when the lights were out. I have a few more stories as well. Let me know if y'all want them. I've never really been a big believer in religion or the paranormal, but I feel like what I've been experiencing for the past 5 going on 6 months is starting to change my perspective on the topics. So starting in May was my first ever encounter with something that you could say. I'm a night owl, so I stay up fairly late. This night, it was around 4 to 5 a.m., and I'm laying down in my bed on my phone watching TikTok. The way my bed is set up in the corner of my room, horizontally towards the door. So when I lay on my side, I'm either facing the wall or the door. In this instance, I was facing the wall, wide awake, when I heard something walking towards my bed. I have carpet, so I'm not sure if anyone else knows what I'm talking about. But you can hear when someone is walking on it. The noise it makes when the weight of someone's foot is being put down. It's almost like a scrunching sound. I turned around to see if maybe my mom was walking into my room for whatever reason, but there was no one there. It freaked me out, to hear but not see anything. Eventually, I just put it off and fell asleep. Told my mom in the morning, but you know how people are when it comes to stuff like this. They tend to have every possible explanation in the world to falsify things. Fast forward about a month later. Once again, I'm in bed, up late at night on my phone, but this time facing my door. The light from the phone in my eyes, so the surrounding area sort of blurs out, and I'm wide awake as well. When again, I hear something coming towards me. But this time, it wasn't regular walking. It was more like a quick shuffle towards my bedside. And these past 2 instances have been clear as day to hear, so I know that I wasn't tripping. Wanted to put out there that the month of July prior to this past one, my grandma passed away peacefully in her home. I was there by her side through the whole thing. It's just me and my mom that live in the house, and I told her again. She told me that other family members have been visited by grandma in their dreams prior. I also have seen her in my dreams as well, way before any of this. My mom was really down about it, because she says that her mom hasn't come to see her in her dreams yet. But fast forward to about 2 months ago. I was up around 2:30 a.m. just finishing out the shower when I walked out of the bathroom. My mom was asleep and I was walking to the laundry room when I heard something downstairs, like metal clanking on the floor. Not dropping, but being tapped like someone was holding it and tapping it. I froze and tried to focus my hearing, but when I did, it stopped. Then I continued to walk. Then it picked up again, and when I stopped, it stopped. I tried to silence my steps to see if it would start again, and it did. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and did a full sweep of the downstairs and didn't find anything. Absolutely nothing. That would be the source of this sound. I told my mom again, and she said it was probably my grandma. She's said this for every time that I've told her about something I've experienced. At this point, I started to get angry because I felt like I was being toyed with and my grandma wasn't that type of person. I was drawn between believing my mom and going off of what I literally experienced myself. And this is where it gets funny. And I mean like funny in an I'm so angry this is laughing type of way. I was again in bed about 2 weeks ago on the phone, and my ceiling light turned on. It was 4 a.m, and it just turns on, and I just lay there staring at it. I literally took a picture and sent it to my brother. I could feel the annoyance building up in me at this point, and I was tired of it. And for a little background on my ceiling light/fan situation, the way mine works is that it has a pulley that you can pull on the ceiling fan itself to turn the light on and fan on. Short pulley for the fan and long pulley for the light. Then you have the light switch on the wall, which allows you to control only the light. But in order for the light to be turned on from the wall, you have to turn the light off from the pulley on the fan. I had my light on before, but turned it off from the fan, meaning only it could be turned on from the switch on the wall, which is across the room. And whatever it was did that. I got up looking, and my switch was flipped, meaning it forcibly had to be clicked. Literally, my body froze, and I ended up sleeping with all the lights on. I told my mom in the morning because I stayed up all the way till she left for work since I was terrified, and she just said it was my grandma once again. Now fast forward to today. Earlier this morning, I was up, went to walk downstairs, and I kid you not, it looked like a dark shadow cloud was hugging the side of the wall on the steps. I felt my heart pick up, but I tried to ignore it and continue down the stairs like I didn't see anything. I went to get a water bottle for my hamster, came back up to give my hamster some water. Then, as I was walking to my shelf to set the water down, I looked down the hall and I thought I saw the same shadow cloud go into my mom's room. My mom's room is directly down the hall. I turned on my flashlight, and as you can guess, nothing was there. I told my mom once again, and she just said it was my grandma. For extra info, my house was built in 2009, and I've been living here since. I'm a 19-year-old male and just wanting to know if there's an actual explanation for this. Or am I really experiencing the paranormal? I figured I'd take it to the experts. You guys. Thank you for any help, and I appreciate any responses that you can give me. I woke up somewhere between 3 to 3:15 a.m. because I was so hot and thirsty, and I noticed the hall light, it phases through all the collars, was red, which isn't unusual, but I noticed it just because of the time. I drank some water and laid back down and just felt odd. I always do in the dark. But I wake up for work at 5 and wanted to get some rest. But no matter what position I was in, I couldn't go back to sleep. At around 3:33, my fiancé started making this horrible groaning/growling noise I have never heard him make. The closest I can describe is the Annalise Michael audio tape of Cain. I shook him a few times and called his name, but it took so much more effort than it usually does, as he's a very light sleeper. Throughout all of this, the hallway light remained red. When he woke up, he held me, and after some explanation of what happened, he turned on the regular hall light for me to try and get some sleep. I'm not sure what happened, but a little after 4, I was finally able to sleep. For additional information, we moved to a new apartment at the beginning of September, but haven't had anything like this occur since being here. My fiancé does on occasion snore, but this is a sound I have never heard before. We've lived together for a little over a year, but have known each other for 7 to 8 years. Sorry for the formatting, I don't post often. But if anyone has any idea what to do, I'm open to anything. I regularly sage my house and add Palo Santo whenever I feel it's needed. There's salt at my front porch door, but if I need to change anything, I will. I went out for a drink with a friend of mine yesterday. Before I get to the paranormal part, I have to provide some context. We were at a Mexican restaurant, and she was asking me if I was one of those people that couldn't stand cilantro. But she got the herb mixed up and asked about oregano, so we ended up joking around about oregano for a bit. Later on in the conversation, we start talking about weird things that we may not know about each other. So I told her about the time that I saw an extraterrestrial in my bedroom. She's not the type of person who believes in these things, but she was very respectful and asked questions about it. She asked me later to send her a drawing of what I saw. So this morning I texted her a quick sketch. Maybe 30 minutes later, I went into the kitchen to get a drink and saw an oregano container out on the counter. It was open on its side on top of an oven mitt. I use oregano maybe a couple of times a year, and I live by myself. I keep it in a cabinet towards the back, so it's not possible that it could have somehow fallen out, opened, and ended up on the glove like that. I immediately got the expression that something was letting me know that they were listening to me at the restaurant. I really don't know how else to explain it. Has anyone else experienced this? My wife yelled at me from our kitchen and I went in and asked her what's the matter. She told me that she saw a flash of light similar to a flashbulb from a camera going off. I thought she was seeing things, and a couple hours later she said that it happened again. I still didn't give it too much thought. I was standing in front of the stove later in the evening, and what do you know? The walls I was facing both lit up momentarily, exactly like a camera flashbulb going off. I've checked every light, anything I thought may be the culprit. Has anybody else ever had this happen to them? And if you know, then what is going on? I was wondering if anyone had a scientific explanation for this phenomenon. My mom was telling me that her bedside lamp, which according to her has been unplugged for months, has been turning on randomly. She tells me that she witnessed the light come on twice, albeit dimly for a couple of seconds each time. This was over a week ago, and I don't think it's happened since. I'm 26, and my mom has had that lamp for most of my life. But as far as I know, it doesn't have any interesting history behind it. I'm pretty sure that it was store-bought when she got it. This is 3 stories in one, because they all happen in the same house or town. In 2007, I was about 11, and my mom moved us to a small town near our family's res. Where we lived, that part of town was built on old indigenous burial grounds. It was me, my mom, my 2 younger siblings, and a cousin a couple years older than me. We always heard things, people saying our names, things being moved, things out of the corner of our eye, etc. But being so young, it slipped our minds easily. What didn't slip our minds was the uneasiness we felt. All of us felt watched constantly. We were never alone in the house. If we had to be, we would hang out outside instead of staying inside alone. One day, we were messing around with my mom, and she was chasing us around the house. So we ran upstairs into a bedroom and locked the door. Mom banged on the door saying, "Open it, I'm gonna get you," etc. Then all of a sudden, she started banging. "Let me in. Open right now. Oh my God, open now." So we did, and she ran in and locked the door. My mom was so pale and looked like crap. After calming down, she told us that after banging, she turned to go downstairs, and when she looked down, there was a man with long black hair and a top hat peeking his head around the corner at the bottom of the stairs. This man proceeded to step out in all black and looked as if he was gonna come up, which is when she started banging and yelling at us to open up. Another time in this same house, my cousin was napping, so I crawled in with her and Big Spoon, and there was a small TV facing her bed. I was dozing off, and I felt something hit me, and when I looked, there was a fist-sized indent on the bed/blanket. In the summer of 2007, a woman was brutally killed, and my grandma was friends with the cops. So she told my mom, right in front of us kids, all the horrible details. We lived about 3 to 4 houses down from the woman, and we all hung out with her the night it happened. For days, we would walk by and see blood all over the window. A couple weeks later, we were walking by again, and we saw that poor woman in her window. My cousin and I started running because we knew what she looked like, and we knew what happened. So we got super scared, obviously. Thankfully, we moved that summer. Hello, I'm new here, and I have this story that I've been needing to get off my chest. So ever since I moved into this house in 2018, everywhere I go, even at high school, I hear what has got to be a spirit following me, and it mimics people I know, and usually it's someone I know that is alive. Sometimes even my parents' dogs, I'm not a dog person, and I think the spirit knows that. But the mimicking of dogs started to happen when I had to move out of my house in 2021. And ever since, the spirit never leaves me alone. Coincidentally, this only started occurring after my grandfather passed from cancer in 2020. Now in my new house, that spirit keeps mimicking my dad's dog and barks loudly once, and sometimes scaring the heck out of me. It literally just happened right before I made this post, but I have managed to learn this about the dog bark. It's only one very loud bark and then it stops. When my dogs normally bark, it's usually quieter, but more than once. I'm always inside when they are outside. One weird thing, the spirit has never mimicked my cat. No joke. I have a theory that could explain this. And no, it's not because it's a black cat. That's not how this works. Or does it? Because I don't know. I think cats have some kind of meaning towards spirits. Or at least this particular spirit. The internet calls these kinds of spirits mimics. Anyway, maybe the mimic might not mimic my cat because 1, the cat is nearby constantly, therefore being no reason to mimic the cat. And 2, I love the cat so much, maybe making the spirit not want to mimic the cat that I love. The spirit hasn't mimicked my parents for 1.5 months, and I love them too. Anyway, that's all I got for this story. Tell me what you think, if you want. So to start, I want to say although I've had a lot of paranormal activity in my life, I'm very logical when it comes to experiences. I would say 99 times out of 100, there is a reasonable explanation for the weird things that happen, but lately it's just been strange. Some backstory to start, my husband has had tinnitus for years now. Some days good, but mostly bad. One day he said he felt like he was going schizo, and I chalked it up to him going crazy with the ringing in his ears, and that reality was getting harder for him to deal with. I comforted him, but didn't ask too many questions. Sometimes he just wants to vent and not answer 100 questions. So fast forward to me sitting in bed a couple weeks ago, and in the doorway I see what looks like part of a head poke around the corner, peering into the room, then quickly jerk back into the hall. I knew no one was upstairs, but I got up, saw my husband downstairs on the couch and asked if he was just upstairs. He replied no, and I said, well, I saw what looked like someone peering into the room at the corner of my eye. I joked about shadow people, because at this point with living in our house, it's kind of been an on and off occurrence. I'm honestly not even fazed, more fascinated. He said, you know, it's weird because I've felt like I've been going literally crazy. I've been seeing stuff like that a lot recently. We both were a little weirded out, but oh well, at this point. Then a week ago he was in bed and he saw something move at the corner of our bed, then suddenly disappear. Another weird occurrence I experienced was right before I saw the head in my doorway. I had a strange sleep paralysis. I was laying in bed vibing with this odd, energetic flow, not realizing I was asleep, while my husband was laying to the left of me. All of a sudden, a hand slid onto my stomach from the right side. I freaked out, screaming in my dream for help, and finally woke up. My husband was asleep, and the weight of the sleep paralysis lifted. But sometimes when I wake from that state, my brain feels full. Like it's still working out the sleep chemicals, and I haven't regained full alertness. It's very odd. But during this state, I can see things move that aren't there. So I look, and there's a shadowy figure on top of him. I thought it was him moving his legs in the dark. But then I realized it wasn't. As soon as I realized it wasn't, I noticed this thing was holding something that looked like a phone screen. It was just a rectangle of white light. I told myself that I must still be in a dreamlike state because of the way my head felt. I put the covers over me and tried to relax until I was more awake and with it. Then I looked at my husband's side of the bed where his legs were, and whatever it was vanished. I told myself it must have been the moonlight, even though my curtains were fully closed. Again, I'm so used to weird stuff that I'm not afraid of it anymore. Just really interested in what is going on, whether it is some scientific phenomenon or something actually paranormal. Then today, I got weirded out by something out of the blue. I was working the lunchroom at my kid's school, and at the table where my kid sat last week, in the exact same spot, there was a small Tupperware container missing a lid. Last week, she lost this piece and only had the lid. I noticed the missing Tupperware right away because OCD, and I couldn't find it anywhere. Here it was today, right where she sat. Now today, that side of the table was empty, with other kids sitting on the opposite end. I was like, oh, someone probably picked it up and just put it here, but it was weird that it was exactly where she sat. Then a little while later, one of the kids sitting at the other end of this table was very distraught. She had one strawberry left in her lunch. She got up, came back, and it was gone. I said, well, maybe you ate it and forgot or it fell. She swore up and down that she had one left and someone must have taken it. I was like, well, we are going to have to let it go, because if no one comes forward, we can't accuse people of taking it. I know this is very off topic from shadow people, but I definitely had some intrusive thoughts of maybe things are disappearing to another time. Is this table some weird time-jumping portal, victimizing Tupperware and strawberries? I know that can't be right, and it's just a case of kids being kids and misplacing taking stuff. But with all the incredibly weird stuff happening lately, I can't help that my brain is going to crazy places of thought. But if a lone strawberry magically reappears in that spot next week, it will be the end of my sanity for sure. I was also wondering if anyone else has been experiencing occurrences that seem strange and out of the ordinary. I swear, I really am logical and don't like giving too much weight to paranormal things, especially when there's most likely a logical explanation, but the air feels different, and I love hearing about unexplainable things. Jordan Valley, Oregon. It's a tiny town near the southern Oregon/Idaho border. My family and I are from California, and we would drive up to Idaho to see family. Once we'd stopped in Jordan Valley to get gas. We pulled up to the gas station and waited for the attendant to come out to pump our gas. Used to be an Oregon law that you couldn't pump your own gas, I think. The attendant saw us, got up, and went to walk outside. Then we saw him squint as he tried to read our license plate. I'm assuming he saw the California plates because he quickly closed the blinds and never came out. My mom thought the town was charming, but my dad and I got a really creepy vibe. She wanted to drive around a bit and see the town. The whole time we didn't see a single person, other than the gas station attendant. No one walking around, no one driving, no one at the elementary school, nothing. Years later, I did some research and found out that there had been human and bovine mutilations there that are still considered unsolved. People and bulls were found with their blood drained, genitals cut off, and anuses removed. I think the FBI got involved, but I'm not sure what happened. The local police claimed that it was a cult thing. Umatilla, Oregon. Back in 1941, it built a chemical weapons depot to store our own supplies of VX gas, HD blister agent, and other nerve agents in preparation for World War II. After the war ended and chemical weapons became forbidden for use in war, they set up the facility to destroy them in 2004. My grandfather was one of the engineers in charge of overseeing their destruction. Every month or two, you'd hear air raid sirens going off, a test of the emergency system in place to warn people to start stealing their homes with plastic sheeting and duct tape and don their gas masks, if you had one. Chemical weapons have all been destroyed as of 2011, but I grew up in that town from 2004 to 2007. It was always pretty worrying being woken up by the sirens and wondering, is it just another test, or has there been an accident? The worst time I can recall was the local McNary Dam was using explosive to do some sort of expansion in the middle of summer break, and then hearing the alarms going off shortly thereafter. I was home alone and started sealing windows as fast as I could before a fire department vehicle came rolling through the streets, announcing over the bullhorn that it was just the dam workers doing their thing. There's a place, a road on the outskirts of Los Gatos, California, called Hicks Road. Legend has it that there are naked, wild, cannibalistic albinos out there. I saw them once. Also on the road is an abandoned mental hospital. It's all boarded up, but somehow people still hear footsteps walking on the unreachable floor above them. Apparently they had to shut the institution down because people would escape every so often, only to be found nearby, eaten alive by humans. There's something called Hell's Gate. I guess it's an evil rock or something. There's also a little town at the top of the road. First, screw that place. Second, double screw that place. There's maybe 13 trailers and hand-built houses up there. They all have Confederate flags. The few people I saw looked more hillbilly than I could have imagined. They just stared at me. They all had very few teeth and overalls. Scared the ever-living crap out of me. Every time I tell someone about this, they want me to take them there. No. But if you must know where the albinos are, it's the first road on the right after the second bridge after you pass the church. Make a left at the fork and drive up a bit. But don't say I didn't warn ya. There's a small town near Homeland Security in South Carolina. You have to branch off onto a dead road, and eventually there's a park. It was so eerie that the park looked like it went through World War III and barely survived. Any buildings or structures were destroyed and had their windows shattered. The playground was rusted looking, and the homes behind the park look abandoned. There was a large field to the left of the park, but if you felt like you'd fall over dead if you got out of the car. Eventually, a couple DHS agents showed up in the field in their suits and were kicking around a ball. I think it was a basketball while watching us. We immediately noped out and went to a family cemetery, while the DHS continued following us around. At some point, we kept driving around and saw some old buildings on a lonesome road. One old-looking cranking woman was sitting on her porch, and nearby was a crematorium that my dad went into to use the restroom. The DHS stopped following us after we went into a historic black cemetery next to our cemetery, but my dad's friend said that he would spot DHS agents outside his home over the next week or so. It was a very creepy time, but it sucks that I didn't have my phone on me at the time. I'm curious what the park looks like now, a decade later. Centralia, Pennsylvania. Once a small, quaint town in the middle of Pennsylvania, Centralia wasn't known for much, except that there was coal underground. Like most coal mining towns, if you lived there, it's probably because you worked for the coal company. It was for all purposes, an average middle America Midwest, boring small town where nothing exciting ever happened. A sort of purgatory for living creatures, until the inner reaches of hell would begin to crumble the foundation of Centralia, turning it into an abandoned ghost town. See, by May of 1962, Centralia had a lot of trash, but no official place to dump it except for a strip mine which had been recently repurposed as a landfill. Problem with trash is, it doesn't just go away over time, things like plastics, metals, etc. have a tendency to stick around for a while, the landfill needing cleaning, and there was a lot of debate on how to go about cleaning it. Fire is pretty good at removing most things, but for good reasons, setting a landfill on fire is typically prohibited. Still, the town council of Centralia decided to do so anyway, and utilizing their fire department, they set the whole thing ablaze. Later that night, they attempted to put out the fire with water, but found the next morning it was still ablaze in places. Funny thing about coal, it has a tendency to burn. Despite repeat attempts at extinguishing the flame, the landfill continued to burn, and as the fires continued to spread like small little cracks forming on ice, it began to move towards the operational mines. In time, most of Centralia was on fire, at least underneath the ground. As hell raged beneath the good people of Centralia, the town council and government officials blundered their way through it, thinking of ways to extinguish it, but never doing so due to costs or lack of interest. Even the EPA failed to get involved in the problem. In time, the temperatures began to rise, sidewalks began to melt, gasoline reached critical heat levels, gases rose from the cracks that formed. A child nearly fell into a pit that opened in their backyard. As the residents of Centralia looked around and saw the foundations of their house crumble, as they were let go from their work, they decided to pack up and move out. Some of the structures that once belonged to this town still stand, but most of it has been torn down for safety reasons, or crumbled altogether. Route 61, which once connected Centralia to the rest of the world, has been abandoned and cut off. While the residents have long abandoned this once quiet little town, the fires below have continued to burn, and will do so for another 200 years. So I realized I actually have a couple stories here. This might be long. Please stop or read however much you wanna. I was introduced to Pawhuska by my then best friend, who had found himself living in an ex-cowboy boarding house. This was in the 2010s, and it was just getting converted to electricity. It had many individual rooms, and the one my friend and I stayed in was the furthest from his roommate, and had a window facing the desolate yet picturesque downtown. The room had a hand-painted 1900s Coca-Cola advertisement on the wall, preserved by the hasty addition of the room to house an overflow of long-dead cowboys. My friend and I took it upon ourselves to rearrange his room. It was a creative high impulse, so we were laughing, sweeping and moving furniture around. As we are working and talking, then the distinct sound of a muffled argument begins to rise. We had heard it faintly before, but it hadn't fully registered until the sound began to get louder. A dog began barking. The argument was between a man and a woman. No animals or others were remotely close to this building. We rushed to the windows to see if someone was outside causing this loud disturbance. But of course the street was empty. The sound continued to wobble in and out. It was a man and a woman, and we could just almost understand them. We rushed outside to see if we were just hearing something we couldn't see, but it was eerily silent. That's when we realized the sound was coming from that room. Spooky, but somehow, with the help of lots of weed, we slept in that room that night. Story 2, I came to visit him a second time. I arrived late and we ended up falling asleep early. We shared his massive bed because partially, I was a little too scared to sleep alone. Each dorm in this ex-boarding house was scarier than the next. So yeah, I slept with him in the aforementioned ghost arguing room. So we both fall asleep fast until I wake up at 3 a.m. I kid you not, my heart pounding. I look at my phone in disbelief at the devil's hour, as my heart continues to beat hard, and I feel fear crawl up my spine. I'm begging myself not to look into the main little living space of his room, but my eyes are immediately drawn there. It's strangely cloudy in there, and dark, but so I tell myself it's my eyes unable to adjust. My head, however, is still screaming something's wrong. Something's not right. So I watch as more white cloudy fog rolls into the room. It was like some imaginary fog machine was on, and some rock and roll madman was determined to fill the arena. This fog didn't drift on the air, though. Oh no, it was thick like cotton candy and stayed in place, filling the room. It was like giant storm clouds. I expected a crackle of lightning any minute. The energy was palpable. I immediately began reciting a Buddhist prayer in my head, while simultaneously internally screaming, "Don't show yourself to me. I'm scared. Please, I can't handle this." I am also desperately trying not to pee my pants. I'm so freaked. It's 3:30. I'm watching this mystical energy. Clouds fill the room before my eyes, and no blinking or eye rubbing is making it go away. I keep repeating the prayer and my "leave me alone" mantra until I just finally wake up in the morning. Story 3. Different setting. Outskirt of this town. So my friend is a Great Gatsby type. Someone who is charming, talented, and intermingles with rich people until they end up rich. He wasn't a thief or con artist, but he was learning to work the system from old money. I was his poor hometown friend who knew him as he really was, and was sometime taken on these rides. He house sat for a rich man's ancestral family home, expertly hidden in Pawhuska. The man lived in a major metropolitan city, but still kept up with the old home. Rich people strangely love this town. I guess that's how Ree Drummond ended up there. The home still had all the family heirloom furniture from the 40s in its original places. Gorgeous antique lampshades decaying on the pole. Everything was beautiful but slowly disintegrating from time. We were instructed to sleep upstairs, but the rooms were even worse. They had kept the rooms from his and his sister's teenage years. He was a gray-haired old man, so these beds were from the 50s or 60s. The only decor was old designer furniture. All extremely nice stuff, but all finally succumbing to time. The place looked like something out of a horror movie. It was almost comical. Then we checked out the attic. Even more priceless antiques stacked and decaying. It looked almost exactly like that scene in The Conjuring, where they find the basement full of old creepy furniture. It was so creepy it was nearly comical. The one redeeming factor to this house was we got to watch 3 adorable dogs, and there was a recently built addition apartment to the building that usually housed a tenant. The tenant was out of town, and we were told not to spend too much time in that area. It was unfortunately the only area of the house that felt normal. We tried to avoid it, but we always ended up over there. So night rolls in. My friend is determined to sleep in our assigned bedrooms. We are staring at each other exhausted, but neither of us will make a move. "You go up first, I'll be right behind you," I tell him. The upstairs is pitch black and feels like it's cutting into me. I see fear rush over his face. We lock eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Steps echo from upstairs. We both run as fast as we can into the tenant's addition and jump in his bed like kids running from the boogeyman. We slept there every night and cleaned up after ourselves, but we just couldn't stay in the main area. It was alive with all that energy that flows through Pawhuska. If you made it this far, thanks for reading. This will probably get buried in the comments, but I'll share anyway, since it's the creepiest moment I've ever experienced in my life. We were on a road trip that started in Wisconsin, and the end goal was to end up in the Canadian Rockies. We started out west with the goal to get to Montana, then head north about where Calgary is, then continue a bit west. We had done lots of camping in the South Dakota, Wyoming, and Colorado areas, and we're used to seeing and stopping in small rural cowboy towns, as we like to call them. Well, nothing quite prepared us for our stop in Montana. We assumed Montana would be like Wyoming. Few big cities, but mostly small rural ones, and lots of land of nothing in between. We had often stopped in smaller towns since they usually have KOA campgrounds that we can stop in for the night for cheap, then keep going early the next morning. It was getting to be about time to stop for the night, and we were a bit west of Billings, about to start heading north towards Glacier National Park. where we wanted to do a little vising before crossing into Canada. We found a small town. I can't remember the name of it now, because we didn't end up staying long, but the population sign about 200-ish. Can't remember exact number. And we saw a campground, a hotel, one gas station, and one restaurant. We pulled up to the gas station, and while we were filling up, we didn't see a single person on the street or anywhere, and it was early evening, about 5 p.m.-ish. We are just standing around looking at the old buildings and the gas station garage area. Suddenly we saw movement in a window. The blinds were down but open, and we saw what looked like a child in the corner, but he was bald, and he quickly moved away when he saw we noticed him. We were going to go into the store area to buy some food and drinks, but decided to keep moving. Creepy as hell. It reminded us of being in the Hills Have Eyes or something. Same landscape, same creepy gas station. We finish filling and then get back in the car and stop about 2 blocks away at the only restaurant in town. It was a dinky little place, named Pat's Diner. There was 2 cars in the parking lot, and the open sign was on. So we figured, hey, it's the only place here and we gotta eat, so let's go. As we approach, we can hear lots of people talking and laughing inside. Seems like a nice place. What happened next was both the most confusing and disturbing thing I've ever been a part of. I feel like I walked into some B-horror movie. As soon as we open the door and step in, everyone in the whole place instantly stops talking, moving, doing whatever they were doing, and turns around and stares at us. The place was packed. I figure there were probably 10, 15 tables, but like 50 plus people in this place. We just stood there in silence for what seemed like hours, but was probably only 10 seconds. All of a sudden, this very old lady in the booth right in front of us slowly turns her head around, wearing 2 eye patches, and says in a creepy old voice, "What do you want here?" All of us immediately turn around and literally ran back to the car, got in, and got back on the road. We didn't know what the hell had just happened. It was like a crossover scene of No Country for Old Men meets Hills Have Eyes. I feel like if we had stayed, we would have been murdered or made into couches. We didn't stop until we got out of Montana and into Canada, where all we saw was bears and mountains for days. My wife grew up in a small town in West Virginia. When she was in high school, 3 of her friends were driving drunk after prom. They hit a tree, rolled off the mountain road into a shallow part of a river. Everyone was killed. In the half-buried wreckage in the silt, they found bloody handprints inside the rear window. One of the girls was still alive after the car hit the water, and it apparently tried to break out of the back window. The rear of the car was above water, before she either succumbed to her injuries or drowned. My wife was supposed to be riding with them that night, but suddenly got called into work. And since she didn't have a date, we were engaged and I was working in another state, she just left the prom early, got a ride to work, clocked in and worked her shift. It was only the next morning when she heard about the accident. A wife kept her dead husband in the house for, I do believe, 8 years with their children. She convinced them that Daddy was in a diabetic coma, brought him to the dinner table and everything. She was an RN, and they of course never questioned why Daddy didn't eat for 8 years. My aunt bought the farmhouse for a really good price. Crazy story too. Wife came up missing, purse still at home. Teenage kids that I went to school with kept asking where Mom was. They were told that she got mad and left. The oldest son knew that something was wrong and kept asking questions. Dad was spending quality time in the basement. Well, oldest son looked into the window and seen parts of his mom. He went to the police and they started inquiring more. Come to find out, He killed her and chopped her up with a blender and buried her in the backyard, and then took the blender back to Sears for a refund because it wasn't working properly. There were bone fragments, blood and hair lodged into the motor. We got lost on our way to Centralia, Pennsylvania. We ended up on a gravel road winding up the side of a wooden mountain. At the end of the road was a well, which turned out to be a well-maintained memorial for firemen. Then our eyes drifted from the sign to the house in the woods behind it. Tiny wooden cottage in the middle of nowhere. In the trees of the property, in a large radius from the house, all sorts of stuff was hanging from the trees, dangling from branches, nailed to trunks, stuck on extra metal poles sticking in the ground. It was everything your nightmares could have conjured. Ancient stuffed animals rotting in the wind, even older yellow plastic lawn sunflowers gone brown, dangling lawn chairs, and some painted wooden pigs that had been wrapped to the trunks with duct tape and extension cords. Needless to say, we got out of there fast. This kid I knew, his name was Sandy. We watched the movie Warlock dozens of times and became convinced if he drank the fat of a male virgin, he would get the power to fly. He was about 13 years old when he murdered a 6-year-old boy. He waited at a playground, then told a kid to follow him into the woods, where he attacked him with a rock. They found a slice of the kid's fat boiling on his stove at home. That's it in a nutshell. I don't even know if I need to read any other comments. I guess my hometown has one weird way to party. Once every 2 years on the first Thursday of the year, we build up a 3 to 4 meter tall statue made of paper. It represents the devil, and we often make its eyes glow and make it throw fire from his mouth. So during 7 days, we disguise ourselves. We drink, we dance, we wander around talking with random strangers and listening to loud traditional music. Then we burn the paper statue. By the way, this is in Colombia. I live in a very small town in Texas, at a shop nearby, more like a hoarding house. This thing is full to the brim of tons of random stuff. There was a sign posted on the front window. On the sign was a beat-up truck with some dents, scratches, and broken windows. It looked like someone took a bat to it. There were no formalities. The sign had a picture, and under it, in big black magic marker, "Who done this?" I have never laughed so hard in my life. This one time, I came across a town that was run by a cult. As soon as I arrived in the village, someone immediately asked me for a donation. The really weird thing was how everyone was really into the color blue. Like, all their houses were blue. Even the trees were bluish. Cult members actually wore all blue, blue masks included. They actually seemed kind of violent and destroyed some property like a bridge. Later on, I heard that the cult leader actually kidnapped a girl to try and use her psychic power as a priestess for the cult. I also heard the leader used to paint cars for a living. It was definitely pretty bizarre. The area around Manly, Louisiana. The town was nice, great Mexican food, but once you're out of town, it's 30 minutes on bad roads to the highway. I was sent out there for a job. Nothing is paved. County roads are gravel or dead end into gullies, wild dogs roaming around, and random houses are just abandoned in the woods. Locals from town won't go into some of the areas like Cochetta. Nothing matches the map, and there was no cell service. I passed an abandoned hospital or something like that. It was a sign and then foundations in the woods. The creepiest part was I was talking to some locals and a guy tells me out of nowhere, "Oh yeah, I saw you by the lake. Figured you weren't from here." I hadn't seen him there at all. It was a one-lane dirt road. He kept talking, and it turned out he knew where I'd been all day. He and his friends had kept tabs on me, and his smile scared the ever-living crap out of me. I've never left a town so fast. I feel like this comment doesn't fully explain the weirdness and creepiness of the abandoned houses, wild dogs, and locals keeping tabs on me all day. Orange Cove, California. A few years back, my wife and I were traveling up to the Sequoias, and we took a new shortcut route as we had a new baby, and were looking for a park to stop off at so she could nurse him and we could give him a change. Google showed us this park at the end of a cul-de-sac. We drive in and we're chatting and not really paying attention, because we've gone to the Sequoias for years, and it just seemed like business as usual. But little things on the street are starting to register with me almost subconsciously. There are like 10 or 20 dogs just roaming free on the street. Every house is barred and chain linked, and a few people are starting to come out of their houses to watch as we drive. We get to the park, and it's completely broken down and overgrown, but we're still talking, and we get out to go sit on a bench so she can feed the kid. As we get out, I notice there's a large dumpster sitting wideways in the street next to the park that looks out of place and purposeful. Then as we sit and start to lay out the changing pad to change his diaper, I look at the graffiti on the picnic benches. There's the normal, inscrutable writings and various forms of penises, but then I notice these incredibly brutal depictions of, like, dismembered cops. It just felt like they were warnings, and not just drawings. Right then, this truck pulls up, past the dumpster that was in the road, and then backs up until it's almost touching the dumpster. And I immediately realize why the dumpster is positioned like that, so that no one can see that truck from the main street. The men just stay in the truck looking at us. My wife is still talking and I say, "Let's go. We need to get back to the car." Normally she'd question me or say some banter about me telling her what to do, but something about my tone and she immediately got up and said, "What's wrong?" I said, "Let's just get in the car. No car seat. Keep him in your lap." I open the door and get both of them in, move as quickly as I can to the driver's side, get in, and make a quick U-turn back down the road. As we're driving out, the truck starts following us, and almost every house now has people standing at the front of their chain-link fences, watching us. We get back to the main road, turn off, and the truck stops following us. We pull over a few blocks down and take stock of the almost ghost town this main road goes down. We put our kid back in his car seat, do a quick Google search for Orange Cove, and find that at the time it had one of the densest gang populations in California, and vow never to go back there again. Crandon, Wisconsin. Some pretty messed up stuff has happened there. In 1979, a troubled teenager stabbed a woman and her toddler and infant to death. His name isn't in any of the articles because he was a minor at the time. There had been rumors around that pets in the area would disappear and or be found dead prior to this incident. Some other fun things. He's still locked up today, and one of the victim's siblings has been corresponding with him and believes he has found Jesus and has been rehabilitated. The psychologists seem pretty convinced he's just really manipulative and will kill again if he ever gets the opportunity. In 2007, a sheriff's deputy put on his tactical SWAT gear and massacred a homecoming party because someone at the party had previously dared to insult him. There's one other incident I'm aware of. I believe it was around the years 2000 to 2003, a long time ago. So I can't find any online articles about it because the above mass shooting really floods the search results. And this one wasn't in the city itself. It was in the woods maybe 15 miles outside town. Crandon is the only incorporated community in the whole county. Basically, these 3 guys were involved in a check forging scheme, and they got wind that one of them might be getting cold feet and thinking about cutting a deal with the authorities. So the other 2 guys do what anyone would do. They invited their buddy to go hunting. I think they were from a different part of Wisconsin. But Forest County is popular for hunting, and quite isolated and rural. He won a Darwin Award that season because he accepted the invitation. I was pretty young at the time, but I remember on the news they found the body not long after it happened, as I used to hunt in this same area with my dad. They were under a mile from us on opening morning. It's virtually a guarantee we heard the shots. I remember distinctly, just before dawn, a couple isolated shots, maybe 20 to 30 minutes before the usual flurry, after the deer get up and start foraging for the day. It's chilling to think of the possibility of bumping into people like that. We all have guns, but you're not there with the expectation of people using them on each other. If someone does decide to turn hostile, the element of surprise usually guarantees the gun doesn't save you. There was an incident around 100 miles away from there, another year, where a guy was trespassing on someone's 400-acre private land. They told him, rudely, to vacate. He killed like 6 of the people who were hunting there in retaliation. Anyway, haven't been to the area in a very long time. The majority of the people there are honestly super friendly and decent. But when someone gets a screw loose, they really get a screw loose. Plus, I just think maybe the fact it is so rural and out of the way that a certain element might feel it's a good place to put more space between themselves and the scrutiny of others. Portlock, Alaska. Brian Weed is the co-founder of a group called Juneau's Hidden History that primarily keeps track of things through their Facebook page. He has traveled all over Juneau and many other Alaskan towns in search of natural history and stories. His group plans frequent hikes in the area to places that have some sort of story to tell, or just to see the natural beauty of the state. Weed started the story with a peculiar death in the 1930s. A logger was out working, and something or someone hit him over the head with a huge piece of logging equipment, something that one man couldn't have lifted. When they found his body, there was blood on the equipment, and there was no way that one person could have done it. He was a good 10 feet from the logging equipment, so it's not like he slipped, fell, and hit his head. It looked more like someone picked it up and bonked him over the head. There are lots of accounts of creatures being seen in the area. The local natives started talking about a creature, a hairy Bigfoot-type Yeti monster, and it was called the Nantianak, or Big Hairy Creature as it was called. At that same time, the villagers talked about seeing a spirit of a woman dressed in black clothes that would come out on the cliffs above town. They described her dress as being so long that she would have to drag it. She had a very white face and would scream and moan. The villagers would hear something and then she would disappear back into the cliff face. In the 1920s, a man by the name of Albert Petka supposedly scared off the hairy creature with his dogs, but not before receiving a fatal blow to the chest. According to the stories, Petka survived to explain what happened, but died to his wounds soon after. There are also reports of prospectors and hunters going missing frequently to the point that it became commonplace. Their bodies were allegedly found in a creek, as if their limbs had been ripped apart. A school teacher in the 1970s even talked about growing up in Portlock and also told stories of people being afraid of what could be lurking in the night. Weed considered himself a skeptic and explained what the Nantinak could have been mistaken for. Maybe they were seeing an extremely large bear in the area. From a distance of say 100 feet, your brain has never seen a bear that big, so you put together an idea of what you think you saw. If the bear is standing up, say in the 10 to 12 foot range, it may be the biggest bear you've ever seen, and so your brain may not put together that that's a bear. Maybe you're seeing it from a strange angle, or it's too close to trees so you can't see its whole shape. Regardless of his skepticism, there is something uncanny about several groups of people being fearful of this monster. It's definitely an interesting story, but people swear by this. For the locals that grew up in the area, this thing has apparently existed for hundreds of years. There was a small village site at Portlock before it was founded, and those people had originally moved away. When the 1930s incidents started to happen, most of the Russian Aleuts actually moved out of town for a year. The people running the cannery basically begged their workers to come back, and they set up armed guards for a short period of time, trying to get their workers back in town. Monster or no, people abandoned Portlock en masse. That we can establish as the facts. Those people did leave the town. We know when the town and post office shut down. We know that there are reported murders in the area. They called them murders, but they also included people that just went lost in those reports. We're not talking about a dozen people. We're talking like 3 dozen people. If we have a serial killer in the area at the time, they took out a lot of people in the course of, say, 20 years. Weed told us that he hopes to visit Portlock to do some exploring. I'm hoping to camp 3 or 4 days in the area, and maybe set up some cameras just for kicks. I'm not trying to do like a ghost hunter special or anything, but I would like to see if there are some big brown bears in the area, and what might have been seen that would cause people to be spooked. He then explained how Juneau's hidden history focuses mostly on things that are inherently true. Our group has always been about telling the truth, and seeing what we actually see, taking pictures of stuff. Do we believe in ghosts? Miners creeping around in tunnels? Absolutely not. We've seen a few things that we couldn't explain at the time, but later as we investigated it was, oh, these rocks slid because of this ice or the timber, decided to finally break because it was all rotten. Do we think something touched it at the time? No. The group has many items they have collected over the years, including uncommon maps that they were given to by collectors. Those items were then scanned at a high resolution and shared with the public. Weed has also pitched a television show to the Travel Channel that aired a pilot last April, with hopes that they can be picked up in the spring of next year. He says that shows that take place in Alaska often do not show true Alaska, and that they hope to change that with their honest depiction of exploring the state. I was visiting Cooperstown when I was about 13, on a boys' trip with my dad, uncle, brothers, and cousins. We spent a few hours walking around doing the Hall of Fame thing, etc. When we got hungry and wanted to stop for a quick lunch, my uncle stopped a guy walking down the street who was clearly a local and asked if he knew of anywhere to stop for lunch. The local guy said, "Sure, what kind of food are you looking for?" The uncle said, "Just a place to grab a sandwich and a beer." The local guy clammed up and said, "I'm sorry, I can't help you then." Then he looked at the ground and hustled away. On another trip to Cooperstown many years later, my mom and dad and aunt and uncle stayed at a lakeside resort-type place with cabins and the like. They had to sign a packet with a list of rules or personal conduct, and a pledge for good behavior. It was the strangest thing they'd ever experienced at a hotel, but they said it must have worked because it was the quietest, most congenial place they've ever stayed. My uncle grabbed some stationery from the room, and when they got home, he mailed my mom a report card for her behavior at the resort. He made it look pretty official because my mom believed it, and called my uncle to ask him what his report card said. He gave her a C-. I am from the Pittsfield, Newport area of Maine, and this is the area that inspired a lot of Silent Hill, especially 2. The games, not the movies. Those are based on Centralia. Down to a major section of the road map of Newport being South Vale, minus the main road being higher in South Vale. The area is much bigger in SH, though shrunk due to being a game, obviously. And there are a lot of peculiarities. The old armory being a hospital in Silent Hill and in a different place. The actual hospital being in Pittsfield. Stuff like that. Incidentally, Ashfield, based on Bangor, should not have a subway. It's far too small for that. But the games are a filter through a Japanese understanding of Maine. It's like the Maine next door, and it's bizarre and wonderful. Like the universe next door. We even get the fog the games are famous for. Particularly the apartments in 2 being analogous to a complex in town. So while on the surface this place isn't that bad, on a really, really foggy day, I often find myself humming Null Moon. Perryopolis, Pennsylvania. There's this place called Blue Hole there. It's a really cool hidden diving spot. You have to look for directions from small websites and users posting specifics like, go blank feet beyond the railroad tracks. I went with a friend a few summers ago. A guy I know warned us not to go because he had his car keyed while he was there, but we figured he just parked like a jerk and we'd be fine. This town is out in the sticks, a 15-minute drive away from any cell phone reception or gas station, and almost empty on the way to the hole. Trying to figure out the actual location of the hole was a challenge, and while looking, these 2 weird guys approached us. Then again, and again. I assumed that they were just following us at some point. The locals there creeped us out enough, and it was starting to get dark, so we headed back to her car. Her window was smashed and everything that wasn't hidden was stolen. From her laptop, dumb of her to have in her car, I know, and wallet, to spray paint cans and a skateboard. We had to drive to the nearest gas station to call the police and try to tape up her car windows. Cops told us we were lucky. Usually the locals like to set cars on fire. Definitely not a place I'd want to be. At least an hour's walk away from civilization, if that had happened. This is a long time ago, late 90s. When I was 19, I moved from Oregon to Florida to be with my boyfriend at the time. Don't ever do that. I was thinking, white sand beaches and Mickey Mouse, but instead got the swamp, bugs, and dirt roads. It was a huge shock to the system. We lived in this dinky little town called Hawthorne, just outside of Gainesville. Don't ever go there. Very small, 1 stoplight and 4 stores. Dollar General, Steve's Market, Eckerd's Pharmacy, and Sonny's BBQ, whoopee. Anyway, I got a job at the now defunct Eckerd's in the middle of town. It was next to the grocery store, so everyone shopped there. After about 3 months or so working there, I walked in to start my shift one day when the manager pulled me into his office. Laid out on his desk was about 40 opened letters, all addressed by hand. To me. "Do you know this person?" my manager asked. "No." "Read one." So I picked the cheerful yellow one. Inside were 2 handwritten letters and a magazine cut out of a woman with long blonde hair. Just like me. As the Eckerd manager watched on, I read the letter. I skipped around a lot out of confusion, desperately trying to find out why I'm in this room. From what I read, it was mostly someone imagining what spending time with me would be like. A lot of it was sexual in nature. There were descriptions and comments about my hair, washing it, smelling it, and something about the moonlight. A few sentences were highlighted. Others were underlined. My first thought was, am I getting fired? "Do you know this, David Elrod?" I said, "Yes, I think so." The tall, lanky guy with thick glasses and frizzy dark blonde hair. The regular who comes in a couple times a week to pick up Diet Coke and medication for his mom. Late 20s and obviously socially or mentally challenged. On rare occasions, he would make small talk as I rang up his soda. Once or twice, he would linger at my register or stare at me, but I figured he was just trying to adjust his eyes or had poor social cues. Harmless, compared to some of the other people I had met in Florida, so I didn't pay him any mind. Until that day in the Eckerd's office. I knew he wrote the letters because of a strange encounter 2 weeks earlier. While working, he came up behind me and touched and caressed my hair. I had to remove it from his hands and he apologized. Weird. No harm. I went back to work. After telling my manager this, he informed me that the customer was going to be banned from the store, and I was being sent home while they worked out the details. What details? Confused, I walked out of the store and drove home. Strange. 2 hours after I got home from my non-shift at work, there's a knock on my door. I look out the window and see what resembles a SWAT team. What the heck? I saw men in tactical gear with large weapons, 2 men dressed in suits, and several uniformed cops. In what seemed like slow motion at the time, I opened the door. A female officer holds up a few oddly familiar letters. "Can we come in and talk to you about these?" Realizing everyone in town has read the letters, I wanted to pass out. I don't even know the guy. We have a seat on my couch and she begins to speak. Out of the corner of my eye, I see my boyfriend shooting me dirty looks from the bedroom. The female officer mentions getting the letters from Eckerd's and attempting to issue a trespassing notice. They wanted to speak to him directly, she says, because her whole department is aware of David. The officers confronted him at his residence and attempted to evoke the trespassing notice from Eckerd's store. Apparently, he was not happy about this. He insisted for over 45 minutes how this was all a big mistake, and I wanted to talk to him. He was so combative and persistent, they decided to pursue stalking charges. Stalking charges? She continues. You need to be aware that David killed and partially dismembered his mother when he was 12 years old. He was released from a juvenile psychiatric facility less than 4 years ago. We found disturbing materials at his home, she continued. We believe he's been stalking you. My mind kept wandering. It's my mom's favorite drink. David was arrested the next day for stalking after he was found in the Eckerd's parking lot. But the last official word was he went back to the psychiatric hospital. At least, temporarily. I didn't have the chance to read the letters in full before they were entered into some vault of evidence. Nor did they explain what they found at his house, so I never had the complete picture of what was happening. My boyfriend at the time was a huge jerk about the whole thing, so I moved back to Oregon a week later. Besides, who wants to hang around when Norman Bates is fixated on you? For the sake of the story, I don't recall every word of my conversations in this story. It was 15 years ago, so I will do my best to recreate them to make the story flow, based on what I do remember. I was about 19 when I was offered a job by my cousin to work for our uncle's glass business. They installed giant glass windows in tall buildings and skyscrapers. Not that it's too relevant to the story. The catch to the job was I had to temporarily move to Destin, Florida from Tampa. My cousin lived up in Russellville, Alabama, and I wanted to go visit the family there and leave with them together to go back down to Destin. This was my first trip long-distance road trip, and my first trip away from my immediate family. Back then I was driving a puke green Mercury Sable, a car barely capable of getting groceries back home. But in my invincible youth, I didn't care about that. I was just so pumped to be spreading my wings and getting out into the world that the risks didn't concern me. My mom and dad tried to get me to plan and pack better, knowing the trip could have its pitfalls, but it wasn't like the trip was going to take days, and fast food exists, so I wasn't stressing out about that. I mean, I'm not stupid. I packed for the trip and staying for a few months in Destin, but they wanted me to bring food, water, emergency supplies, etc. I declined because it wasn't the 1930s, and of course there are gas stations at every exit, and I had a Razr flip phone. My thinking was, what could possibly happen on two busy interstates? It wasn't like I was going to some far-off country with no cell service. Anyway, fast forward to the trip. I'm a Florida boy. I had no idea Alabama could get so cold, and I had no idea the heat was broken in my car. I had never used it. At first I'm thankful because by the time I reach Alabama, I'm tired as hell, and I had made a lot more stops than I anticipated. I still had a few hours to go, and the cold air was keeping me awake. Finally, I pull off of the interstate and start heading through these smaller numbered roads. The roads didn't have conventional names like in FL. They were just numbered, which I found odd. After driving on those a bit, I started being sent down gravel roads. This was the days of MapQuest, so I didn't have a GPS guiding me through just paved roads or rerouting me around roadblocks. I was starting to get hungry and thought back to my parents telling me to pack food. I should have listened. The sketchiest thing with MapQuest was that you just printed out the directions. You didn't have a map to fall back on, so going out of your way to find fast food at an exit came with the potential of legitimately getting lost. So I had passed a few signs telling me to turn off for food because I was tired and didn't want to chance it. Instead, I was looking for something off the side of the road that I could easily pull in and pull back out with no fuss, and more importantly, no risk of getting lost. My prayers were answered a little down the road when I saw a beat-up old country grocery store on my right-hand side. It didn't even have a name. It just said grocery across the front of the white building. I pulled in because the light shining across the grocery sign was on, but found it odd that most of the lights inside were off. This gave me the creeps a little, but didn't stop me from going up to the door. I was starving, and maybe this was a 24-hour place. I saw a shadow move across the back of the long aisles as I approached the glass door, and surprisingly opened it with ease. At this point, I half expected them to be closed, due to the lack of lighting inside, and hoped an owner would take pity on a tired traveler and let me grab some snacks. I called out, "Hello?" No one answered. I said something along the lines of, "I saw you when I pulled up and was hoping you're still open." Again, no answer. Now this was really naive of me, but I assumed maybe the owner was older and couldn't hear me. There was a constant buzzing sound coming from the back. Or maybe he was deaf, so I went further back into the store. It honestly didn't smell great inside, and I hoped they had at least some chips or something. At least those are sealed. Suddenly, a man emerged from the back. "I'm so sorry, we were just about to close. How can I help you?" he asked with a smile. He nearly made me jump out of my skin at first, but he seemed friendly enough. Not the old man I was picturing, but actually a younger guy, maybe in his 30s. "Yeah, I just came up from Florida. It's been a long drive. I was hoping you guys had something to eat for the trip." "We have plenty. What are you looking for exactly?" he said without taking his eyes off of me. The guy had a weird, unblinking stare that put me on edge, but what made me the most uncomfortable was his smile. He smiled big, but his eyes never moved. As in, the only way you could tell he was conveying an emotion was by looking at his mouth. The rest of his face stayed the same. Most people you could tell they're smiling, even if their mouth was covered because you smile with your whole face. Not this guy. "Just some chips, maybe a Coke? Do you have Doritos?" "Of course," he said, walking past me. He locked the door behind me before turning and smiling. "Don't want anyone else walking in." He chuckled. Him locking the door was creepy, but I shrugged it off because the reasoning was sound, even though it felt off. "Follow me," the guy said, as he walked towards the back of the store. I was young, but I should have been smart enough to know that store owners generally don't give their customers a tour of the store, but I had lived a pretty sheltered life. I could feel that something was off, but didn't want to offend by asking questions like, "What's that smell?" We get to the back of the store, to where those plastic flaps hang that separate the customer side and the back end, when the man sticks his hand through, parting the plastic and says, "Right this way." Now alarm bells are starting to go off in my head, especially as he starts looking around and past me, like someone who is selling drugs and watching out for the police. "Back there?" I ask and start to back up a little. That's when I notice Chips beside me on the aisle. The guy noticed me see the chips and says, "Yeah, back here. We got our good stuff in the back, you can come take your pick." By this time, I find the source of the buzzing. Flies are flying over the meat section, and the dim light reflecting off of the packaging lets me know that it's been sitting there a while. "I'll just take this if that's all right," I say nervously as I grab a bag off the shelf next to me and start backing up towards the door. "Trust me, those are no good. I have way better stuff back here." He smiles, gesturing for me to head back. I fake patting my pockets and say, "Oh man, I forgot my wallet in my car. I'll be right back." As soon as the words left my lips, I was spun around and did a light jog to the front, increasing with speed as I approached the door. I make it to the door and twist the lock a couple times until I hear the click. I push the door open and turn back to look at where the man is, but he's gone. I jumped into my car and sped out of the parking lot and didn't stop again until I reached my cousin's house. This story takes place around January of 2024, and I, a 22-year-old female, live on a one-floor house with a basement. No attic, no second floor. I suffer with extreme sleep paralysis. All the sleep issues I have, sleepwalking, talking, I sleep with my eyes open. I snore. I sleep with my eyes open and sleep paralysis. My sister was working late for a few nights and I was sleeping on her bed since I had just had the flu and I was extremely hot. It had snowed for a few days, so there's snow all around. Well, that night, I have my usual wake up before my body does, and all that before I see him. Not a shadow person in the corner, just a man outside. It's scary, and I was terrified until I was able to get up. It was the next morning, where my dog had to use the bathroom, and I look over to my window, and beneath it is footprints. The thing about my windows are, since the basement goes up for a bit because the house is in a sectional, two halves made a hole. My window is nearly 7 feet from the floor, and this guy was closer to the top of the window. So I gathered the dog, called my stepfather from his room, and had to show him the footprints. I locked the windows that day and slept in another room. He never came back, but it was just terrifying. I'm not proud of any of this. I have a big family and we're super close. When I was in high school, my aunt was dating this guy, who seemed really wealthy, but no one really knew what he did. I think anyone could have guessed, though. I asked my aunt to introduce me to her boyfriend, and we talked about how I could work for him. Without going into too much detail, he let me work for him. I sold to some people I knew. I went to high school in an area where there was a lot of drugs. I knew a few boys who claimed they were already using this stuff. I offered to sell it to them. And surprisingly, they had really big orders for me. I didn't ask any questions. I just went along with it. I was making about $3,000 a month from this. Not enough to retire or anything, but definitely more than most 17-year-olds made. I never made a point to flaunt my money or anything. I think I kept it well hidden. At least I thought I did. What bothers me is that there's no way of knowing. One Saturday morning, I walked over to my friend's house for a birthday party. Not a wild one or anything, just a cute little breakfast. On my way home, this guy I'd never seen before pulled over and got out of the car. He was well dressed and a bit older. When he got out of his car, I thought he was a cop. He was acting like a cop. I was ready to surrender because I didn't think I could make an escape. But then he pulled out a switchblade and said to give him my purse. He said something like, Don't act dumb, girl. I know you have money. It's okay, we can make this easy if you just give me your purse. Again, I can't really explain this, but that just felt like such a cop-like thing to say. I don't know if you've ever been in that kind of situation. I hope you haven't. But you kind of just freeze when someone surprises you like that. It's not really fear. Your body doesn't know how to react. I almost think my body didn't let me get too scared, because if it did, then I'd have a heart attack. Like my body said, wait until it's safe, then panic. First, I think I felt relieved that he wasn't actually a cop. Thank goodness for that. Second, when he said it was okay and that we could make it easy, it actually calmed me down a bit. So I managed to say, okay, can I just give you my cash? My purse has my phone and pictures and other stuff. He said, okay, that. I opened my purse and took out all the cash. I had about $200. He watched me closely as I did it. He took the money, said something like, if you tell anyone, I will find out, and he left. I felt really calm the rest of the walk home. The next morning it hit me that I had been mugged. That's when the panic set in. I started shaking and crying. Even as I'm writing this story now, it gives me chills. I had never seen that guy before. When he said, I know you have money, I don't know if he meant he knew about my dealing or if he was just trying to scare me. Honestly, I'm really glad this all happened because it made me get out of that business at the right time. Things were only going to get more dangerous from there. It's still scary thinking about it, but that guy saved me without even realizing it. I told my aunt's boyfriend what happened and that I was too scared to keep doing this trade anymore. He told me to send all my customers to him instead. I did, and that was the end of it for me. It's been almost 10 years now, and I haven't looked back since. I've told a few of my friends this story before, and I did get advice about posting it on here by a few friends. So let's begin. I was about 13 when this happened, and I lived right on the beach. If you walked about 1.5 kilometers down the beach from my house, you would get to a place where some ocean would be left behind to form a sort of lake, where me and a lot of my friends like to hang out. Next to it were 2 dirt roads. Anyways, I had a German Shepherd, and my mother used to kick me out of the house every weekend for a few hours to go play with the dog, which I did not mind. There was a cliff above the beach, which you could take to walk to the lake, which was overlooking the beach, but covered in forest, and on that day it was particularly hot, so I chose to spare me and my dog a hot walk and walk up in the forest. I've done this many times before and wasn't afraid at all. As I was walking, I hear muffled footsteps behind me. My dog was up far ahead of me off leash, and I quickly realized that someone had to be sneaking up behind me because it was near impossible to walk on the dry foliage silently here. I quickly made run for it to the exit of the forest, seemingly hearing the footsteps become audible behind me. No worries, I was out at the lake now. It was plain open, and I could already spot a girlfriend of mine there. My dog was already in the water as I went to greet my friend, when we notice a large man approach us. He must have been close to 2 meters and very slim. He started talking to us both very kindly, and without knowing any better, we both were polite to him. I at the time did not associate the footsteps with this man, but later grew to. He asked a lot about us, where we were from, if anyone was here with us, and so on. And slowly, me and my friend got creeped out. We said our goodbyes, saying we had to go off to meet our other friends and move to a further distance down the lake. We sat down for a bit and started talking when my dog started growling. She never used to growl, so this took me by surprise. I looked to see what she was growling at, and lo, and behold, the man was standing around 50 meters behind us. Me and my friend had caught on now and moved again. Same thing, but he was closer now. We were getting freaked out by now. We were being followed, and we were all alone. My friend called her mother to come pick us up, though she was at least an hour away. That meant we were stuck with this creep for an hour or so. Joy. The more we moved, the more he came closer. I had leashed my dog by now as she was going completely rabid at this man. Every time we looked at him, he smiled back, as if we were some sort of close friends. He tailed us for a while until we saw my friend's mother's car arrive at the dirt road. Now this road was about 200 meters from us, and to get there we had to cross where the man was standing. We were terrified. Her mother saw the situation starting running over, which caught the man's attention, which meant it was our time to dash. I don't think any time in my life have I run that far that fast. My dog was running with us as I let her leash go, and when we got to the car, we hastily ran in, as the man ran towards us. We stayed in the car while my friend's mother called 112 and waited inside the car, the man throwing rocks and wailing at us, eventually running off as police arrived. When the police arrived, they questioned everyone and went looking for the man, but never found him. I'm still terrified he's in that forest, waiting for me. I didn't know that day my friend would be there, and I don't know what would have happened if she wasn't there. I didn't have a phone or any form of contact, and I'm pretty sure if he would have gotten me, he would have won against my dog. So to the creepy man who stalked me and tried to catch me and my friend, let's not meet again. This isn't something I would normally post, and I hope I don't regret it somehow. I saw someone briefly mention this subreddit in a YouTube video, and thought it would be the perfect place to share the story of a horrific thing that happened to me. A story I've never told anyone. I'm not sure if anyone will see this, but I'm sharing in hopes that it will inspire someone to stay safer than I was. I'm not sure if trigger warnings are needed or suggested here, but just out of consideration of others, I'd like to warn everyone that I will be briefly mentioning sexual assault, with as little details as possible. 1 year ago around this time, I was bored and scrolling the web, nothing unusual for me, when I decided to go on Omegle. Omegle was a now shut down website that allowed you to talk to strangers via video or text chat. It was around for a long time, and I used it frequently when I was younger as a time waster. There were plenty of creeps on there, sure, but I've had an equal amount of pleasant interactions and conversations on the site. On Omegle, you could type in tags, basically keywords that describe the type of conversation or person you're looking for, and you would match someone with the same ones. I always used alt for alternative. I feel like it weeded out a lot of rude people and connected me to more people my age. For reference, I was 19 at the time. I connected with someone who called himself Kane, and we started chatting via text. He said he was 23, and I said my age back. We exchanged some small talk, and before I knew it, we were talking all night. I mean, all night. We lived in the same time zone, and I had stayed up until 6 a.m. chatting about philosophy and life and our interests just because he was entertaining, and I was having fun. When we were talking about our general areas that we live in, he said abruptly, "We should meet up sometime." I laughed, but it turns out he was serious, and it turns out we only lived 3-4 hours away from each other, so he was really considering this. I am an anxiety-ridden person, but for whatever reason, I thought that he might be normal due to the fact that I just spent hours and hours talking to him, and I didn't pick up on any red flags. So I said, sure, why not? I know, this is an incredibly stupid mistake. I have a big heart though, and frequently make the mistake of giving others the benefit of the doubt. So, just like that, we started planning a camping trip. He was set on doing it just days after that morning, because that was when he was off work next. I agreed, because I didn't have anything to do at the time. I asked for his number so we could talk somewhere else other than Omegle about the trip. He gave it to me. I texted it, and noticed the messages showed green on my iPhone. This indicated that he was using a Samsung or an Android. Teasingly, I said something along the lines of, "What's up with the Samsung?" After a few minutes, he texted back, saying that he had 2 phones and that one was for work. That was the first red flag that went off in my head. Why would he need 2 phones for work at his age? I mean, of course there's possible reasons, but it just set off that intuitive feeling, one that I regret not listening to. I asked what his job was, and he said that he worked for the state. He added that he isn't allowed to share details about his job because he signed papers saying he wouldn't, and that he could get fired if he were to violate this agreement. I was still weary of this, but I just figured he worked for a police station, or the town council, or something to do with law enforcement, and that I was probably overthinking. Days passed, and the date for our camping trip approached quickly. He wanted to take me someplace close to where he lives, Nimham Mountain in New York. Don't worry, this isn't near my house at all, and I don't care about violating his fake privacy after what he took from me. Obviously, I wanted to do at least a little research about where I was going, so I popped the name into Google. A bunch of results popped up about the soil on Nimham Mountain being contaminated with arsenic due to the old mines in the area. All of the government and state articles I read said that it was still safe to hike there, and that you should wash your skin and shoes after hiking. I still had a feeling of unease about the whole thing. I texted Kane and asked him why we were going to someplace that could potentially be dangerous. He assured me that nothing would happen, and said he chose the spot because it's somewhere him and his friends frequently camp. This slightly reassured me. He does know the area better than me after all. My parents are definitely over-suspicious of everyone. Strict is also a safe word. For good reason, though, they are just protective. I told them that I was meeting up with a friend I met over a video game, and that I already known him for a month. I knew this would be less likely to freak them out than the truth. They were adamant that this was a horrible idea, but finally let me go off when Kane pulled into my driveway. He didn't come inside, and waited outside of his car for me. After a brief introduction, my mom rushed out to meet him and asked a few questions about the area we were headed to, and then we were off. We pulled into the Starbucks by my house so he could get a coffee since he was tired from the drive up. We sat in his car for about an hour and a half afterwards. During that time, he asked me to rate the playlist he put on, and showed me how he writes down every single song he likes in a little notebook he kept in his car. I thought it was weird, but kind of sweet. Like, what guy these days writes down songs? After an hour or so passed, I told him we should get going, so we can get to the campsite before dark. He kept saying just 5 more minutes. After about 30 minutes of insisting we need to leave to make it on time, he finally let us start onto the road. While we drove the 4 hours up to our destination, Kane mostly talked about himself. He told me long stories about his friends, and a girl that he used to date that he doesn't like. I thought this was strange. Who talks about another woman to a girl like this? After telling stories for about 2 hours, I tried to deviate to a brighter topic and asked what kind of things he's into, hobby-wise. I already knew the stuff he told me online, but I was trying not to suffer from awkward silence or any more of his weird ramblings. He said that he thinks that eating healthy is important and that people who eat junk food are stupid. He also says he only wears sustainable clothing that's made from cotton or wool. I don't have a problem with being sustainable, but he was saying it in a really obnoxious way. Then he turned to me and asked the first question about me since we got in the car. What brought you to Omegle? I told him that I was bored and that I like meeting new and interesting people, and that was about it. He nodded slowly in thought and grinned, showing the most expression I've seen on his face so far. He said he likes to go on Omegle and tell people that he's a soldier in Russia, and that he was torturing people as he spoke to them. I sat there in silence and kind of just stared at him, waiting for him to say that he was just kidding and that he was some messed up sense of humor. But he didn't. He just laughed and said, "What?" As we neared the campsite, I mentioned that I was getting kind of hungry. He said that we can stop at Whole Foods before going to camp for the night. In my head, I sighed about this, knowing he was probably going to judge me for whatever I picked out there. But it wasn't a problem for me, and I was hungry, so I agreed. In Whole Foods, he made me pay for both of our meals because his card wouldn't work there. He didn't even try. This annoyed me, but I was just eager to get to camp, so I paid and we sat down outside to eat. After about an hour, we were finally ready to get to camp. We drive up the mountain, and he pulls into a small parking area with about 3 spots. Cars were parked there, and older men were surrounding the cars smoking weed. Nothing they were doing was wrong, at least morally to me, but it just made me uncomfortable that they were there so late at night. Before I could even mention it, Kane says that it's too cold for him to carry our supplies to the campsite, which was about a 10-minute walk, and set up camp. I was taken aback by this. I said, "What do you mean? I'll help you, we didn't come up here for nothing." He insisted and told me to get out of the car, to feel how cold it was. He said it would take a while to pitch our tent, and that it was too much for us. There was no way that I was getting out of the car and facing the men in the parking spot next to us. So I rolled down the window halfway and stuck my hand out. It was freeing, he was right about that. That night it was in the 30s, and the wind chill felt worse being higher up. I was annoyed, but I agreed to sleeping in his car for the night. I was sad that our trip was basically wasted. He sat in silence for a while, seemingly uncomfortable that I was annoyed and unsure how to comfort me. I slinked back into the passenger seat and started to scroll on social media, trying to pass the time. He grabbed my phone out of my hand and said, "Come here." He patted his lap. I was already annoyed at the situation and confused on what he thought he was doing. I said, "You're funny," and reached for my phone that he had tossed onto the floor of the car. Before I could get to it, he reached over and scooped me up out of the seat and tossed me onto the back seats. He then proceeded to assault me. I don't remember most of it. My eyes were squeezed shut and I was praying for it to end. After he was done, he pushed me back into the seats and got dressed. He smiled at me and said, "How was it?" I just stared back at him with tears in my eyes. He climbed back into the front seat, propped his feet up on the wheel and went to sleep. I didn't know what to do. I sat there motionless in the back seat for about 2 hours trying to process what just happened to me. I considered calling my mom. I thought about it for what felt like forever. I already had been assaulted once in my life, and it broke my parents' hearts. I knew that learning of this would absolutely destroy them, and I was also afraid of what would happen if I told them. I didn't want my dad or brother to go to jail for life because they were angry and got revenge against this guy. So I just sat there all night, watching the men outside stare into the car and smoke on their joints. I don't remember falling asleep, but eventually I woke up to wind hitting the car. I was in a fetal position, sitting upright, holding my legs with my arms. Kane noticed that I was awake and said that it is time to go. I was so scared of him it felt like my heart was leaping out of my throat. Adrenaline was pumping through my body, and I started scanning the back seat and our overnight bags for something I could use as a weapon in case he were to pursue me again. I ended up holding onto my full metal water bottle. It wasn't deadly by any means, but it could knock someone out, and holding it made me feel safer. I stayed in the back, and Kane started driving. I asked where we were going, and he said to get breakfast. Almost as if that was obvious, and it was silly of me to ask. After driving down the mountain back into the city, we pull into a parking garage, and he tells me to get out, that we're here. I get out of the car and cling close to it, not wanting to let him get behind me. I was thinking about making a run for it, but didn't want to risk getting chased and overpowered by him. I followed him to a little Mexican spot on the corner, and he told me to order pancakes so he could have some. This obviously made me more angry than I already was. But I didn't say anything because I was afraid there would be consequences if I showed negative emotions at this point. I ate a few bites of my food, and he happily ate the rest off my plate. He paid quickly with cash and took me back to the car, where he lay down in the back seat. He said he was going to take a nap because he didn't sleep well last night. I didn't want to argue with him, so I let him sleep. How could he sleep so soundly after what he did to me? He slept for about 3 hours. The whole time I was watching YouTube videos, trying to calm myself down and keep a clear head. It was about 9 a.m., and around this time my mom was waking up and texted me saying she wants me to be home. I told her that Kane was taking a nap and that I would be home soon. She didn't like the sound of that and insisted I come home. I was happy to have a reason to get out of there, one that might be convincing to Kane. I woke him up and he became angry with me, saying, "Don't wake me up next time. Play on your phone, watch TikTok or something." I was shaking, but I managed to say that my mom wanted me home and that we needed to go. He said to let him sleep for 30 more minutes and told me to set a timer on my phone. I did. 30 minutes felt like 30 hours, and once it went off, I woke him once again. This time, I filmed myself waking him up because I was afraid of what was going to happen. He was angry once again, and I told him that 30 minutes was up. I asked to leave, begged him to leave, and he said no. Over and over, he said we aren't leaving yet. I was shaking uncontrollably, but put on a brave face and pretended like I was being playful. I said, okay, I'll just get an Uber then. I turned around and started to open the car door when I felt his hand grab my shoulder and dig into it, yanking me back into place. I honestly think I blacked out from fear for a few seconds. He said, "What are you doing?" His hand was still on my shoulder, his fingers squeezing into my skin. My mind was racing and I was on the verge of tears. This caught his eye, and I quickly played it off by saying my mom would call the police to come get me if I wasn't home soon. I had mentioned earlier that my dad works in law enforcement, so this was a little bit more believable of a lie. At the mention of police, something changed in his face. He looked frantic. He let go of me and unhappily agreed to drive me home. I felt a deep relief, the deepest relief I've ever felt, and swallowed the lump in my throat as he climbed into the front seat and started our 5-hour drive back to my house. The drive back was much quieter than the drive up. I didn't say anything unless he initiated. I just gripped my phone in my hand and tried not to make eye contact with him. I wondered if he had any remorse for what he did in those moments. When we reached the town where I live, it was 11:30 at night. Kane pulled onto the main strip to get to my house, and I saw flashing lights behind me. My first instinct was to be scared because my dad is a cop, so I've always made extra sure not to break any traffic laws. The police pulled us over, and 2 men stepped out of the cop car. I frantically rolled down my window so they could see my familiar face, the daughter of their boss. One of them greeted me and looked both concerned and disappointed that I was in the car with someone getting pulled over. The other cop told Kane to get out of the car, while I explained what we were doing out so late. I spared the illegal and horrific details. I was tired, scared, and I needed to be safe in my own home. I also didn't want them waking up my sleeping dad with such bad news. I overheard the second officer ask Kane about his info when he said, "What's your name, son?" Kane mumbled, and he said to speak up. The name he gave was not Kane, and he told the officer he was 22, not 23. My heart sunk into my feet, and I sat motionless while they explained to Kane that he missed a stop sign, and that they're letting him off with a warning. They told me to get home, and I nodded my head. When we pulled off, I let my emotions take over and started screaming at the stranger I was sitting next to. "Why did you lie to me? What is wrong with you?" He looked distressed from the volume of my yelling and told me to calm down, that he was sorry he lied. He said that he only lied about his identity for his own safety. That honestly baffled me, considering he had just assaulted me. I screamed at him all the way to my house, and as we pulled in, I threw the car doors open and started throwing my stuff out onto the lawn, desperate to just get far away from him. He tried to talk to me, to offer more pitiful excuses for his disgusting actions, but I screamed at him to get away from me, and that I never wanted to see him again. I gathered my stuff off the lawn and hauled it into my room, while my parents slept soundly, unaware of the terrible secret I had. I woke my mom up, told her that I was home, as she requested. Once I got to my room, I broke down. What happened to me was starting to sink in. As I was sobbing silently into my blanket, my phone lit up with a text from Kane. It read, "I'm sorry about what happened, I really am. If it makes you feel any better, I just got pulled over, so that is my karma, I guess. Let me know if you want to talk." I felt a wave of nausea hit me like a train. I screenshotted the message, blocked his number, and deleted his contact. I haven't heard from him since, and I haven't hung out with anyone since, besides my boyfriend, who, thank God, is normal. I still think about what happened almost every day, and I still feel sick when someone I don't know gets close to me. even if it's just a stranger passing by in the grocery store. I know that what happened was the product of my own irrational teenage actions. I know I shouldn't have met up with someone I didn't know, but I had faith that he would be a normal person, somewhat at least. I wish I would have listened to my instinct and to my parents' warnings. I don't know what would have happened if I didn't make up that police story, and I don't even want to think about it. I will never meet up with someone I don't know again. While trying to cope with what happened to me, I Googled Nimham Mountain again. I found a link that said, Cane Mountain North Trail Loop, New York. If you made it this far, or you take anything away from this story, please let it be this. Trust your instinct. Trust your gut. If something feels wrong, it probably is. Don't meet up with strangers, no matter how good they look or how normal they seem. This was a lengthy story, and I apologize for that. It was hard for me to share after all this time, after carrying the secret for this long. I am doing this in hope that it inspires someone out there to follow my advice and help keep themselves safe. What happened to me was disgusting and horrible, and I never want it to happen to anyone else again. My name is Jules, and this story happened in 2022. At the time, I was a business school student, but my English skills left much to be desired. To improve, I decided to take a gap year and move to Toronto, Canada, for intensive language courses. Since the costs were high, I found a shared apartment with other students. It had 3 bedrooms, and one was still empty, waiting for another student to move in. My roommate, Sandro, was a Swiss German, tall, almost 2 meters and 120 kilos, but also very friendly. We quickly became friends. A few weeks later, Sandro told me he was going on a week-long road trip through Canada's national parks. He was set to leave on a Saturday morning, while I had been informed that the new student would arrive that same day, around 3 p.m. Sandro left the apartment at 10 a.m., leaving me alone to wait for the new arrival. Hours went by. 3 p.m., then 4 p.m., 8 p.m., 10 p.m. Still no one. I grabbed a bite to eat, watched a show on Netflix, and eventually decided to go to bed. Around midnight, I was suddenly awakened by knocks on the apartment door. I heard someone coming in. That must be the new student, I thought to myself, before hearing an unfamiliar voice explaining the apartment's layout. I stayed in my room, too tired to go out, and fell back asleep. But a few minutes later, there were knocks on my door. Once, then a second time 10 minutes later. Thinking there might be a problem, I eventually got up. I found myself face to face with a young Japanese woman, around 25 years old. I quickly explained a few details about the apartment. We exchanged Instagram handles, and then each of us went back to our rooms for the night. In the following days, she often asked me to accompany her when taking the bus or subway. I gladly helped, showing her the stops and the good spots for getting around, and then returned to my routine between classes and gym sessions. But gradually, something strange started to happen. Every evening when I came back, she would always be talking to me, either by message or when we bumped into each other in the apartment. The situation became increasingly heavy. Then one evening, while lying on my bed, I noticed a figure on the shared balcony, right in front of my bedroom window. She was leaning against the railing, staring at me. Her gaze was piercing, unsettling. When she realized I had seen her, she quickly turned away and went back into her room. I shivered but tried to convince myself it was just a coincidence. Later, around midnight, as I turned off the lights to fall asleep, I glanced out the window. She was still there, standing watching me. Our eyes met again, and she vanished instantly. The scene repeated itself the following nights. Every evening I would catch her watching me from the balcony, always at the same time, always with that fixed gaze. And every time she disappeared as soon as she realized I had noticed her. But the night before my departure, the situation took an even more disturbing turn. One morning, I had to get up particularly early for an appointment. It was 5:30 a.m. when I left my room. The entire apartment was shrouded in darkness, except for the faint light filtering from under the bathroom door, where I was brushing my teeth. Suddenly, I heard a noise behind me. The young woman emerged from her room, silent, her footsteps softly echoing on the wooden floor. She knew I was there. She saw the light under the door. I froze, a chill running down my spine. There I was, in my underwear, toothbrush in hand, wondering what she wanted. But instead of turning back, she opened the bathroom door and came in, sitting on the closed toilet, facing me. She didn't say a word. She just sat there, motionless, her gaze locked onto mine, with a blank, almost empty expression. The scene dragged on for long, icy seconds, where the silence grew oppressive. Then, slowly, I gathered myself and left the room, closing the door behind me. I returned to my room very slowly, trying to show that I didn't understand what was going on, but her English was too poor for us to have a proper conversation. In the days that followed, I became increasingly cautious, watching her every move, but she continued to observe me every evening from the balcony, like a disturbing shadow in the night. Until, on the night before my departure, things took an even more terrifying turn. I was having dinner in my room when I saw her again through the window, staring intensely inside. I looked away, hoping she would leave. Then, later that night, around 3 a.m., I woke up suddenly from a nightmare. I turned my head and there she was, still on the balcony, her eyes wide open, fixed on me. My blood ran cold. This time, she didn't look away. She remained motionless like a statue. Then abruptly, she turned and started running inside the apartment. My heart pounded. I rushed to lock my door, and I buried myself under the covers, hoping it was all just a bad dream. A few seconds later, I heard footsteps behind my door, then an attempt to open it, gently at first, then more forcefully. She was pressing on the handle, trying to get into my room. Panicked, I remained still, holding my breath. And then, everything went silent again. I heard nothing more. She must have gone back to her room, but the night felt endless. I returned to France the next day. She was no longer in the apartment. I think she was just fascinated to see a European. After all, I don't have a typical build, especially not for a Japanese person. I can bench press over 150 kilos. Heh. Anyway, I also thought she might have been looking for an adventure with me, or trying to steal my passport. Take care, everyone. This story is entirely true. I still have the apartment's address, the school's name, etc. I grew up in a small town, primarily Hispanic. Everyone knew everything. We had something here and there, of course. But other than that, not too much stuff happens. I'm overweight, to put it simply, and not to the standards of beauty, really. I remember reading a meme online once where it was a joke about, "Can't catch me or kidnap since you can't carry me. Keep eating cake." And laughed at that and was like, so true. God, didn't realize that would come back and bite me. I was 18, 19-ish, I believe, and it was nighttime. My weed plug was doing a stash and dash, and being broke and desperate, I went for it. I figured I grew up here. I know all the areas. And what made this more tempting was it was actually not far from my area at all. So I say screw it. Was on a video call with my boyfriend and told him I was going to go for it. He stays on the phone with me and I head out. Mind you, it's late. The areas I have to cross through are not well lit, and I leave with nothing on me. Not even my taser, alarm, and pepper spray my dad always made me have. Oh, and to make things worse, I snuck out because didn't want my dad to know I was hunting for weed. So this is already starting out great. So I set off. I have to cross railroad tracks to get through to the area, which is pitch black. Only the main road in the distance lighting it up, and some lights from a warehouse nearby. But other than that, it is hard to see. I make my way towards the main road and notice a semi parked on the side of the road. Not unusual. Semis park there all the time, ever since I was little, so nothing too weird. Then I hear, "Hola, hey." I look over and see a man in a semi-truck. He looked generic. I'm not gonna lie, a Mexican man with a red long sleeve. He looked like any other man I'd see around town. But his smile, I don't know. He was just off. I waved, being polite. He gestured for me to come over and start speaking Spanish. But I don't know Spanish. I know what you're thinking. 1, why don't you know Spanish if you grew up in a Hispanic town? And 2, why aren't you running? Parents never taught me. Sue me. And 2, he was far. So I just kept walking. So I just sheepishly respond, "I don't speak Spanish," in Spanish. I learned that phrase just to say it to people, and wave him off quickly, walking away. My boyfriend asks me who's that, and I just tell him some random semi-truck driver. I go on with the night. I think I've been out for 40 minutes at this point, and realize I'm not going to find it. Big sad, start heading home. Still on the phone with my boyfriend, I keep talking and my phone is dying, which is actually what made my boyfriend tell me to go home. So I start walking back. I go down the road and look down the pitch black area where the railroad is, and I stopped. I just had a bad feeling. Something told me to not go home just yet. I tell my boyfriend I'm going to go look at the other end of the street. That was towards where the warehouse was, giving off the light, passing empty trailers partially hidden by the shadows. I start walking, make it into the light, and I hear movement behind me, and, hey. I turned around hella quick and saw the same semi-truck driver with the same smile he had. He came out from behind a trailer he was hiding behind. He had his right hand tucked in his pocket and was positioning his body to where he was hiding whatever he had more. He told me to come here and started getting closer to me. I immediately tell my boyfriend to wake up his dad and come get me. I backed up quick and was trying so hard to think. He saw me on the phone and immediately had a mad and annoyed look on his face. He stopped and actually started hiding behind the trailers more. So I book it down the road telling my boyfriend to come get me, or have his dad come get me. I didn't want to call me dad, because even in this moment for some reason I was still terrified of getting caught sneaking out. I ran across the main road to the little mini-mart across the street and hid behind an ice machine. I told my boyfriend I need to call someone and hang up on him, and call my friend who thank God was out with his girlfriend. I tell him I'm in danger and need him to come get me, tell him where I'm at. While I was waiting for them, I stayed behind the ice machine and saw his semi. I saw him look around for me and shake his head in disappointment before driving off. Even in that moment, I didn't feel safe, not until my friend pulled up. Everything hit me once he got out the car, and I hugged him crying. His girlfriend and him calmed me down and took me home. Got a little lecture from my boyfriend, but I'd rather take the lecture than anything else. I was lucky. Way too lucky. The false sense of security my weight and looks gave me really shattered after that, and I'm glad for it. It terrifies me to think of how things could have turned out if I didn't have my boyfriend on the phone with me. So, semi-truck driver, let's not meet. I never want to see that smile ever again. This is my story about being stalked. Dealing with this has been difficult, and throughout the ordeal I felt out of control, so I'm sharing this to gain control over my story. This story is long as it spanned over 2 years, so I've split it into parts to make it easier to read through. Part 1. Several years ago, I moved abroad to begin a 2-year study course. When I arrived at my apartment, I met 3 of my roommates. Sam was funny and sarcastic, while Bella and Poppy were both nice sorority-type girls. We decided to go out for dinner, and I offered to invite our 4th roommate in room 1C, next to mine. Sam warned me not to invite her, saying she was odd. I was worried because I didn't want to live with a bunch of catty girls. How were they fighting in less than a day? I smiled and told Sam that she just made a bad first impression, and I would invite her to get to know her better. Sam grumbled as I left the kitchen, approaching the door next to mine. I knocked and the door opened. A short, petite girl with long brown hair and a childlike face stuck her head out. I introduced myself and invited her to dinner. The girl's face lifted at my invitation as she nodded in agreement. Our excitement about the new school year kept us lively as we arrived at the restaurant. I decided to befriend the girl in room 1C, since we were sharing a bathroom. I learned that her name was Nellie. We were the same age, from the same state and in the same program. I ordered a Jack and Coke as Nellie leaned into me and asked if I actually drank alcohol. I nodded, thinking her question was odd. We were both in our 20s, of course I drink alcohol. Nellie focused her attention on me while we ate. As I got to know Nellie, I kind of felt bad for her. She was born in Sri Lanka, but immigrated as a kid, and since she had an accent and lisp, I assumed she was bullied. Nellie was different from me. She was shy and claimed to not have hobbies or friends, but I figured that since we were in the same program, I could befriend her. I asked if she wanted to sit with me in class, and she happily agreed. I felt content knowing that I was befriending her, like I was doing a good deed. Part 2. My first 2 weeks abroad went smoothly. I got used to my surroundings, made friends, and got along with my roommates. Sam, Bella, Poppy, and I would often cook and eat dinner together while chatting about our days. Nellie and I got along, but she was socially awkward. I made it my goal to befriend her, which was easy, because we sat together in lecture every day. We even opened our bedroom doors in unison. I would open my door, then Nellie would open hers, and ask me where I was going. One night, I left my room to go grocery shopping, when Nellie's door opened and she asked to join me. I agreed and she hurriedly put on her sandals and neon pink coat. I walked through the aisle. Nellie silently followed closely behind me. Eventually, I found everything I needed, but Nellie said that she wasn't buying anything. After I paid for everything, we began to exit the store and the alarms went off. I stopped to show the security guard my receipt and he looked in my bags, confirming that I had not stolen anything. I didn't think much of this incident, but when I stood at the front of the store with Nellie, for the 4th time, as my bags were searched by security, a thought crept into my mind. The alarms never rang when I was alone, or with friends. They only rang when I was with Nellie. I shook my head. Nellie couldn't be stealing. I was with her the whole time. She was a perfectly nice normal girl, and I was rude to think anything contrary. Part 3. The harmony in the apartment only lasted 2 weeks. One morning I shuffled into the bathroom and saw that the toilet was completely filled with 2 or 3 rolls of dry, unraveled toilet paper spilling onto the floor. However, what concerned me the most was the huge wad hair that sat directly on top of the toilet paper. I knew then that it was Nellie who had done this. She was the only other person with a bathroom key, and her hair color was a match. I tried to think of any reason that Nellie would do this. Maybe she clogged the toilet, then stuffed it with toilet paper to hide her business, but that didn't explain the wad of hair. I couldn't harp on the issue though, so I made a maintenance request to have someone unclog the toilet, and when I came home from class, the toilet was unclogged. I studied for 2 hours before going back to the bathroom. I was annoyed when I found the toilet clogged again, toilet paper, hair and all. This obviously wasn't a mistake anymore, and now we were out of toilet paper. I knew I had to say something, but I didn't want to directly confront Nellie about this awkward topic. So, I sent a passive, non-aggressive text. Hey, if something goes wrong with the toilet, can you make a maintenance request right away, please? I sent the message, careful not to make it accusatory. I didn't want there to be tension with Nellie, especially since she still sat with me in class. Nellie never acknowledged the situation. She still opened her door with mine, hung out with me, and sat with me in class. For the next 2 months, I just dealt with the constant toilet paper and torn out hair. I tried sending more texts, but it didn't help. Nellie would clog the toilet, I'd make a maintenance request, a staff member would clean Nellie's mess, and then she would do it again. Eventually, after 12 clogged toilets, I was so annoyed that I decided to confront Nellie. Nellie, I know you're clogging the toilet and you need to stop. If you do it again, I'm going to report you. I pressed send as I walked to class. I decided that I wouldn't sit with Nellie anymore. I had different friends to sit with who didn't clog my toilet. As I sat down with Reagan and Charlotte, I felt bad seeing Nellie sit alone across the lecture hall. I promised myself that I'd still be friends with her and that everything would be fine. Part 4. I was happy that the holiday break was soon, and that Nellie never addressed me not sitting with her. My message had worked. Nellie stopped clogging the toilet and we were still friends. But I came home one day in early December, and my nose scrunched in disgust. There was a sickly sweet, rotten yogurt-like smell coming from Nellie's room. I didn't want to confront Nellie so soon after messaging her about the toilet. So, for 2 weeks I avoided the problem. I didn't address the issue until 2 weeks later, when all of our food started to rot almost immediately after buying it. Bella, Sam, and Poppy were complaining about how maintenance hadn't found the source of what was causing our food to rot. When I brought up the horrible smell and an accompanying fly infestation, the girls went to go smell the hallway outside of Nellie's room and returned a minute later coughing and gagging. We posited about what may be causing the smell when Sam brought up seeing Nellie at 2 a.m. skipping through the woods. Sam was heading back from the club, and Nellie was skipping around like a possessed doll, according to Sam. As we spoke, Nellie entered the kitchen and everyone fell quiet. Sam bluntly asked Nellie what the smell in her room was, and Nellie just silently shrugged her shoulders. Annoyed by this, Sam stood up and grabbed Nellie's arm, guiding her into the hallway, as the rest of us followed, covering our noses with our sleeves. Nellie claimed not to smell anything, but her eyes were darting rapidly between the three of us. Sam made a sarcastic comment toward Nellie as we returned to the kitchen without Nellie. Sam was a bit harsh and part of me felt bad for Nellie. At least Christmas would be relaxing. I spent 2 weeks at a friend's house with her family for Christmas. They were all welcoming, so I didn't miss home too much. My friend knew about Nellie, so she bought me scented candles for Christmas. When I returned to the apartment, I felt rested and equipped to face the new year. Part 5. My January exams were online and pretty easy, so I was surprised when Nellie texted me asking if I would cheat with her on the final exam. I politely declined, and she asked if I would go to lunch the next day. I had no plans, so I accepted her invitation. I spent a lot of time with her, but she never actually spoke much. So, despite everything, I wanted to get to know her better. Once we were at the restaurant, I racked my brain for things I could talk with Nellie about. Attempting to break the awkward silence, I asked her what her favorite show was. Nellie told me that she loves to watch Sofia the First. I was confused. Sofia the First is a Disney toddlers show that came out when we were teens. Why was she watching a show for toddlers in her 20s? I didn't know how to expand on what she said, so I changed the topic and asked what her favorite hobby was. Nellie giggled and said, "I do this a lot, actually. I listen to you through the walls. They're so thin I barely put my ear against it. I hear you talk to your parents every day." I tried not to look horrified as I sat there confused and a little scared. Nellie started laughing. "You're like a mother, but I'm an aunt and we're sisters together." I smiled awkwardly and nodded. I had no clue how to respond. In a desperate attempt to change topics, I asked her about her childhood in Sri Lanka. Nellie slammed her fists on the table, sending my rice flying off the plate. Nellie yelled that she was not from Sri Lanka, and I apologized, even though she definitely told me she was from Sri Lanka. Nellie began to laugh again. "I have plans for us tonight. We'll go to the graveyard and walk around. You'll be scared, but I'll have fun with you." Nellie's eyes were opened incredibly wide, and her mouth seemed to open more than usual. She was scaring me, and I didn't want to be rude, so I said I'd invite our other roommates too. At that, Nellie let go of her fork and quickly moved her hand onto mine. She insisted that we had to go alone. I pulled my hand back, attempting to hide my grimace, and stuttered out a disingenuous maybe. Nellie leaned back slowly, rolling her head from one side to the other, and mumbled about how fun it will be. The rest of our lunch was silent. When we got back to the apartment, I said goodbye to her and went into my room. I didn't call my parents that night. I went to bed early, hoping to quell my anxiety and get some much-needed rest. Part 6. The next day I did laundry, went shopping, and by 2 p.m. I was meal prepping for the week. I jumped when Nellie asked me to go to the movies with her. I hadn't heard her come into the kitchen, but there she stood, her head down and eyes turned up staring at me. I declined her request, but she repeated her question. I politely declined once again, trying to offset her bizarre vibe. Nellie didn't respond and retreated back to her room, then left for the movies. An hour later, I went to the bathroom, and when I opened the door, I gagged immediately. The smell was bad, but the sight was worse. The walls, floors, door, sink, and toilet were covered in smeared poop and blood. I could see distinct handprints. I closed the door, trying not to puke. I was shocked that Nellie had done this, but my shock turned into anger as I messaged Nellie. "What you did is weird and disgusting. You need to clean it. I'm going to report you." I pressed send. I no longer cared about being friends with Nellie. I felt gross, so I went to our shower room next to the bathroom. But Nellie ruined that too. There was toilet paper shoved in the shower drain, and wads of toilet paper crusted onto the walls. I was livid at this point, but I had to wait until Monday to report her. So, I laid down to take a nap. 2 hours later, I was awoken by Nellie slamming the front door. I heard her footsteps until her feet were visible through the crack under my door. I expected her to knock, but she didn't. Instead, Nellie began to continuously chirp like a bird. She briefly paused, then began twisting my doorknob in unison with her chirps. I stood there unnerved as Nellie did this for 5 minutes. Then Nellie began to rapidly knock on my door and call my phone. 7 times she called, hung up, then called again, while still rapidly knocking. Nellie then began to ram her body into my door, over and over again. The shock of it made me stumble back onto my bed. Then, as suddenly as it started, Nellie stopped, her feet still visible under my door. My phone buzzed, and I slowly unlocked it, staring down in horror at Nellie's text. The cockroach screamed, "Why do this to me?" "Because you couldn't be positive in a negative situation," the doctor said. The doctor pulls off the cockroach legs and it cries. The doctor has no choice. The cockroach must be killed and its family taken away. You are the funny cockroach. I was terrified as Nellie began to knock and chirp. I was scared to call the cops because I was on a visa, and if they didn't believe me, I could be deported for making a false report. I texted Poppy and Bella, who had heard everything. Nellie stood there for an hour straight, occasionally pushing her fingers through the crack under my door. When Bella's boyfriend arrived, his presence scared Nellie away. We met up and talked about what had happened before going to bed. That night I barely slept. I was too scared. Part 7. One too many followers. I awoke the next day anxious about the previous night's events. I tried to convince myself that it wasn't that bad. However, as I peeked into the bathroom, its condition suggested otherwise. Charlotte and Reagan were skipping class, so I sat alone. I saw Nellie enter the room, bypass her regular seat, weave through the aisles and inspect each row as she passed. I sank in my chair as she got closer, horrified by the realization that she was searching for me. With the last night's memories fresh in my mind, I froze in fear when Nellie found me, and robotically bent down to meet my eyeline as she sat next to me with her mouth twisted up in a sinister smile. I did nothing as she sat next to me, too scared to move and worried that any tiny shift may cause her to attack. When the professor dismissed us, I shot up, frantically packing my things. Nellie asked where I was going, and I lied to her, saying I was going to the cafe. I didn't want her to know where I was. So I went home for lunch, and as I stood in the kitchen, the door opened. "You weren't at the cafe." Nellie's eyes darted up to me. She was looking at a knife on the table. I apologized and told Nellie my plans had changed. My heart raced as I asked her if she liked the lecture. Nellie didn't respond. She just stared with her head tilted and mouth agape. I asked again, but she still didn't answer. I faced her, afraid she'd use the knife on me. She glared so intently that her veins were protruding. She stood there for 10 minutes before leaving. Later on, I walked to the library and froze as I saw Nellie's pink jacket behind me. I turned to see Nellie staring at me with vacant eyes. She followed me into the library, up to the 3rd floor, and then sat directly behind me. With her threat still fresh in my mind, I moved to a different spot, but Nellie followed me. I tried again, but she still followed. I was scared to be isolated in a library with her, so I decided to leave. I quickly weaved through the bookshelves, desperately trying to reach the lobby, but Nellie matched my pace. I was nearing a heart attack when I ran into my guardian angel, Sam. "Nellie's following me," I blurted out. Sam looked at Nellie, who had stopped 5 feet behind me. Sam nonchalantly told Nellie to screw off. I was surprised when Nellie did just that. After Sam and I spoke for a bit, my phone buzzed. It was Nellie, inviting me to the graveyard that night. Sam told me that I'd be smart to move out, and she was right. I needed to report Nellie and move out. It wasn't safe for me to live in that apartment anymore. I needed to get away. Part 8. Reagan's Refuge. I went to Reagan's apartment, as she was the closest person I had to family while I was abroad. She gave me refuge while listening to me retell the last 48 miserable hours of my life. She reassured me that I could stay with her, and as I held back tears, my phone buzzed. Sam texted that she needed help and to go to the apartment ASAP. I was hesitant to go back in there, but I couldn't just abandon Sam. So I grabbed my stuff and told Reagan I'd be back soon. I walked to my apartment and stared up at it, feeling a lot like the priest in the Exorcist movie. When I got to my door, I was immediately greeted by my 3 roommates' distraught faces. I followed them into the apartment, and my eyes grew wide as Sam pushed open the kitchen door to reveal a truly demonic sight. Huge amounts of congealed red and orange liquid pooled across the floor, leading beneath our table where a small bird lay dead with its wings outstretched and its head missing. I felt sick. The windows don't open, so it didn't get in here by itself. Nellie had either found this bird and brought it in the kitchen, or she killed and decapitated a living bird and then put it in the kitchen. I didn't like either of those options. I assured my roommates that I would report Nellie that night, and that's exactly what I did. I spoke to the school safety board, and things moved fast. I discovered that Nellie had lied to us about her name and age. Officials in hazmat suits came to clean the kitchen and Nellie's room. The board had me send them photos of myself daily, in case Nellie killed me and they had to identify me. I quickly moved out, and since Nellie avoided the other girls, they decided to stay. I declined to submit Nellie for expulsion because I felt bad for her and thought that moving would stop her obsession with me. I was incredibly misguided. Part 9. I was happy that my new roommates were normal, and no Nellie incidents had happened for 2 weeks. I did have a large uptick in random daily Facebook and Instagram follower requests from blank profile users. I knew who was behind this, but I was avoiding any Nellie-related thoughts. I was having night terrors, and the more I thought about her, the worse they got. I blocked another user as I sat down with Reagan and Charlotte in an almost empty lecture hall. Charlotte nudged me as Nellie entered the room, bypassing her usual seat. I felt myself freeze up as she entered our row and began walking toward me, staring at me with her dead eyes. "Don't sit next to me," I said, shocked by my bravery. Nellie responded by sitting 10 seats down from me, not breaking eye contact, and I considered that a win. After class, I went home and then walked to the store. I forgot to grab a cart, so I quickly turned around to fetch one and ran into someone standing directly behind me. It was Nellie. Did she follow me from my apartment? Does she know where I live? My heart stopped as I backed into another aisle, and Nellie followed. I walked to another aisle, but Nellie followed me, matching my pace until I went to another aisle, and she began to run. I ran away terrified, and Nellie only stopped when I got to the security desk. Security offered to call the police, but I declined and gave them my email to send me the footage of Nellie chasing me. I had to report Nellie, but since I still had class that day, I decided to report her the next day. 2 hours later, as I waited for Reagan to walk with me to class, I caught Nellie staring at me across the street. But she didn't approach me and walked with a crowd toward campus. Minutes later, Reagan found me, and we headed to class together. I walked beside Reagan, past the buildings and alleyways, until a rock caught in my shoe and I bent down to fix it. Reagan switched to the right side of me to look at a billboard, and when I removed the rock, we began walking again. I turned my head to speak when Nellie jumped out of an alleyway and onto Reagan. Her hands were outstretched and clasped around Reagan's neck. Words can't explain how terrified I was. Nellie let go immediately and Reagan grabbed my arm, walking forward. Nellie began walking shoulder to shoulder with me, her head turned sideways at an unnatural angle. The look in her eyes was not human. Reagan told me to run, and we bolted across the street. Nellie paused, but walked away, traffic stopping her from crossing. We stopped and Reagan leaned against the fence as I bent over and covered my mouth trying not to vomit. After a while, we continued our walk to class in silence. We made it to the lobby and headed for the staircase, but Nellie stood at the bottom of it. "I won't let her walk behind me," I said, voice shaking. Reagan nodded, and we followed a large crowd after Nellie walked upstairs, only to find her holding the door open for everyone. Nellie stared at me through the crowd until everyone but Reagan and I had passed through. "It's okay, you can go first," Reagan said while smiling at Nellie. I was shocked at how composed she was, and even more shocked that Nellie listened. When we sat down in class, Nellie tried to sit behind me, but someone was saving the seat for his friend, so Nellie left. I didn't pay any attention to that lecture. I sat there shocked and terrified, while Reagan hunched low in her seat, rubbing her neck. I felt horrible for bringing Reagan into this Nellie crap. I knew then that Nellie needed to be expelled no matter what. Part 10. The next day, I reported Nellie to the Student Safety Board, and they raised the issue to the disciplinary board. I submitted a lengthy report detailing everything Nellie had done. I included Reagan, Bella, Poppy, and Sam as witnesses, and gave photographic evidence of the threats, the calls, the smeared poop and blood, clogged showers and toilets, and the stalking. The next week, I met with the disciplinary board to go over their conclusions. They informed me that they had reviewed my report, met with Nellie to give her a copy of my report, discussed my accusations, and had come to a conclusion. They acknowledged that everything I reported was factual, but they didn't think Nellie had any malicious intent. So, they would grant a no-contact order, but Nellie wouldn't be expelled. I was completely perplexed by their conclusion, and asked them what Nellie had said about all of this, but they refused to tell me anything. I was at a loss for words. I couldn't believe Nellie was given my full report, knew everything that I said, and knew the witnesses' names. The school put us all in danger. Yet, they wouldn't allow me to know if Nellie had even denied her actions. I was devastated. I felt my mind go numb. I knew at that moment that they didn't care. They were going to prioritize a predator. So with no other options, I agreed to the no-contact order. The worker tried to get me to sign a non-disclosure agreement so that I wouldn't speak about what Nellie did to me, or how the school dealt with my case, but I refused to sign it. The next day, I received an email confirmation that Nellie had agreed to the no-contact order, but I knew that meant nothing. Nellie wouldn't get help, and she would never stop stalking me. Part 11. My sophomore year was plagued by a relentless pattern of Nellie stalking me from place to place, sitting next to me in class, standing next to me in hallways, and staring at me daily. Her actions were so unnerving and obvious that multiple strangers warned me about her. I reported these incidents every time they occurred, and the school always responded by stating they would remind Nellie of the no-contact order. They never took any further steps to help me. In sophomore year, Nellie found other roommates, and in them new victims. She was evicted from an off-campus apartment, and her new roommates, who once sat with her, began to sit far away from Nellie. They looked terrified. They looked like me. Having incidents happen weekly, and having to see Nellie daily made it impossible for me to move on. I was always in flight or freeze mode, terrified by what Nellie had done and still might do to me. I became a sunken-in, miserable, and defeated version of myself. I wanted revenge, a natural result of the boiling rage I felt, now at a constant simmer after Nellie was coddled by a university that failed to shell out even a minor consequence for the terror that she imposed on me. I wanted Nellie to suffer in the exact same way she made me suffer. I know if I had just grown a pair at any point in those early months, I likely could have saved myself and others from suffering. Nellie was likely stalking me from the moment I met her. I just hadn't realized it, and it weighs heavily on me to know that I played a large part in my own suffering. No matter what I write, I can't begin to recreate the evil that radiated off of Nellie. I have daily night terrors. I don't go into new situations. I don't speak to new people, and I don't make friends. I'm not nice to strangers because I don't want to invite something like this into my life again. Revenge came on graduation day, when Nellie's name didn't appear in the book of graduates. She had failed second year. But, despite everything, I couldn't help but think that I was a bad person for being content with Nellie failing. Maybe I was just happy that I could finally move on. This one's fairly mild, more bizarre than anything. This was a couple of years ago on the night before Thanksgiving. I was home but had just gone to bed 15 minutes before this happened. It was around 1 a.m. My now husband came and woke me up to tell me what had just happened. I'm going to relay this story as he told it to me. He wasn't ready to come to bed with me just yet, and was sitting in the living room watching TV. He heard the front doorknob moving, because someone was trying to come in. No knock or anything, just literally tried to come in. Our door was locked, so the person was unsuccessful. He peeked out the window, saw a silhouette, and after they'd walked about halfway down our walkway, he opened the door slightly. It was a young, maybe early 20s girl. He said something along the lines of, "Hello, do you need help?" She turned around to look at him and completely fell and busted her butt. It was icy out. She seemed quite possibly drunk, not talking clearly and unsteady. She said she was okay and said, "Oh, this isn't my grandma's house," and didn't say anything else and proceeded to walk away. A couple of reasons why this was so strange. Our house is my grandparents' former house, and had been there since it was built in 1960. As in, it's not like we'd just moved in and this was her grandma's house a few months earlier, and in her drunken state she just forgot or something. She just tried to walk right in. This baffles me, because if our door had been unlocked, she would have walked into a stranger's house at 1 a.m. This could be very dangerous in multiple ways. This wasn't the case, but she could have walked into someone's house who would have harmed her. Amongst other bad ways this could have played out. We know our neighbors pretty well, and this wouldn't have been any one of the closest ones. The next few houses, either the ages don't match up or the couples don't have kids. This is a weird story that happened back when I was a teenager. My grandparents had a really small farm located in a small hollow. It wasn't a commercial farm, just something they had to support themselves. However, when they got older and it was more difficult for them to maintain the farm,
was just one house off or something.
Using the barn. It just sort of
the
sat
whole
there
thing
and was used as a storage area mainly.
strange.
Every Thanksgiving and Christmas, we would go to our grandparents' house. This story takes place on Thanksgiving. I was 15 years old, and that's the age where I began to not enjoy hanging out with the adults in the family anymore. Suddenly, listening to the stories of when I was a kid or when my parents were kids was just not that entertaining anymore. We had Thanksgiving dinner early. It was about 2 p.m. Afterward, I was beginning to feel a bit antsy. I let my parents know that I was going to explore the hollow a little bit. It had been a while since I had done so. I didn't even think of asking my younger brother and sister if they wanted to go. It was fine because, honestly, I felt like being by myself. I knew that I didn't really have a lot of time to explore before it got dark. So I set out and made sure that I knew how far I could go and still get back before the sun had set. I didn't do the greatest job at it though. If you've ever been out exploring the woods, you might probably know what I mean. You can easily get fascinated with the woods and hills and lose track of time. It got very, very dark before I was anywhere close to being home. By the time I got back to the farm, it had been dark for at least an hour. I had never been out of the barn when it was dark outside. It looked incredibly creepy. Being a teenage boy, I of course liked scary things. The thought then occurred to me that if the barn was creepy looking on the outside, it must be really creepy on the inside. I decided to check it out. Getting into the barn was simple. My parents rarely locked the door of their house, much less thought about locking the barn. They lived in a really safe area where crime was pretty much unheard of. The barn did have one of those heavy wooden locks on it. I honestly have no idea what they're called, but I was able to pull the wooden beam up. When I opened the barn door, it made a horribly loud cracking noise. I knew my parents had likely not been in the barn for years, so I was surprised that I was able to get the door open at all. I figured the hinges had to be nearly rusted shut. As I mentioned, the barn was old, and even when it was in use, my grandparents would only have been in it during the day, so there was no light. Thank God that I live in the area of smartphones though, because I, of course, had a flashlight on my smartphone. I turned on the flashlight and just marveled at the creepiness. If dark is creepy, then just a minor amount of light is much creepier. I was fascinated by all of the tools. So many sharp implements. Most of them were hanging up. However, there was a small hatchet lying on a workbench. It was discolored, and upon closer inspection, I realized that it was coated in dry blood. I don't know much about slaughtering animals, but I knew that my grandparents used to do it often. Chickens and pigs and stuff. So I figured that the hatchet was used for that purpose, and they just never cleaned it. The barn had a loft that was filled with hay. I decided to climb the ladder and check it out. When I was shining the light around, it reflected off of something buried in the hay. I was wondering if it was another tool or something and decided to check it out. Going over to it, I began moving the hay. I screamed when the empty eye sockets of a long dead corpse were staring directly at me. I fell backwards and nearly fell off of the loft. I quickly climbed down the ladder and ran out of the barn without closing the door. I rushed into the house and told my parents and grandparents about what I had seen. My father, a huge man, like Hulk Hogan sized, really went out to confirm what I told him. My grandparents phoned the sheriff's office. The body had been in the loft for about 3 years. It had several hatchet wounds on it, and the police told us were caused by the hatchet that I had seen on the bench. The hatchet that I had picked up. So not only had I found a dead body, but I held an actual murder weapon in my hand. That was truly disturbing to me, but it wasn't nearly as disturbing as the realization that my grandparents had that they lived in the house for 3 years without knowing that a dead body was in the barn. No one was ever caught, and we to this day have no idea who killed that man or why. I thought that going to college right out of high school was intimidating. I came from a small town, went to a huge college with an enrollment of over 50,000 students. It was crazy to me how active the campus was all of the time. If I thought that that was a culture shock though, it was nothing compared to what happened during Thanksgiving break. I didn't have the kind of money to be able to go home, so I remained in my dorm room alone during the break. I didn't realize that this also had me one of the few people not only alone in the dorm building, but on the entire campus. What had so recently been just a metropolis of people became a barren wasteland. If the loneliness wasn't enough, a snowstorm hit the night before Thanksgiving. I recall waking up in the morning at about 7 a.m. and looking out across a completely barren and desolate campus. Now, I suppose this doesn't seem weird at all, but it was a complete shock to me. Honestly, I spent the entire day on Wednesday in my dorm room, looking out over the campus. I didn't really have the nerve to go out. However, I guess I began getting stir-crazy on Thanksgiving. I had gotten myself a frozen turkey dinner that I was going to make in my microwave, but I really wanted to get out. There was a Denny's on campus, so I thought that I would go and have dinner there. The dinner went fine, but I was uneasy because there was another guy in the restaurant who wouldn't stop staring at me. It made me really uncomfortable. I normally like to take my time in a restaurant, but I couldn't bring myself to do that here. So immediately after I was done, I left. Walking home, I nervously kept looking over my shoulder. It didn't take long before I noticed that the guy was following me, and he was walking faster than I was. By the time I had gotten to the dormitory doorway, he was already up the front steps. He called for me to hold the door for him, but I didn't. He seemed pretty old for a person living in the dorms, but if he was a student, he would have an electronic key card to let him in. I looked back as I went up the stairs and saw him standing in the foyer. I'm not sure how much later it was, but I heard a knocking on my door. I got up and looked out the peephole and was surprised to see the man from outside standing in front of my door. I wasn't sure how he had gotten in, nor how he found my room. Rather than acknowledge him, however, I went back to my desk quietly. He knocked a few more times and then left. About 5 hours later, I heard another knock at the door. At first, I of course expected it to be that man again. However, when I looked at the peephole, it was the campus police. I let them in. One of the other students that was in my dorm building had gotten attacked earlier in the day, and they wanted to know if I had seen anything suspicious. I explained my experience to them. They had arrested a suspect, and I had to go with them to see if I could identify the person. It indeed was the man who had followed me home from Denny's. He apparently had gone door to door knocking and hadn't known where I was. He eventually came across someone who opened their door, and the person who did paid a terrible price. I want this story to be anonymous, so I'm not even going to tell you where it happened. What I do have to tell you is that the city it happened in has a really large Thanksgiving Day parade every year. I'd never been to one of them before, but I always watched it on television. I went ahead and decided to go one year. I couldn't find anyone who wanted to go with me. None of my family or friends wanted to spend Thanksgiving standing in the cold, I guess. By the time I had gotten to the parade route, it was already packed. I was worried whether or not I would be able to see that well. I'm not particularly tall, but I was able to find a spot behind another group of people that gave me a pretty good view of the parade route. I hadn't been there very long when I noticed someone who for some reason just caught my eye. I can't say there was anything unusual about him really. He was rather big, a little unkempt, but there was just something about him. I, in fact, found myself continuously looking over at him. A few times that I was looking at the man, he caught me looking. As most people do when they're caught looking at someone, I quickly looked away each time. But even so, my curiosity got me to eventually start looking in his direction again. After a while, I could tell that he was getting annoyed. I resolved to try harder to not look at him, but that just made it worse. After a while, I looked at the man again and noticed that he was closer to me than he had been before. I didn't think about it at first because we were in a big crowd watching a parade. People moving around in the crowd were in no way unusual. But the more I glanced over at him, the closer and closer to me he kept moving. He was doing it casually though, making his way around other people. He was definitely coming in my direction. To test and see what he would do, I made my own way through the crowd, towards the back of the sidewalk. I glanced at him and he immediately switched course to keep coming towards me. I was convinced that he was coming at me, and I was mildly alarmed. However, I kept telling myself that it wasn't anything to worry about. I was in at a parade with thousands of people. If the guy was going to try and hurt me, he would get caught pretty quickly. I guess that's the problem with assumptions, though. They really don't take all possible scenarios into account. The man did make his way over. There was only one person separating us when he stopped and went back to looking at the parade. I relaxed a bit, but when the man separating us moved, the guy moved up against me. I was about to move before I felt something sharp against my back. He had a knife, and probably because we were in a big crowd, he was able to hide the fact that he was holding it up against my back. To any bystanders, he looked like a normal guy in a crowd watching the parade. He asked me why I was staring at him over and over. I was too scared to speak at first, but when he asked again and moved the knife, I apologized, telling him that I didn't mean to stare. I didn't know why I was looking at him. He told me that he didn't believe me and asked how much McMahon was paying me. I had no idea what he was talking about or who McMahon was, but he didn't believe me. He kept pushing on the knife and told me that I had better tell him the truth. I heard my voice crack, and I pled to the guy to leave me alone, and that I didn't know what he was talking about. I guess my words were somehow heard over the noise of the parade, because two guys looked at us and then asked the guy what he was doing. I really thought that he was going to stab me, then and there, but I guess he figured that he would never be able to do it, and then get away in this crowd. He slipped the knife away, didn't answer the two men, and took off. They didn't go after him. They just made sure that I was all right. To this day, I have no idea who McMahon was, but it doesn't matter. I've been much more careful not to stare at people, though. My grandmother ran over herself with her SUV on Thanksgiving. I was on my way to the festivities when it happened, so I don't know the exact details, but she was getting out food from the back of her SUV, put it in neutral instead of park, and it slowly ran her over. The craziest part is that my family, who was all inside, didn't notice until they heard a bump against the house. The SUV made 3 loops before hitting the house. She ended up being fine, but now isn't allowed to go outside alone anymore on holidays. This story is now an old grandma moment in our family. My grandparents had a new oven, and my grandmother had never made a turkey in it before. The turkey drippings somehow caught fire, and the kitchen filled up with smoke. We called 911, but by the time the fire department arrived, my dad and grandfather had put out the fire. So, when the firemen arrived, there was no more fire. They were really nice and understanding. My grandmother was mortified. My drunk aunt tried hitting on all of the firemen, even though she had a good 25 to 30 years on them. My cousin and I just stood in the front yard drinking beers in silence, watching it all play out. Fortunately, the turkey was fine, and dinner proceeded normally once everything settled down. My mother and grandmother had plans to go to a restaurant last year. My sister convinces them to go somewhere else at the last minute. Of course, this means no reservations, but my sister is convinced that it'll be fine, and they might have to just wait a few minutes for a table. I live in another state, so I get to experience all of this from a distance. They end up sitting at a bar while waiting for a table, having a few drinks and appetizers. After the second round of martinis, my mother looks over, and my grandmother is leaning back in her chair, completely limp and unresponsive. Everyone freaks out. Paramedics are called. Grandma is rushed to the ER. I'm 1,200 miles away when my mother calls to tell me what happened. At this point, Grandma is at the ER still unresponsive. Crazy low blood pressure and high heart rate. I'm ready to book plane tickets and rush to the airport when Mom calls back. Don't worry, everything's okay. Your grandmother just got drunk. Her blood test came back completely normal, except with a blood alcohol content of 0.24, 3 times the legal limit. She was awake now, so I got to talk to her, and she was crying. I'm so sorry, I've ruined Thanksgiving. I assured her that she hasn't ruined Thanksgiving, and that everyone is just happy that she's okay. So, my grandma is 90 years old, about 4'8" and 100 pounds. She hadn't eaten anything all day because she knew that they were having a big dinner. She also ordered another martini while no one was looking. So the second martini was actually her third. This turned into the perfect storm of really drunk grandma. My great-grandmother died at the table right as we were bowing our heads to pray on Thanksgiving. She had been slowly dwindling in health, so the whole family gathered together figuring that it was her last Thanksgiving. Little did we know how right we are. Her kids, their kids, and their kids' kids' family she hasn't seen in years. About 20 people all gathered around with her pushing up in her recliner. Food is stuffed on the table, and we bow our heads to pray. She was devoutly religious. Before we dig in, as we raise our heads and open our eyes, we find great-grandma slumped over, tongue lolling out dead. Someone started compressions and another person called an ambulance. My youngest cousin dug into her meal completely unaffected by the dead body. Anyways, a nice memory for Thanksgiving every year.
So I'm a male nurse at a large hospital in San Francisco. I work in the ER, and as is custom Thanksgiving night, it was very busy. Now my wife is also a nurse for the same hospital she works in labor and delivery. Between babies being born left and right, and the people coming into the ER, we hadn't had a chance to take a break together as we try to do every shift. So when she called, I figured it was to say she wanted to meet up for a bite to eat in the cafeteria. When I answered, I heard in the background a male voice screaming profanities in the background, and my wife, who is fluent in Spanish, trying to calm this guy down. She told me their pager wasn't working and they needed security stat. I quickly hung up, called for security, told my fellow nurses what was going on, and ran for labor and delivery, worried sick about my wife, when I ran almost square smack dab into this visibly angry man. He wasn't huge, but bro definitely worked out, and not at the gym. He was covered in prison tattoos, and he was obviously a banger. I work out regularly, but I knew this guy could kick my ass. He looked at me, gave me this sick grin, and started heading towards me, sprouting off in Spanish. I don't speak fluent Spanish, but what I could understand scared the living shit out of me. I'm backing up as fast as I can. I start buzzing the door to the ER frantically for them to let me in. This guy's literally a foot away from me, and the door opens and I'm pulled into safety by a doctor. Gangbanger punches the door a few times, makes a dragging sign across his throat while grinning at us both. Next thing I know, the police rush into the corridor he's in, and it takes 2 security officers and 2 cops to subdue this dude. I finally make it to my wife, who thankfully was shaken up but unhurt. She explained to me what happened. A young girl only 14 came in, high fever, vomiting, distended belly. The banger claimed he was her brother and they needed to cut her open to get her baby. They did an ultrasound, and to their horror they realized she wasn't pregnant. She had bags of drugs in her stomach. It's very common for drug mules to bring over young women from Mexico carrying drugs that way. Homeboy freaked out when they informed him his sister needed emergency surgery. And no, he wasn't getting his drugs. Thankfully, the girl survived. But the sad thing is, she will be going to most likely be deported once she recovers. So gangbanger who wants to kill me, let's never meet again. I've been lurking on this sub for a while and wanted to share my story. It was Thanksgiving 2011, and I was celebrating at my grandparents' farm in the little town of Seville, Florida. It's north of DeLand. I had had way too much to eat that holiday and was about to leave to drive back to school in Tallahassee. I stopped at the one little gas station in town to fill up before getting on the highway. I had just finished filling up when a lady walked up to me. She was really ratty looking with crazy blonde dyed hair. But this is the backwoods of Florida, so no judgment. There were really kind people who looked like that in those parts. She started talking to me about how her car had run out of gas. She pointed to an old junker parked over near the convenience store, and if I could possibly give her some cash to get home. I usually don't say yes to things like that, but it was Thanksgiving weekend, so I was feeling extra generous. I told her that I'd be happy to fill up her car a little to get her home. Then it started getting weird. She kept insisting I give her cash, and that the car was so empty she couldn't drive it to a pump. I don't know why I didn't leave right there and then, but again, I was in a very good mood. I told her if she had a gas can, I would put some in, but I didn't feel comfortable giving her cash. She kept objecting, but eventually went over and pulled a gas can from her car. I started filling it up. She put her hand on me and said, "Do you have a girlfriend?" I told her no politely. She said she wanted to pay me back somehow for the gas and asked if I wanted to come to her place. I told her no less politely. She kept touching my shoulder thanking me and then offered me a blowjob behind the station. So I stopped the gas pump, got in my car and left her there with the gas can. I called my mom a little later and told her about the creepy sleazy encounter. She paused and asked me if this lady had ratty blonde hair and looked like she was on drugs. I confirmed that yes, that was what she looked like. And how could she know that? This lady was apparently all over the news. She was a prostitute in town and had been at a party earlier. An exchange had gone south, and her baby had been kidnapped by a client of hers and left under a bush in town. She hadn't even bothered to call the police about the missing child until later. They were both arrested and charged, and I can provide the news stories if anyone needs proof. My friend Connor has a girlfriend who lives a few hours away, and her mom reads all her texts, so they generally stick to Skype. Well, after a while, his girlfriend, Ellie, wants to introduce him to her Skype friends. This is a group of people who met in various places across the internet, who have those awful chats you can't keep up with. Then she introduces him to Jack. Jack is the epicenter of the group. Connor mentions him to me in passing a few times over about a month, and then he finally messages me one night and says, "I need to talk to you." So we talk, and he tells me what Jack's been saying. Jack is what I like to refer to as liar, crazy, legit, and I estimate the odds of each of those at 50-49-1. See, Jack claimed to be a supernatural being, which I'd normally laugh off, except he's got a group of hapless people convinced of this. And Connor describes the group dynamics and its red flags all around for controlling behavior. And, well, it's sort of my specialty, dealing with people like Jack. But Connor doesn't want to stir up trouble because he's non-confrontational. I don't have similar inhibitions, so one night, C invites me into the group chat, which is ominously dubbed The Truth. Cults have a collective belief in varying levels in something. In this case, the truth about Jack. The first thing anyone says to me is, "Did you get Jack's permission?" Every alarm bell in my system goes off. Connor and I both play dumb. Slowly, hesitantly, a few other members of the group, all strangers to me, start saying hello, not welcoming me, not asking how I know Connor, not trying to explain that the chat is kind of private, just saying tentative hellos. The girl who first demanded to know if Jack gave me permission to join announces she's asked Jack if I'm allowed to stay. Connor, meanwhile, is messaging me about group dynamics. The only non-believer Connor knows of is King, who's vocal about his problems with Jack. I talk to King, who tells me that the other person who doesn't believe is the girl who challenged me about entering the group. Red flag number 1. Someone who doesn't believe Jack is still the first to challenge outsiders. Cults don't appreciate outsiders. That's about when Jack arrives. He's likable, don't get me wrong. He is good at what he does. I think for about 30 minutes that he's too good for me to be any use. But I'm a writer, so I can commit to a character pretty well, and he buys into my Southern Belle act. Once he invites me to a private chat, I'm immediately told that I can ask him anything without fear of repercussions. Dude lives 600 miles from me. What kind of repercussions could there be? So I talked to King and the girl who challenged me, and it turns out he's doing something else that's seen in cults. He's using threats and fear to get people to obey him. Something about being sold into magical slavery if he doesn't protect them. I'm gonna pause here to say, the people who don't believe Jack are the most emotionally stable ones. There are abuse victims and depressed teenagers in this little group. They're smart, but they have 2 options: believe Jack or lose friends. Anyway, back to the circle of creepy. Jack's Skype mood is going to kill my brother. I inquire. He tells me that his brother stabbed him with a sword and sides with their father, whom Jack hates. Half of this guy's lore comes from the Dresden Files. For a creepy would-be cult leader, he really sucks at lying. So I mark him down for dysfunctional IRL family and possible violent tendencies. I then lure Jack into a trap. I won't bore you with the details, but I get irrevocable, screenshotted proof that he's a lying liar who lies, not delusional and not legit. I let Jack know the jig is up. His retaliation? He decides he should ban me and Connor from the group. But before he can, I go off on a nice little tangent in the group chat about a Criminal Minds episode where a cult leader kicks out anyone who challenges him, lest the others be swayed. Jack is angry at me. Really angry, like, hope this jerk can't trace my IP address or I am dead pissed. But it doesn't end there. Oh no. Jack returns to the group chat with a sob story, and I let him stew, because I've been slowly working my way through the group, ripping off the Jack is a liar, who lies and manipulates, and really, you shouldn't tell this guy your real name, no really. Band-Aid. I go talk to King, who tells me that his fellow non-believer challenger has a picture of Jack's ID. Because I believe in having leverage, I do some totally legal digging into this guy, who has an unfortunately unique surname. Dear Jack's mom, you should change your Facebook security settings. Some fun facts about Jack. His little brother is a jock. Better looking, mesomorph body, athletic, popular. Jack is none of these things. His mom stops talking about her eldest son quite suddenly. No more pictures of Jack. Not a single mention of Jack since he was 18. So I made note of it and moved on with my background check. But then I noticed something. An arrest. Not unusual, except before the arrest date, he and his brother are equally pictured on their mom's FB. And then, nothing. I can't figure it out until I'm talking to Jack, distracting him and letting him talk himself in circles. I see his mood again. Gonna kill my brother. Dear gods, I think, remembering that every lie holds a kernel of truth. He actually has a brother he wants to kill. I ask him why he was arrested, even though I feel it in my gut that I'm right. Assault, he says. On whom? On my brother. I need confirmation on a few other things before I present the facts to the group, still called the truth, even as more and more members sit behind their computers marveling at the irony. So I keep talking to him, to make sure I had the right Jack, that I'm not dealing with a catfish creep. We video chatted, It is him, mugshot and ID confirmed. He keeps asking me questions. Where do I live? North of you. What do I do for a living? Consult. How old am I? 17. What's your full name? No. I, like Jack, have one of those last names that are incredibly rare. He could find it if he Googled me. At any point, Jack could do 5 minutes of Googling and find my full name. First, middle, and last. Anyway, I told the group chat about Jack lying that day and shut down his manipulative attempts to garner sympathy. Now he says he's dying and his father's a mobster and his brother is his adoptive brother. Except there's no one around for this equally crappy story. He's trying to convince me, just me. I'm 30 years old, female, and a current student in nursing. 2020 Thanksgiving went from exciting to creepy for me. It started off with me passing an exam at 86%, spending a pre-Thanksgiving with my boyfriend and his family. He was leaving for a CAL FIRE base. This particular night before Thanksgiving, I spent at my brother's house. I left for home around 8 a.m. I woke up exhausted, but my mental state turned manic. I was awake and wanting to get my sister a surprise gift for me and her kids. Because she hadn't replied, in my manic state, I decided to go to her house. The day was fun, a lot of food, booze, and dancing. I loved it. Around 6 p.m., I planned my trip out to my boyfriend's temp house. We got into a bit of an argument, as I told him since it was a 3-hour drive, I'd start out around 1 a.m. He did not agree with this, as he thought it would be too late and darkroom travel to a rural area, which prompted me to remind him I am grown. Mistake. He became a bit nerved and upset. However, later we agreed on my arrival. The festive went on at my sister's. Alcohol fun, Thanksgiving family pictures, and food. Around 11 p.m., I decided to take a nap. However, my manic brain thought to shower. Due to me needing help with running the shower and attempts to fix my hair, I ended up laying down around midnight. I decided to sleep until 1 a.m. However, I ended up passing out for over that time frame. I set an alarm to wake up at 1 a.m., but of course I slept through it. I was woken up at 3:30 a.m. when my sister asked me, "Why didn't you leave?" I woke up and desperately moved as fast as I could out of her house. I left my phone and had to turn around and go back. Once I retrieved the phone, I was on my way for a second time. I ended up going the wrong way, as I mixed up two cities' names because they both started with CH. Once the GPS was on, and I realized I was going in the wrong direction, I was on my way. The first hour seemed to be frustrating, as at that time I thought I left my vape pens. Thanks to my sister telling me I left my pens, which she meant actual pens. Not her fault, but mine. Although I found the vape pens 2 days later in my purse. Once leaving the city lines or Sacramento, I got into a race with a Silverado that was lifted, and my jealousy that I was in a SUV versus a beautiful truck, I decided to take on the race until I reached 120 miles per hour for about 10 minutes and decided it wasn't worth the ticket. At the time, it was only me, the Silverado, and a fellow Ford on the road. About 5 minutes later, the Silverado took an exit. Now it was only me and the fellow Ford in a rural dark area. During the drive, I noticed the Ford was on the side of me, and at one point seemed to be close enough on my right side to swipe me. Due to my blindness in the dark, I was more so focused on making it safely, and not focused on the car that seemed to even cut off other cars to be on the side of me. This was only a 2-lane road in one direction, so you can understand why it wasn't a bother. We made it to a small town that meant taking a major street for about 3-5 miles, going through stoplights. At one point, I thought, I hate when people are too close to me. It was annoying to me, but after 2 lights the fellow Ford turned off, and I felt a bit childish for even caring. 2 to 3 lights down as I made it through the green light, I noticed a car turning onto the street, and being attentive, I noticed the car. It was the same car. and at this point, my body started to shake as the car made sure it was back on the right side of me, keeping up with persistence this time. My head began to hurt, and at first I didn't understand the fear was kicking in. Why would this car come back to the main street? There are only 3 other cars, and he's the one on the side of me. The fight or flight response began to creep up on me, and I didn't want to turn my head as if I noticed. In that moment, I did not want to call my boyfriend. What if I'm just paranoid? I have traveled alone for longer distances at night before. Is alcohol still in my system? My boyfriend and mom will lose it if I call them. Why is this happening? Don't panic. In that moment, I saw a light turning yellow as we approached side by side. My brain went into rationalization and thought, do not panic, stay calm, ignore the headache. When the light turns green, stay, see if he goes. We approached the light and stopped. The light seemed to be much longer than the others. I moved my eyes towards the fellow Ford on the side of me. The windows were lightly tinted, but I could see a hat and a person looking towards me. Then seconds later, look up at the light, and then peer back into my passenger window. My head and heart began to become one, both in pain and fear. Then, the light turned green. There were 2 cars behind us, but I stayed on my brakes. I didn't move, and I didn't see his car enter the intersection either. I turned my head to look, and I could now see more of the silhouette of the man's face under the hat staring at me. I took off slowly to collect my composure, and not seem to be scared, and so did he, keeping my pace of slowly going through the intersection. I heard a car behind us beep the horn, and it was like a light switch. I noticed a truck in the distance through the last light. It was making it through the abyss of the rural highway that was only a 1-lane road. I decided to speed up to make the last light, but so did the fellow Ford, keeping up with my pace. It seemed that he was trying to cut me off, but I went from 45 miles per hour to 65 miles per hour. The trucks were going slow, and now he was behind me, and so close that I couldn't see his lights in full. In panic, I went off the side of the road as to pull off to pass up the truck. So did he. When I noticed he passed the truck and was still just as close behind, I noticed the second truck. I sped up to 90 miles per hour and went towards the left, which was into incoming traffic, to cut off the truck. My rationalization was to speed, and even if I was pulled over, I'd be safe. I hoped. I cut the big rig truck off and began to speed up. Now able to see far behind me in the distance through my rearview mirrors, I could see the car trying to cut the truck off to the right and left, but cars were oncoming in the opposite lane, and due to trees to the right, the Ford seemed to weave in and out of the lane. He was trying to erratically cut off the truck. By now, even the truck lights were far behind me. I was going about 120 miles per hour and continued it with no effort, as I am experienced with driving fast, and my adrenaline to flight made it easy. I was still shaking and crying, and the headache became bearable. After about 5-10 minutes, I slowed to 80 miles per hour, and then to 65 miles per hour, after about 30 minutes. An hour later, I stopped at a store that appeared to have many customers, which prompted me to stop, as I was paranoid and couldn't be 100% sure the fellow Ford wasn't near me. I went into the store to grab food and coffee, but my appetite was gone, so I decided on coffee and a smoke. Walking into the store, I saw both customers and employees give me a wide-eye look, followed with a look of sorrow, which made me feel embarrassed. I was shaking and my makeup had run all over my face from the crying, and I'm sure I looked like I was coming down off of drugs from the fact that my sympathetic nerve was transferring. It's hard work over to the parasympathetic nerve. I was coming down off the adrenaline. I went to pay for my coffee and request smokes, but the shaking made it hard for me to enter my PIN for my debit card. I had to try 3 times. Back to the car, I went in fear. My head pounded into my ears. I hoped some tobacco would calm me. The smoke seemed to help calm me down slightly, but the shaking and headache persisted in a bearable manner. The sun was coming up and I was almost there. I was still shaking and still upset and crying on and off. Of course, when I made it to my boyfriend's, he could sense it and was able to get the truth out of me. I could see he was upset, but he tried to console me. with a hug and kiss and encouraging rest so I could calm down. It was hard to study that day. The headache persisted, and I stayed in bed. My boyfriend made the decision of me not taking any more late-night drives, and even made sure I stayed in his dwellings until he was off and with me. It's days later and it's dark out, and I'm scared to go out. I wish I would have listened. 30 or not, no person, male or female, should think it's okay to drive into rural areas at night. There are crazies out there. Okay, so the first part takes place just before Thanksgiving in 2018. I was living at an apartment, 22 yo male with 2 women that are around the same age. I was taking the dog out when several large dudes with really generic junkie drug dealer face tattoos come out of the woods behind the complex and start asking me, "Hey man, what's up with these apartments?" I replied, "I don't know what you mean. People live in them. They've got wood floors." He got crappy and asked for a number. Can't remember which one, but I don't think that number actually existed in my complex, and probably wanted to find a place in the complex over. Anyway, after I tell them I can't help them, I drag my dog inside and mention what happened to my roommates who look out the window and see this. One of them says she saw them coming and going for at least a couple hours, so we dialed 911. As we are on the phone, about 4 dudes leave in a white pickup while another 2 wait with 2 women. The white pickup ends up coming right back, and then 4 cop cars follow. They're lined up, searched, drugs and guns are found, a few get arrested. Anyway, a couple days later I come back on Thanksgiving night to find my door is all dented. Thankfully it locked with a deadbolt and was a massive steel door, as my roommate was upstairs asleep. I asked her what happened to the door, and she came down and saw and was horrified. Called the police up and they did their thing and bailed. Me and my roommates are convinced that it was some of those junkies trying to mess with us for getting them busted. I'm a hunter. I like to hunt wild boar specifically. Though I have been deer hunting and have been known to get a turkey for Thanksgiving, I mostly hunt boar. For those of you that don't know, boar are a big problem in the United States. A sow can have 2 litters a year, and it's not uncommon for a litter to consist of 10 or more pigs. Given that pigs eat anything and everything, it's not hard to see why the Department of Fish and Wildlife makes it legal to hunt them with almost no restrictions. In my state, it's illegal to hunt most large mammals with night or thermal vision scopes, with the exception of boar and coyote. I'd been saving for a year, mostly fun money. It's hard to explain to your wife that a scope that cost literally twice as much as the rifle I was mounting it on was worth it. But I did it. I took it to a range and sighted it in. There was an area that was peppered with boar activity that I knew would be perfect for a night hunt. It was easily accessible with my truck, with easy-to-find spots that I could set up in that overlooked a large, easy-to-navigate clearing. The night started uneventful, mostly me tinkering with my new toy, cycling through the settings. I was a little impatient. I'd spotted multiple deer, but they were out of season, and like I mentioned earlier, my current setup wasn't legal for deer. I moved to another spot I'd seen days earlier that probably wasn't much better than my first, but it gave me something to do and a new angle to look around with my new scope. After an hour or so of glassing the area, it dawned on me. This spot doesn't have much animal activity at all. No rabbit or owls. The deer that I'd seen were hundreds of yards from where I was. Why was this pocket of land so dead at night, but lively in the day? I'd set up around 10 p.m., and it was about 2 a.m. when I started to think about packing up. Maybe setting up a target before I left and taking some practice shots. I heard a crunch come from the direction I came from before. I panned my scope over and saw the silhouette of a small bear pushing through the bushes. It's important to note that my scope isn't exactly night vision. It's a thermal scope, kind of like a black and white version of what you see in the Predator movies. I adjusted my range and zoomed in a little. I remember jolting a little when I saw that it wasn't really a bear, it was a man. Because he was so low and hunched over, I thought I was looking at a young bear. Is that a game warden? It couldn't be. I would have seen the headlights coming up the road from where I was perched. And where could he have walked from? I was 30 miles away from anything and on public lands. I was about to call out when I adjusted my sights and noticed he was naked. No shoes, pants, or anything. I remember being disturbed by his movements, like a squirrel or something, twitchy and grabbing at the foliage, sniffing around and palming the tree. Was that my tree? The one I'd been leaning against earlier? The thought terrified me. Could he smell me? Then he did something I still have nightmares about today. He squatted and placed his hands in the dirt between his feet and stared straight up like a dog mid-howl. And I heard it. A voice coming from that direction. A very compelling female voice. "Help, I'm lost." There was a long pause, but neither of us moved a muscle. The center of my sights was trained at the dirt in front of his feet. I couldn't bring myself to aim directly at another person. It went against everything I'd been taught about firearms. Were they lost? Was this some guy that had gone crazy out here? Why was his voice so feminine? "Help, please, I can't walk," the voice called out. That's when I called bullcrap. Not only could he walk, when I first saw him, he was traversing the land with ease for a naked person. So good I mistook him for a bear. That's a trap. This guy is trying to lure me to him with a damsel in distress routine. Luckily, the lack of activity before had caused me to pack up most of my gear. I think I may have left behind a hat and a sitting pad, but I didn't give a crap in that moment. I took my eyes off him for a moment to get my pack on. I buckled my chest strap and scrambled for my rifle. To my horror, he was in the same position, but his face was staring in my direction, and I swear I saw smile. The thermal scope has an effect that makes animals' eyes appear white. How had he heard me get up and put my gear on? He must have easily been 150 yards away. "Screw off," I screamed in that direction. He stood upright, and it hit me how tall and skinny he was. Easily 6 feet and very lean. He took a couple of long strides in my direction, and I instinctively sent a round sailing above his head into the tree line. He was freaky, but he hadn't really threatened me. What would I tell the cops? I was unwilling and unready to shoot someone. He stopped dead in his tracks and hunched down on all fours. "The next one will mess you up. Go away." He stayed on all fours, and this time I had my sights trained on the center of him. His eyes were just above the grass like a large cat or something. I was trying to stop my trembling and knew that my voice had cracked a little on that last warning. I was terrified. That standoff probably only lasted a minute or two, maybe less, but it felt like forever. In an instant, he bolted left towards the tree line opposite the road. So much for not being able to walk. I could barely keep him in my scope, he was moving so fast. He disappeared into the brush, and I sent another bullet sailing high in his direction. I racked another round and tried to pocket that mag and swap for a fresh one, but I dropped it and didn't bother looking for it. I wasn't far from my truck and I wanted to get out of there. I could hear him in the distance, yelling in this weird sound that could have been a laugh or a cry. I scrambled up the trail and arrived at my truck breathless. I tossed my gear into the cab, but kept the rifle in the passenger seat and sped off. For the longest time, I told that story from the perspective of having spotted some deranged crackhead living off the land, like some kind of caveman. I reported it to Fish and Game, but all they did was scold me for hunting at night alone. Never received an update. It wasn't until I told this story at a camping trip that my nephew told me about wendigos, rakes, and skinwalkers. My story scared the crap out of him because the spot we were camping was technically the same forest I'd seen the bastard, just 50 miles east of it. He was so spooked his mom, my cousin, had to take him home. She was really angry. I've gone down the rabbit hole one these scary stories. I'm not saying what I saw definitely was a Wendigo or a skinwalker. I'm saying that if such a thing exists, I may have dodged quite the bullet that night. Or maybe it was just a tweaker being Donnie Thornberry in the middle of the night. Either way, thought I'd share. Around 2007, I was getting my PhD at the University of Florida. I, 30-ish F, lived in Gainesville in a condo that I owned by myself. I had a friend who was walking across the United States. We'll call him Captain. Captain decided to spend the winter at my house, so we got a mutual friend to drive him from Alabama, where he had last stopped walking, to my house in Gainesville. We had a pleasant Thanksgiving, and then Captain just kind of chilled at my house for the next several months. It wasn't too big of a deal because I was mostly staying at my boyfriend's house, but it was a little bit much. When it was time for him to get back to walking, he asked if I would drive him back to the exact location he had left in Alabama. Looking forward to having my house back, I agreed to drive him one day when I was out of school. I don't remember what route we took or where it was, but I remember that the drive wasn't that long, relativity speaking. It seems like it should have been, but I guess it was about 5 to 6 hours, one way. I dropped him off in the early evening and headed back for Florida. This meant that I was driving at night, by myself, in an unknown part of the country. Conveniently, the GPS technology that we had at the time gave me this extremely backwards route back to Florida. To get to where I had dropped off Captain, we stayed on the freeway for most of the time, and then it was about 10 miles off the freeway. Well, Google Maps, or whatever the app was, decided that the faster way was to take me on all of these little back roads through Alabama backcountry. Serious Deliverance vibes. Seriously. So I'm already a little freaked out, and occasionally checking in with my boyfriend to let him know where I am. I've driven at night alone tons, but my history with respect to strangers has made me hypervigilant. At some point, I became aware that there was a car behind me. I didn't assume that was anything weird until the car stayed with me for several miles. Again, I just shoved it off to maybe Google Maps, giving them the same weird route. But because I was paying attention to the car behind me, I didn't notice when I pulled through some small town that I was taking a left at the wrong intersection. There were 2 intersections very close together, and I was accidentally in the left lane to turn left at the intersection, before the one I was supposed to turn at. No biggie, I figured. It's like 2 a.m. So when the light changed, I drove straight through the intersection and took a left at the next intersection. The car behind me did the same thing. I realized at that point that I was definitely being followed. I immediately called my boyfriend and asked him to look up the non-emergency police number for the area where I was. I tried to give him my nearest location, but like any dude who has never been the victim of any kind of assault, he thought I was overreacting. He was in the middle of something and therefore didn't look up the number for me. In retrospect, I should have absolutely just called 911, but I didn't want to make a big deal out of something that could have been nothing, but that nothing was quickly becoming something indeed, because I'd been on back roads in Alabama without a gas station for a long time, and my car was in need of gas. That meant that I would have to exit the vehicle at a gas station that was probably not well manned at this time of night by myself. I was low-key freaking out. It didn't help that I couldn't see the driver of the car behind me. It was dark, and the car had dark tinted windows. Also, Alabama backwoods roads are pretty dark. I kept looking in the rear mirror, but I couldn't get a glimpse of the driver. I honestly could not figure out why this person targeted me, and at first I had laughed it off as some kind of Southern football vendetta. I had a UF license plate frame, Go Gators, and was trying to convince myself that this person was just trying to scare me because they liked one of our rival schools. Given that I am a tall woman, it may have been difficult to identify that I was a woman in the car. But either way, this person was clearly following me, and given that I had to stop my car, I was feeling increasingly at risk. Finally, my backwards woods route took me into a relatively larger metropolitan area. I was finally on streets with streetlights, and businesses were still lit up. I started to feel safer. but I still had to stop for gas. I had already made a plan as far as that was concerned, but I wanted the guy behind me to know that I was onto him. So at the first intersection that was well lit, I turned fully around in my car seat and stared at him while pretending to talk on the phone. I did this for the entire time the light was red. I wanted it to look like I was describing his car and his features to whoever was on the phone. Not long after this, I found a gas station that was well lit up. I was driving on fumes and praying that I wouldn't run out of gas in backwoods Alabama. I pulled into the gas station so that my driver's side door was adjacent to the door of the gas station, jumped out and ran inside. I let the attendant know that I was being followed, and he walked out from behind the counter and walked to the windows and said that no one was there. I was sure that the car had been behind me when I pulled into the station, but seeing that I ran inside, they must have driven off. I still have no idea what the guy's intention was, but he followed me for easily an hour and a half, like 100 miles. It felt predatory as hell. Thankfully, I was able to gas up my car under the watchful eye of the gas station attendant, and the attendant told me the quickest way to the freeway. My trip was uneventful after that, but I was still shaking and thoroughly pissed at my boyfriend for not taking me seriously. Stay safe out there.